Nice earnings report as well. We'll touch on Micron a little bit. I mean, we're back to the downside right now. The initial move to the upside, though. The good news note, I guess, today. No Fed speakers, no economic data, no nothing to get in the way of Powell at lunchtime yesterday.
Well, apparently the market's richly valued, Brendo, according to Fed Chair Powell, of course.
Not that he's ever cared about that before.
I don't remember him commenting about equity prices in the past, so it was kind of a peculiar time. Nonetheless, those are the comments he made, and we saw all what happened in the afternoon there. You know, got to take it in stride, though, because we were coming off all-time highs, right? So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. But anyway, Brandon, there's a lot to talk about. You mentioned Lithium Americas. Baba also in focus. What a move. Almost 9% here in the pre-market for Alibaba as they're going to really accelerate their AI spend. Oracle in focus as well. Obviously with Stargate, OpenAI, SoftBank, they're announcing or they were showing off that new Texas facility. Altman was there. Down in Texas. Boeing and Palantir also looking to collaborate, Brendo, in the defense space.
That plant that they're building down there is, I was watching a video a couple weeks back on YouTube about it. They were showing a drone shot going over top of it. It's just mind-boggling how big this place is.
Perfect place, Texas. Right?
And the speed at which they were putting it up and getting it ready, and it sounds like they're almost there.
Yeah. Multiple phases too, Brendo.
Yeah, just a quick note on Apple starting to move to the upside here. There's a note from UBS. iPhone 17 demand may limit Apple ASP growth. I'll read through that, but Apple, nice couple of days here, trying to head higher once again, guys. Good morning.
I think Apple could be, well, we'll talk about this one in context of what might be happening with the market. If the AI top is top-ish, let's just say, then Apple seems like a stock that could benefit in the other direction with some relative strength. The other thing to keep in mind here, man, like that Micron report was good. It's pretty solid. And for it to be down today, sometimes that can signal a few things in here. I don't know how much we want to read into Powell's comments, but there's no arguing the fact that when he called the market top-ish or whatever the exact terminology he was using, it certainly doesn't help things, because the second he was sort of done his comments, we basically head to the downside. You had a good report there from Micron. A big story here with this LAC because it's 11% short. It's worth keeping in mind. This isn't just like, oh, they're investing the U.S. wants to invest 10% in it. These guys are trying to renegotiate over a $2 billion federal loan. And so this is more along the lines of, hey, if you want us to renegotiate it, we should get something out of it, as opposed to, oh, we're just propping these guys up. So it looks like this one with 11% short float. Look for the strength here. Had BBAI on the mind as well. And don't forget, there was that afternoon story in Palantir that caused it to buck the trend. Palantir, one of the few strong AI stocks yesterday, and mostly because of that late deal with Boeing that got announced yesterday.
Yeah, look at the TQQ trade. I mean, yesterday, look, we had this trade. Forget about Powell. It was nice story. We were talking about the market being way overpriced and frothy well before Powell even took the podium yesterday. This was 103.2. You know, where we wound up going down yesterday on the TQQs was 102. So this was a huge move down yesterday, which we were able to, thankfully, have it. And I think we got to do the same thing again today. I mean, I think we're going to be looking short here one more time. Although the Nasdaq's starting the day upside a little bit here, we're going to be looking to fade all of these plays. I have my number one play of the day will be Palantir as well. So we're going to look over there to see if we can find an area where we want to buy some of this. Bitcoin 13. I always like to look at Bitcoin to see if anything's going on with that, but it doesn't seem to be too much over there. And then, Alibaba. Told you guys, like, I was waiting. That day that I was at 156 and I put a 152 bid, I should have just punched and got long. Because there's Alibaba up. I mean, I still have, like 1% of my portfolio, or not even that, is in Alibaba. But it's a nice move, which is pretty good for single stock exposure, I guess. But it's a nice move there, breaking higher Alibaba. So yeah, man. I mean, the FXI continues to rock and roll. I also wanted to get TenCent. down at some of those levels. TCEHY. We're going to be joined by Jeff Mendel tomorrow. He's coming here live tomorrow, so we'll talk to Jeff in person. Maybe TenCent then is what I need to be looking at. Because when I put in that Alibaba, I'm going to go check out what my order is at right now for TenCent, because $80.50 or so, probably around where we did that. What's up, Randy? How's it going?
Number 2.
Going good.
What did you think of the French toast? It might have been real. Almost. It wasn't. We got French toast with our lunches, or breakfast this morning. No protein, though.
Look, man, it's better than those quiches. I hate those quiche. The quiches.
Did you have the French toast?
Yeah, I had a piece.
It's kind of dry. Like, I love French toast.
They're just French toast sticks.
They're just little sticks.
They're literally exactly what you think they're going to be.
Yeah. Not that great.
Shreve was mad because he doesn't eat carbs. He's mad because
there's an ounce of protein.
He's mad because there's not an ounce of protein in those things. I like bananas.
But it can't be zero protein, because obviously French toast, of course, you need eggs to make it. But yeah, I don't know. But I'm a French toast. I'm a French toast over pancakes guy. That being said, like, we make good French toast at home. Like, it's how good is it going to be, and then they got to deliver it here. French toast over pancakes for me, though, 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, French toast is. I really enjoy French
How's
toast.
The game?
Good, really good. Yeah, we had great seats. It was tons of fun. They wound up losing in overtime, but it didn't really matter.
Preseason.
Yeah. All right, let's get a poll up. French toast, yay or nay, Andre? ASAP.
The waffles are good too, Drago. No
right.
one's hating on waffles. That's for sure.
No one's hating on waffles. I definitely.
But I hope not, anyways.
Definitely like waffles. Google, maybe. I decided Cantor Fitzgerald reiterates neutral rating on Google.
Neutral.
All right. All right, we're going to get that poll up. Let's go back over to the carbless desk.
What do you do the, like, in a cast iron pan?
Yeah.
Put like 6 eggs.
You got to do it aggressively,
and then,
Brendo.
like, have the egg cap.
If it's not stinking up, Brendo, and they're splashing all
like
over
Saturday
the oven,
morning,
then no.
You got nowhere to be, or you're like, cool. Not during the week.
I can enjoy a meal in every now and again.
Just saw Alibaba spiked up here a little bit again, trying to get back to 178. Huge gap here this morning on, a couple of things. One of them, the Nvidia note. A couple of comments from the CEO as well. That's a big number, 53 billion in AI spending from Baba.
Yeah, and it's beyond the plan that they disclosed in February, Brendo. This is the second plan we get from them this year. So it's going to be 380 billion yuan, as Brendo mentioned, about 53 billion US dollars. It's over a 3-year period. In addition to what they disclosed in February, they're aiming to surpass what they're calling, the CEO is calling, human brain level intelligence with its models. Just to give you an idea, this is the highest Alibaba has been price-wise since 2021. It's already up about 107% year to date. And they're building up a storm, Brendo. It's not just in China. They're building out new data centers in Brazil, France, the Netherlands, expanding the ones they already have in Mexico, Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, Dubai. And they're looking at doing it by the end of next year. So aggressive move here from Baba.
We'll keep an eye on ADRs in general. Baba by far the highest right now. Randy just left, but Ford not really doing anything here this morning. There's 115,000 trucks being recalled from Ford, shocking no one. Steering column defects for, I think it's the F-Series. There's a bunch of different F-Series trucks that were included in that. But a nice day yesterday here for Ford. Guys, thoughts on Baba here?
There's Randy.
There's Randy. Yeah, there is Randy. Ford almost broke that 12 yesterday, by the way.
Oh la la.
That's on the daily. Okay, we're going to talk about Alibaba, but that's that $12 level on Ford. It got to 93 yesterday before, like everything kind of pulled back, but that level, we'll see. There's already like 100,000 on Arcus sitting there. I guess there's probably been sizers the entire time, but that's a breakout when it happens. I think you want to take it just from a momentum standpoint, like alone. If it's a significant level, the market's telling you that it's a significant level. So it'll get recalled. It'll get recalled on the breakout, apparently.
The level will get recalled,
says Randy. But Alibaba, it's a bit of a blue sky setup. Like, these aren't all-time highs for Alibaba, but they are certainly big-time local highs, for sure. And you could zoom out and go way back on like a monthly chart I don't think that's going to give you too much juice. But the last time this had like a really big gap and go, and again, like if you look at this gap up, the one on the 10th, it had some good continuation, but it's the way that it traded. Where is it? I don't know. I have to zoom it out so you can see it. But it's the way that it traded off of the open. It was initial fail at the open, then a consolidation, and a later break in the day. And then the last gap up, which wasn't nearly this big on the 17th, was more of a flat trade. So the first things first, you have to actually break the high of the day. So unless this breaks out the pre-market highs, it needs to be showing me that it can trade above that with a gap this big, or I don't necessarily want to chase. It's been such a fantastic move, as Sean was mentioning in Alibaba so far, that okay, fine, AI spend continuing. That didn't seem to necessarily always bump the markets in like Nvidia's case, let's just say. So I don't want to just go out there and think, oh, we're going to go dip buy hunting. I don't have any good levels. So if it's breaking out, if it actually can take out that pre-market high, then I can start looking at VWAP or that secondary break like back on the 10th, where it sort of went semi-break and then made a double top and broke out after 10 o'clock. That's something I'm willing to be with Alibaba, but not early on. I'll let that one play out and shake out in the early trade. And if it can show me trading above this high as 178.60, then it can be all systems go. But I'm not trying to catch any dips.
All right, look, I mean, the only mistake is not getting long Alibaba earlier. I think I'm going to be waiting for, dips back into the 50-period moving average, back into VWAP, things like that. I mean, I definitely want to be long this name today. It's just a matter of where. And, the market's just getting going now. So it's only 8:42. So I'm going to give it a couple minutes, wait to see if this 177 winds up holding off the open, because, at this point right now, you have imbalances that are going to come through. Ooh, BigBear AI, good. All right, so anyways, you got Alibaba and, we love the story here, but it's dangerous because it's a Chinese name. But I mean, what they have that AI conference here. It's in our notes here. They gapped up after the first day of a 3-day Aspera conference, where CEO Eddie Wu plans to increase its AI spending. They spend $53 billion over a 3-year period to boost its infrastructure. So I don't know. I mean, they're announcing a lot of spend, so it's kind of strange that it's up 9%. But at the end of the day, the market tells it what it wants to do. I mean, look, you get bases break. That's where the long is right there, 135, right? So that's the long there. And then you got base again, trying to figure it out over the last 5 days, and then bam. But I mean, it could have gone the other way, which would have been perfect, because then I would have been long. I'm still going to wait for this long down here at 150 just to add to the position that I have. But yeah, right now Alibaba smoking to the upside. And the name that I thought has just as much runway is TenCent. So this one hasn't broken out to the same extent here as Alibaba, but I mean, still a huge move. I mean, even from the first of the year, like, wow. This is January. So in January, this was $53 or so up to 83. I mean, there's a lot of stock that's out in the market right now that have increased more than this. You see a stock like Micron yesterday on earnings, which were pretty good, but it doesn't matter. The earnings don't matter, right? You still get it a flat move. So I think right now the expected move here was 9%. You're getting 0% on this. So the juice is not in these stocks right now. Hence why your boy's going to be going short again today. The biggest trade on the desk yesterday was that short, and I think we can try to push that again. So we'll do that, man. I just don't see the juice here, but I do see it in Alibaba. So that's what we're going to do right now. Blue Jays 1 game now ahead of the New York Yankees.
The collapse is real. The Tigers are now tied with Cleveland. So both of the best teams have almost given up the entire ghost. We got hosed on call last night. That was what I'll never understand.
Got 3 hits though.
What I'll never understand though is how you can go to replay, see something pretty clear. Like everyone knows the ball's fair if it goes over the bag.
Right.
In the replay, it just clearly is over the bag fair on a double.
Okay.
And it's like at the moment in the game, it would have brought it. It was a 2-run double. You have a runner at second base. Like it's one of those. It's like a game changer.
What inning was that in? Near the end.
It was 7th.
Oh, okay.
But either way, it's not like it would have won them the game, but it puts them back into contention.
I thought that was the whole point of replay.
I just don't. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah.
This is not like in football. We don't know what a catch is. Like if it goes over
Are you bored today, Randy?
It doesn't. Apparently.
Nothing to supervise, or what is going on?
Waiting
for contractors.
Waiting for contractors. That seems to be a common thing around here.
Yeah.
As long as the power stays back.
I mean, this project's only taken 8 months or whatever.
Oh man.
Milk. All right. It's time for
upgrade the contract.
Smooth voice. See what I'm trying to do with my voice? This is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to bring it back for the people. You know, like how Joe talks. That's my new thing now. You know, just more chill out. Let's go find it from the originator himself. It's Mr. Joe Miami.
Morning, everyone. I don't think my voice is that chill, but we'll take it. It's early in the morning. We don't want to be too rambunctious, but that's all right, guys. Let's take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades at the top of the list. Yes, we have Amazon getting that price target raised to $280 by Wells Fargo, with yesterday knowing that there's some issues with canceling the Amazon Prime subscription. Now, with GM, UBS raising that price target to $81, and we have ServiceNow by Morgan Stanley getting that price target raised to $1,250. Now, Micron reporting yesterday after the bell, TD Cowen giving it the nod, $180. Now, on the downgrade side, we have Morgan Stanley lowering the price target on Adobe to $450, and Bloom Energy, Jefferies saying $31. That's the target that we're giving this. Now, CrowdStrike, I was a little bit surprised by this one. DZ Bank lowering that price target to $444. And then we have Keurig Dr. Pepper getting the nod, not the nod, I should say, $26 price target lowered by Barclays. Now, let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday's session. And yes, we have Amazon on here as well, too. And this is going to go with all three names this week's expiration cycle. So we only have a couple days left on these contracts, and it's not substantial, but excuse me, I wanted us to take a look at Amazon, considering that we've seen some selling in its activity yesterday. So 79,500 contracts on the call side, with open interest sitting around $21,000. So use 240 as a potential call wall. That can be your cap potentially on this week, and you might see a little bit more selling. Writing those wouldn't be a horrible idea. Make sure you double check the delta as well on those. I believe those were at the money, so nothing substantial. You're looking at that 0.6 delta. Now, as for INTC, volume 68,500 contracts on that $30 strike price, once again expiring this week. The open interest was relatively high comparing to some of the other strike prices as well. 40,100 contracts at that specific level. Now, as for IBIT, Bitcoin relatively weak, but now we have the ability to trade options via IBIT. 10,200 volume yesterday at that 66 strike price, but the open interest is something that I'm specifically looking for. 20,100 contracts, that's acting as a potential ceiling in IBIT for this week, guys.
Do we like that ceiling on IBIT? It might have been there already, but this is the season for dip buying now. And I saw, like, you see CrowdStrike on there. That's fine. It didn't quite. We talked about this one yesterday, sort of at that $500 failure last week, and possibly pulling back before we eventually make a run to the high. Because at some point, CrowdStrike breaks out that top. I don't care too much about timing it, but the 50 period and the 200 period do loom for us on a nice little dip buy. So this is a stock, ridiculous move up. Last week on the Thursday, I believe it was. Yeah, Thursday's move was nuts, like 450 to 500. I think that's the next stop to look for, that 450 level there for CrowdStrike. And if we see that, I think you look for a bit of a bounce play. Don't know if the downgrade's going to give it enough juice to get there today, but this is more watch out for it in the coming days. Be prepared for the 50 period. The 200 period, I think, is gold on this thing if you can get it, but I'm not sure. When you're buying the dip and you're doing it for long term instead of a swing, to me, if you get too picky about it, then you might miss out. So this is one that I got eyeballs on as it pulls back into those major moving averages that I like.
Yeah, I don't. Someone just saw me was getting in and out of. I was just punching some shares in there for with DIY because I was looking at the pink sheets and like Fannie Mae at the end of yesterday's session, and I wasn't looking at it and should have been. Went from 12 all the way to 13 in like an hour with much increased volume there. And today you're up to $14 again here on FNMA. We're going to be joined by Jeff Mendel tomorrow. But look at this and there's traders around here that have been, milking this one from $3 or $4, and it's been an absolutely epic run. I mean, this name here, December 30th, $2.50, $14. Forget about. This is up 6 times right now, right? Like how many, there's not too many stocks up 6x this year. Anyways, the reason why I was looking at it was, I didn't realize it. I was looking at it because of the volume spike, but I didn't realize we had this kind of a move down and almost got back into a buy zone. I think $12 is a buy for FNMA. So if you want to look at Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, another thing, like you see about LAC, and the government taking stake in all of these companies, I wonder if, part of these bumps that have been happening here, if the government's looking to make some money, which clearly with Donald Trump there, it seems to be on his mind. I mean, he had that AI generated thing where he said he bought Intel long at 20 and it was at 30, and he was sitting in front of a trade desk there. Bringing Fannie Mae back and FMCC. So if you go FMCC, Freddie Mac, right now, this is on no news. I mean, I just Googled it. I just looked it up on Benzinga. I don't know if there's news yesterday afternoon or not, but, some of these stocks have really started to go. So this is an interesting area here as we start to talk, obviously, more and more about, what's going to happen with the housing market. Is there a turnaround coming in 2026 for the housing market? Is it going to react to interest rates? OpenDoor and all that stuff, didn't care about interest rates. These things, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, much more of a housing play than anything else. I mean, you got Lennar, DH Horton, things like that, but I really like Fannie Mae, and it's up 5% here today. So, what's up, Justin? I see you in the chat, my guy. Hope everything is doing well. You're doing well. But yeah, so I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. I think Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac on the move already early. It's only 32,000 shares, but typically, I think that's probably good for the pre-market for some of these names over there on the OTC market. So shout out to our good friend Jeff. We'll talk to him tomorrow. But yeah, I like Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac today, guys.
All right, Oracle trying to bounce here, trying to hold on to 307.50. It's below 310, which was this area from after the close. Going back a couple days ago, the TikTok announcement was a sell the news event. If you missed it this morning, again, $15 billion coming through from a corporate bond sale, according to Bloomberg. So downside here today for Oracle. What a run this thing's been on, though.
It's been good, Brenda. I was looking at the chart this morning for the watch list. It's holding generally the breakout there, but there's obviously Stargate, which Oracle is very much involved in. We saw Sam Altman take to Texas yesterday, I believe in Abilene, Texas, where the huge build-out is taking place. Oracle, OpenAI, SoftBank, all involved in that Stargate build-out. Oracle and OpenAI said the Abilene site alone could deliver, Brendo, about 5.5 gigawatts of capacity. They're claiming that's going to employ about 25,000 people. It's supposed to be completed in 2026. I was looking at some of the build-outs yesterday. Looks like they're well on their way. Keep an eye on it.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit weaker right now, but we'll see how Oracle goes today. I wanted to mention this real quick as well. One of those rare days yesterday is a daily chart of the 30-year, so long end of the curve. One of those rare days yesterday where stocks got sold and yields followed as well. So we're back higher again today. So 4.75 coming into play once again, but a bounce kind of limiting potential gains anyways, guys, for stocks today. But it's rare to see that correlation, the downside correlation with stocks and bonds as we did yesterday.
Yeah, well, the other thing too is like the equal weight was all right yesterday in the S&P. Like it was very much led by the big cap that was weak because that equal weight S&P was doing actually just fine. Coming back into Oracle, it's always I get a bit of a chuckle because I was in the car on the way home. It's short drive away from the station, and literally heard them talking about how great Oracle and how strong it's been since the earnings move. And I couldn't help but think we've had like 2, maybe 3 good days, and the vast majority, like the others, weak yesterday. It's like 2 out of every 3 days has been mostly sell since earnings on Oracle. That being said, it's really holding out that 290. Well, it's holding the earnings gap really well, 290 to 300. I think that's the big sign that you can at least take away from this. And with a down day yesterday and being down 1.5% today, that's at least a remote possibility that we could see this level, that level come back in. And whether it's the 300 or the 290, that's generally been the place that you can buy this stock. So the good news hasn't really mattered in this case. So I don't necessarily care about a good news headline here for Oracle, but we do care about that earnings gap fill. And that 290 level for sure. 300 is a good level, but 290 is the real support buy on this stock. And if it loses that, I mean, that gap was stupidity. So, hopefully you don't lose that 290, let's just say.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not even really great earnings from Oracle, just that huge story about that massive buyer. Here's last night, this was us at the Leaf game. So there's Gia, there's myself, and was just an absolutely great time had by all. Thank you for 85 likes. I like that one rated there. Thank you for everybody, for doing that. But I mean, that's, I keep saying it, but it's the reason for me being here, really. It was pretty good. Yeah, it was 3-2. They lost overtime, but it was okay. It was okay. I mean, the thing in preseason doesn't have the same intensity. I may go to the home opener. I think it's against the Canadians.
That'll have intensity.
That should be aight. When the Blue Jays last is this weekend, and then
we finish.
But what if we don't? There must be odds of us not coming in the top 2, because then.
Oh, it's not impossible, I don't think, but it's unlikely.
Okay, because I was going to say when's the first series, but if we get that first bye, then we have a week probably of doing nothing. Then we can use that as an excuse. If we lose, we can say we were resting for too long.
They're going to get Bo back. They got a lot of issues.
I hope Bo can come back.
Health is you always just want your team to make it.
I think that's true of every sport, right? Yeah, exactly.
And we're not.
You go all season with a team, and then all of a sudden the playoffs come, and it's like
starting shortstop out, number 3 starters out. Like, what are you going to do? And we got old man Scherzer on the hill against literally a stud.
Yeah, Ross Atkins.
Yeah, what are you going to do, man? We should have got one more reliever at least. But
$15 million for Scherzer.
I actually preferred Verlander to Scherzer, which at the time in my pool, everyone's like, "You're an idiot."
Verlander's still playing?
Verlander's been ridiculous the second half. That dude doesn't age, man.
Phillies.
Straight doesn't age.
Okay.
Philly, I liked Philly. I thumped them.
Yeah.
They were a good team when they beat us, but look, it's 9. It's almost 9. I know we're gonna get to the futures in a quick little second, but what's interesting, and I was just looking over LAC. I don't know if this holds. We still have a half an hour till the open. But this lithium, and we're going to talk about it, has really started just flat out barcoding here. And when a stock that's gapped up barcodes, sometimes there's a unique opportunity at the open. Like if it's this tight a range, maybe it isn't. Maybe it doesn't happen this way. But if it's this tight of a range, to just take that breakout of the local high, regardless, in my note I had 460 as a dip level on this stock, but who cares? Like if it holds this barcode of 10 cents worth of range, then you could take the breakout at the open with a stop underneath that, and you're risking 10 cents to get into a runner. So I had this on the radar just because of this barcode for a bit of a different play than just the dip buy into 460. But I do believe it's 9. Let's talk about what's going on with the future and maybe get into this rundown.
All right, guys, let's take a look at the ES December contract. Yeah, we're on that new contract now, 67.15. That's where we closed out yesterday. We defended that 6,700 point area, which was in jeopardy at least one point. We did touch it very momentarily. The overnight high, guys, 67.28. We're currently showing 26, so we're basically still at that top end of the range. We'll use 6,700 as our support level, and then we'll look to 67.50. That's where we rejected yesterday as our resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video. Sign up for the watch list, absolutely free every single day. Super easy. It comes right to your inbox, has everything that's moving around in the pre-market on it and why. Alibaba, we just touched on it, but let's revisit here because there are a number of positive notes coming through from analysts on this as well. If you missed it, deal with Nvidia on the AI front, whole bunch of spending coming through. 180 if you zoom out. We're just below that, but 180 if you zoom out a bit, a huge level here.
Yeah, as it's a huge level, Brendo, and it's the highest level they've been at since 2021, when I believe they were at $200-300, a little bit more. Year-to-date gains have also been substantial, about 107% at the time of writing this article. CEO Eddie Wu announced they will increase their AI investment beyond the 300 billion yuan that they announced in February. That's about $53 billion. They're aiming to surpass what he calls human brain level intelligence with their models. They've officially released their new version of Qwen called Qwen 3 Max, and it's alongside multiple upgrades to its other AI products as well. Wu continued to emphasize Alibaba's cloud strength now, Brendo, calling it a full-stack AI service provider. They're integrating data centers with cloud compute. And just to keep reminding you about this, they're really building out data centers quite aggressively. Brazil, France, Netherlands, expanding the ones in Mexico, Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, and Dubai, Brendo.
I just realized this, but this thing's working on 8 weeks in a row. Straight to the upside here, guys, for Alibaba.
It's been an absolute tear, Alibaba, no question. Thank you, Sharif's Gardner, in the chat for the kind words there. Sharif's Gardner. Sharif's Gardner. Right there. Yeah. Thank you very much. It used to be his left bicep. It was Sharif's mom was in the chat. I'm assuming it's all the same person. Just be real. Look, Alibaba's been an absolute run. There's no question about it. And the continuation could be real. And I think, yeah, your daily chart, I'm going to put up a monthly chart, and hopefully it doesn't take all year to load. Like, if you think, whoa, what is that wick all about? Sheesh. If you think that this doesn't really have much to do, this is just breaking out now on the monthly. It's literally just breaking out now past, like, it's going to close obviously above this prior 150 monthly top. Like, that's pretty much a given. So, like, you might have some consolidation or pullback, but this stock, as long as it holds on to $150 in the next month candle, I think there's more upside here. So, like, this is not the all-time highs. Like, you know, I'm not really too worried or concerned about that 2021 level, but certainly I think a nice consolidated phase over the next month to get you into like the low to mid twos makes a lot of sense. Like, it's got plenty of room to go on that monthly chart. I think sometimes you have to keep that perspective in mind for stock like this. As far as the gap up goes, I kind of was just saying, if it doesn't break out the pre-market high, like, show me that you're buying above the pre-market high. The last few gaps, when it's been on this run, you know, haven't been the cleanest in the world, especially if it's just hanging under VWAP here in the pre-market. So I'm willing to participate if it starts closing above the highs, and then maybe look for some VWAP dips at that point. But underneath VWAP, it's for now a bit of a pass.
All right, so, you know, this is part of why reaching out. If you guys want to send anything, please do it. We got something amazing yesterday. Thank you to 8,600 of you watching. So this was Trev. So shout out to Trevor. He sent a message to me yesterday and said he's about to be a dad. And this is him in the operating room, waiting, his poor wife, waiting there, watching the show. And so that's pretty cool, man. And then, I mean, I got it, Joe.
Awesome.
Right there. But if this is not what life is about, then I'll pass. So cheers, Trev, man. Absolutely gorgeous. And a nice Italian name with Vincent. It should have been Vincenzo. But there it is. So there he goes. Thank you, Trev, for sharing, man. It means a whole hell of a lot to do that. And that's a special moment. So congratulations to you, Trevor, and to everybody else that's out there. So there it goes, man. You know, big congratulations to you and your family. So shout out and thank you so much for sharing all of that. I have Alibaba's on the sticky note. I'm just figuring it out. So yeah, I love Alibaba today. Just got to wait for it to develop some sort of a support level. So I'm going long on Alibaba. Keep watching, and you'll find out where and when. Look at the bottom; it'll say Sean long Alibaba at some point today. So I'm getting ready for that, and very excited right there. Oh, Marvell Marvell's starting to move here. Marvell announces additional $5 billion stock repurchase authorization. Thank you. This is a big play for your boy. Marvell going a little bit higher here, so we definitely appreciate all the Marvell love from the market. All right, let's go back over the desk and talk about some company called the LA Clippers.
If you zoom out here, here's a weekly chart for LAC, give you some perspective. This was the last time we were up here, October of 2024. It's been a long time, bouncing along $3 for this thing. Obviously much higher prices. If you go back further, just a recap, remember this company spun out their South American holdings into a different company, AAC. So that's why the move was to the downside initially. Yep. But I mean, this is huge. Almost a double here early on this morning.
Yeah, Brendo, this is continued push by the Americas to become self-reliant with these critical minerals. We saw it with MP, as you mentioned. We're seeing it here with LAC. So the company is in active talks with the Department of Energy as well as General Motors about accessing the first draw of their $2.25 billion federal loan. The discussions involve conditions precedent to accessing the loan, with the Department of Energy actually requesting additional stipulations before the funds are released. But it's all focusing on this Thacker Pass lithium project. So the loan proceeds will support the Thacker Pass project in Humboldt County, Nevada, one of the world's largest known lithium resources. The project is managed by a joint venture. It's Lithium Americas, as well as GM. GM's got a 38% stake in the mine. Phase 1 targets about 40,000 tons per year, Brendo, of battery-grade lithium carbonate. The Thacker Pass construction is expected to generate about 2,000 jobs, give or take, and LAC's position in Thacker Pass as a cornerstone of the U.S. domestic EV supply chain. So as I kind of started this whole thing out, looking to become domestically reliant.
This is trading like a bit of a small cap this morning, but definitely not one. Massive float on this stock. So is there opportunities here, guys, just based on this headline, or what do you want to see?
Well, you like to, at this point, every time you've seen government involvement, in this particular case, it's not necessarily the same as some of the other stakes that you've seen the administration make. Like, this is clearly, hey, look, you want some help on that loan, then we want something out of it. It's just a little bit different here. And as you said, it's ridiculously liquid. This is not necessarily like a halt candidate where it's going to be so illiquid and so crazy that it goes from 60% up to 500% and halts 10 times in the way or some nonsense like that. But it can hopefully give us some structure, because the prior high, if you go back to October last year, almost a full calendar year, you did have 460 was like on an open basis anyways. Like that was the highest open when it rejected. So that's the level I'm looking for in terms of holding structure for the long. I do like, and now this consolidation I was talking about earlier is starting to fade off a little bit. So if it can hold on to 5, then this little mini breakout here still holds at 525, just because you can see the sellers come in. So if it's consolidating here for the next 20 minutes and able to maybe take a quick little breakout, risk it about 10, 15 pennies if it goes right away. Otherwise, I'm waiting for the 460 on LAC. Just looking for some more structure out of this as opposed to something crazy parabolic. Like I'm not, like the stock we're talking about next, I don't think it's going to necessarily have an OpenDoor kind of day. Like OpenDoor was doing, a couple of times did like 1 billion shares OpenDoor. I just don't see, this has done 20 million now. It'll be good, but it's not going to approach those types of levels.
Look, I thought it was the LA Clippers, so I didn't look at it. The only thing that I remember is MP Metals and Materials. The government took a stake up in this, and that was the announcement. This is where it is now. So it's already up $30 more from where that announcement was made. I think, unless it was in July, but I think it was. So there it goes. Huge upside still for MP and going higher, right? Especially on a day like today where you get more announcements into the mining and the metal space. So yeah, I think MP Metals is a great stock at these levels as well. So I'm just playing around it. This stock's been beat up so badly, LAC, that it's nice to finally see it making a move here. I mean, the daily chart pretty much, tells you what was going on with it. Even if we go into a monthly here on eSignal, I mean, this was $40, you know, not too long ago. So look at that. Wow. Man, this government knows how to pick levels.
Pick the bottom.
Yeah. Congratulations. Great stock there today. LAC. I think it's going to be a long, but I mean, right now it's bleeding a little bit to the downside. So I would just say, I mean, it's kind of similar to Alibaba, except for this I don't think has the juice that Alibaba could possibly have today. Like, it's already juiced is what I'm getting at. So you know, a pullback into the 200 is always something that I'm looking for. But I'd like to give it a little bit more data than what we've had right now, because this 200 is too sloped. So we needed to, you know, just have 200 minutes worth of data here since this announcement. So maybe I'll change my chart for this one. But right now it's 480 is what we're looking at. And I think I'm going to wait for this. But a pullback, definitely, if it's available, we're going to go on that one. Tesla's we have Tesla coming on soon? No, Tesla's at 430 right now. I don't have this one. The sticky note is now out, but Tesla's an interesting level of 430. So maybe 431 to 432 there could be a nice break level or a level to go short. Market trying to figure itself out. All right, let's go back over the desk. Actually, what's up, Adam James? No, I don't. I actually slept pretty good there. This is my new MO. This chill, this voice, this chill, everything like that. So let's go back over the desk.
We'll see if we continue the bounce here for OpenDoor this morning. 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row downside. We filled that little gap that was on the daily chart left over. So, I mean, trying to bounce, trying to hold on to $7. We'll see. I mean, there's nothing significant on this today, but it looks pretty good.
It's retail sentiment, and then one of their biggest holders of the stock is selling again, Brendo. So retail trader sentiment on open turned a little bearish yesterday on stock twits after a sharp change from the prior day's neutral tone. The sentiment dropped following a 15.5% decline on the shares, the worst day that it's had basically since early August 6th. Message volume did rise slightly, but indicating elevated trader attention, but the tone still lean negative. Separately, Access Industries sold about 11.4 million shares worth about $95 million, cutting its holding to around 31.3 million shares. This comes after another major sale on the 12th of September where Access sold about 10.9 million shares worth about $100 million, which pushed the shares down 14%. Access still remains one of the largest shareholders, the third after the current CEO, Kaz Najatian, as well as Vanguard. But Kaz, the new CEO, they're all restricted stock units, Brendo. He can't sell them until the price reaches a certain level.
We'll keep an eye on OpenDoor real quick. Here's a couple other things. Marvell just popping up here on that note. The company announced an additional $5 billion stock repurchase. $1 billion accelerated share repurchase program as well. There's also a note on PayPal I'm just seeing here. Also PYPL. Is it actually moving on that? Not tremendously. Blue Owl Capital said today Blue Owl management funds have agreed to purchase $7 billion worth of PayPal shares. So it might have been the pop earlier this morning, guys, in the pre-market.
Read them.
Yeah, I think the PayPal deal is like they're going to get them to pick off their buy now pay later debt. So, look, OpenDoor actually didn't have this one written down, but I'm glad we're going over it because, look, it flat bottom broke. It kind of really flat bottom broke technically on Monday, and then yesterday, look at the rejection. It clean at 8 later, and then clean underneath this prior low here at 8:30. So if this gets juiced into the $8 level, I think I'd look for a short reversion on this. We got free locates on OpenDoor, so over here we can short it. And as it looks like it's on at least a temporary back end of the trade, with 6 being the next local support. Yeah, I mean, there's this prior high at 7, but I mean, if it's fading up at $8 and you're not worried too much about 7, so yeah, I might add this one to the list. It just needs to get up. It was kind of there, I guess, this morning, but if this tries to go for a jaunt, I'd look to try to catch the back end of that trade. From 8 to that high would be, call it like 820 or so. So 8 to 820, look for a reversion on OpenDoor.
I mean, down 15% yesterday. I mean, not good, right? Insider selling. We see that Eric Jackson switched his mind over to BETR already, and that seems to be moving around there. Yeah, so that's the problem. Better Home. So I mean, it's a similar play. this as maybe OpenDoor. As I mean, I think he's right. There is going to be some sort of a turnaround here in the housing market. And this is right into the level now. It hit the level that, honestly, like it's like a broken record. Like I've said this before, like this was the level where it was most likely going to fall into, right? I mean, if we fell, this is where. I mean, there's the gap, there's the fall, there's the bid now coming. I think you got to go long, man. I think you got to go long, like 680, 650, 7. Like this is the area right here. And if it fails and breaks you, then it breaks you. Like I don't know. This is the problem when you're trading meme stocks. It's boom or bust, basically. I mean, these are very dramatic moves. Like each one of these candles is like almost 10%. Moving dollars at a time. Every day, this stock is moving quite dramatically. And if it doesn't, you wonder what's up with that, right? So I would say in and around $7. That's a great long. That was yesterday's opportunity right there. It only came at the close and it was bought up. You see that little wick there? Like this is at 530. At 330, you get a lot of volume coming in there on OpenDoor on that move down to 7. So someone whacked it through 7. Then it was here. Maybe I can, if we zoom in a little bit more. See, there it is. Someone whacks it through 7 and someone whacks it right back up, and then it holds 7 right there at the close in the last 5 minutes before making a pretty epic run, actually, from 7 up to 730 in 20 minutes. Not epic as in the way that we've never seen it before, but that's a beautiful hold in the after hours. And then today we start to just to climb again. So yeah, I mean, that $7 level, I mean, how wrong are you going to be on that if you use something like 690, 680 as your low? So yeah, I mean, I should have probably put up OpenDoor there. Why are people saying my sticky note did not go through? I don't know. So I put the Marvell one there, and then this is 9 minutes ago, September 24th. Yeah, so it should be, here, I'll put this one more time in the chat. It's going to hopefully be up on Instagram soon. You can follow me at Trader TV Sean there, but I'll hit copy, and then we'll throw this in the chat so you guys can go. There you go. Some people are seeing it, so there it is in the chat. Hopefully you guys can go find it. But yeah, OpenDoor should be on there at $7 dip buy opportunity. All right, Nvidia.
Strong.
On said notes today. Let's go find out what our news hosts are saying about it.
All right, yeah, back to the upside here after the down day yesterday. You go back 2 days ago, a little bit of profit taking expected, I guess, after the monster move. There's not a lot to really sink your teeth into here on the Y side of things today, but definitely trying to bounce.
Well, you can make some inferences. Micron, with their huge move up yesterday, saying that the AI demand's through the roof. They're obviously supplying their high bandwidth memory to Nvidia as well in their large servers, their AI servers. Separately, you could make the argument that the Oracle deal yesterday, with the build out in Abilene as well as many different places with Stargate and the $400 billion investment, obviously is going to benefit Nvidia greatly. Most of these data centers are going to be filled with Nvidia's GPUs. Very few of them are going to actually have AMD's latest GPU, Brendo. So, inferring the move up from these headlines, yeah?
Yeah, we'll see if some volume, some participation starts to come in here. 180 was a bit of a problem spot going into the midday yesterday before the overall market sold off. So we'll see if we can't get back above 180 today, guys. Nvidia trade?
Yeah, I think Nvidia's a big trade. Go ahead. You go ahead.
Yeah, it keeps losing that 184, 185 level on Nvidia, like over and over again. The 15-minute doesn't do it justice. On the daily chart, you can see it just can't seem to break out. At some point, we'll be taking a 185 break on the stock. It's just, it's not happening yet. Micron had a good quarter, and it goes down anyways, even with the strong guidance for them. So, look, I don't know if we get all the way in to be able to fade up here 184. Like, obviously that is a bit of a temporary top, but for a continuation trade, I'm looking at the 181 resistance level for a pop and curl here on Nvidia. Whenever that day happens, 185 is going to get taken at some point. It's just not yet. The sellers are in control up there, and I want to respect that and sort of go with that continuation trend on Nvidia.
Here's my trade on Nvidia. It's a 180 short. So yesterday it was very weak. We tried to support the name, did not work. And we're going to go short on Nvidia. So I think it's just, let's watch and see what happens with Micron and AMD though as well, because AMD is kind of going the other way. So, you know, this will be hopefully a big trade for me, that 180 short here on Nvidia. Again, it's kind of the high rate into there. Why I'm looking at it, we have the 50-period moving average, or sorry, the 200-period moving average is up in and around here, around 180.50. So you're going to have some consolidation in this area. So if we can get back up, let's just see. I don't have any orders sitting there yet. There's only 10 minutes to go right now, but 180.60, 180.70, something like that is where we're going to wind up being wrong if that's the case. So yeah, Nvidia should be an interesting name today. The fact that it's up more than the market is giving me a little bit of a pause on that kind of a play. But yeah, I said it yesterday, until we get above 180, I don't really want to go long this name. So too much pressure from that top side again up there. You know, we just made back-to-back highs. Like we just kept on seeing this one. It reminds us of, you know, there's Palo Alto keeps on banging its head against the highs. There's other names as well that keep wanting to do it. So I would say that, you know, until Nvidia goes, it's a little bit different. I think Apple is at the high. I mean, that Apple, that was a great long, and I'm going to keep, I mean, I'm never selling Apple shares, but it's going to break the high. I think that's a little bit of a better look right now than Nvidia. So we're going to wait for that and go short on Nvidia today.
Mentioned it early on, but let's recap here. Palantir had a wild day yesterday as well. Ends the day back essentially where it started after a huge sell-off down to 178. We're back above 183 here. Nice news story this morning involving Boeing here for PLTR.
Yeah, not a bad look here, Brendo. So Boeing Defense Systems, BDS, going to integrate with Palantir's AIP platform, their AI platform, AIP, to standardize data analytics across production lines and support classified military projects. So that's from the production side, but they're also going to help optimize the workflows for sensitive missions involving military aircraft, helicopters, satellites, spacecraft, missiles, and weapons. Palantir's head of defense, Mike Gallagher, stated the partnership will accelerate production and innovation, and he stressed the urgency against the rising global threats. The deal strengthens Boeing's position, obviously, in defense as they're looking to get new contracts from Kazakhstan, Turkey, and China. Obviously not defense-related with China, but it is with Turkey. And Bank of America today, Brendo, reaffirming the buy rating on Palantir and boosting the price target to 215.
Just to recap quickly, nothing on the economic calendar this morning you're going to have to worry about. No Fed speakers even to be concerned about, or even a Fed Chair Powell type of event as we had yesterday, guys. So Palantir trying to get going here off 183 right now.
The relative strength was real. Like yesterday, you saw it really pick up in volume, and it was one of the few, you know, AI-related or big cap tech-related names that showed some strength. I just wanted to show the imbalance locator. You have LACs up here, and remember, LAC is it's a $5 stock. Okay, so it's 750,000 imbalance is not that big, but it is up there. QBTS with a 500,000 buy imbalance. That's not too bad. BABA, a couple 100,000 shares in there. Those are the ones that really stand out on the locator. Probably QBTS with the quantum names. I mean, what a rally Rigetti had yesterday. No questions asked. Why is this still on AMD? Palantir, this was the move through 180 bucks that essentially on that news, it managed to hold up at VWAP when the market was tanking, so it ended up holding, you know, some higher lows off of that. That's where the buying started. That's one of the big levels that needs to hold today. No questions asked. You know, it's a super, super strong name in a general sense. It's very close to the all-time high, so I think in this particular case, I mean, I'm looking dip buy. I mean, the 178 was the support, but 180 was also kind of that level where the news hit. So it's kind of a different anchor there, that 180 level that it gives you here on Palantir. So we'll see if it can hold that one. If you don't want to be a buyer into that on the dip, just because of that relative strength. It's not crazy them getting a contract. I mean, they get contracts all the time. It was more the reaction to it that I liked, bucking that trend in the market. If they didn't want to buy it up, then you'd think it would have given a little bit more back, and it hasn't.
Yeah, look, Andre's there listening to the mics. If there's a problem, he will let us know. So we'll just go off that. My sticky note has Palantir as the #1 trade idea today, and it's a dip buy a little bit more aggressive than those levels. 182. So I'm already sitting here. If we can dip by into 182, I'm going to take it. It was yesterday's sort of top that we weren't able to break through. Had a huge fall off of that, around 1 o'clock or so when the whole market went for a tumble. Remember, I'm still trying to be short this market, so I'm not absolutely in love with trying to catch something that's coming down through, but I'll try Palantir at 182. I mean, and eventually, if it breaks it, then we'll get out. I mean, Palantir has been a monster trade here, personally and here in front of everybody on the show. So I like the stock. I don't have a problem trying to go long on this one, but if we break this 182, then I think we can see you later. So that's going to be mine. I'm sitting there right now on Palantir, and it's the number one trade idea there. And I think it goes just with Boeing, right? I mean, another contract, and this time, with a big corporation, we'll take it, right? I mean, Boeing has U.S. government ties as well. This is for their air defense and everything. So this is great news for PLTR and just shows, the value of their foundry. So, I think it's great. I think it's great news for Boeing to get this deal done, and it's even better news for PLTR. So for me, that's a dip buy opportunity right there. The other orders that I have in right now are layering up a little bit of this Nvidia short into 180. We'll see if that can print in the next 3.5 minutes as well. And then I have Alibaba as a trade idea for myself. Like yesterday, we traded 4 symbols, and they were all the ones on our list. I think we might have added one extra one in there as well. And we'll trade whatever we see. I mean, if there's movement in the names outside of the ones I have listed, I'm all over there, right? But I'll be very specific with the names that I trade and continue to do that. 175 right now. Alibaba came in and was almost up 10%. Now you're up 8. So it has fallen quite nicely here from that 178.50 back into 176. Again, trying to wait for some kind of support there on Alibaba. I don't know where it's going to be. So I'm just going to have it up, and you guys will yell at me if there's anything going on there. And then I wrote down on here as well, between 103.50 and 104. That was, like, I want to start the short there on the NASDAQ where we were today. But I do understand that, yesterday's move, and we had this whole short, by the way. Yesterday we were short right here, 104.30. So that's where we were short yesterday, and this is what happened. So today, let's see if we can get that again somewhere in here. I said that 104. If we even get up here, I don't want to hold for that break. So we'll see what winds up happening in and around 104 for these TQ shorts. So that's kind of the play that I'm looking at, and I have orders all on those spots that we just said there. So those are my sort of 4 trade ideas that we're working with here to start with today. And yeah, Bernard, that's what I mean. Like Tesla, I think could be there. Marvell is fantastic. Thank you for bringing that up again. Turner Music on their 5 billion share authorization for another buyback there. So there goes Marvell. But see how it's basing here. 5 billion's a lot, but it's not huge. So we'll take that move higher and again see where this winds up going. But Marvell again, booyaka, now above. Quite above where we were on earnings, not quite, but 73, 74, 75. This is where we bought. Whoosh down, double down there. Didn't double down. I wish I would have. Now we're making the back upside here. An 80 break on Marvell is going to be something special. So we'll wait to see if that can hit today as well. And then everyone's talking Tesla still, but I mean it's under that 430. I think a 430 break is a decent spot, but I didn't see that. There wasn't a catalyst for Tesla.
There wasn't a catalyst for BBAI yesterday that was crazy either, and it seemed to want to go.
No, there was a catalyst.
I know, but it wasn't a big one.
What?
It wasn't huge.
The deal with the U.S. Navy. It's their biggest deal of all time.
Yeah, with dollar value. So anyways, it's like with Rigetti. Like you make a deal that is not substantive relative to the market cap of the stock.
Yeah.
But it's a squeeze play. But just quickly for BBAI, it got to that 850 level on the daily. And I'm not saying it rejected it, but I think temporary top. And that's the play I'm going to look for here on BBAI. As long as it doesn't break out the 850, it's kind of in this top end range, looking for a pop and fade, like a failed break of the high, at least off the open here for BBAI. I just double checked the imbalances. FCX jumped in here, 850 sell. QBTS grew slightly to 650 to the buy side. Alibaba's a $500,000 share buy.
Yeah.
$500,000 would be infinitesimally small.
Yes.
For sure. Keep an eye on LAC as well. It did have that barcode at that 525 levels. We dropped the bell, brought to you by VinFast. That's VFS, everybody. Check them out. Scan that QR code you see out in front. And let's get this party started.
All right, here we go. Yeah, so no positions obviously to start the day off right now. Palantir is absolutely ripping. It's already at 185. 184.50. Yeah, just touchdown right there. We'll see if this does pull back into some of these areas right now as Palantir continues to go. Look at the market starting to go back upside, so we may be getting into our Nvidia short soon, potentially. 179. What am I waiting at right here? 179.90. So we'll see if that can come into play right now. Market trying to go upside. Nothing really hitting for me yet. I mean, it's 30 seconds in.
Yeah.
Alibaba 176 and not open yet, so we don't have that first specialist print out of them because, of course, it's a New York stock. So the market will open up when the market opens up. Nvidia just doing nothing right now. The big mover most of the days is Tesla straight away off the open. And today again, went up to 431 and change. Now pulling back in. Don't tell me we missed that Nvidia short. I don't think so. Palantir's pulling back a little bit, 183 and change as we watch Nvidia. I'm sitting at 179.90 looking to get that short. We just missed it.
And BBI pull back, so I guess it's not going to do a pop and fade as well there. Lithium Americas is trying to break out that local high. It's about 525. It's not about 525. It's exactly 525 where that little barcode action starts. So I said I'm going to take that break with a stop at 515. And so whoa, how did I not get filled? On a $5 stock? That's weird. Well, my order went out on that break of 25s, and I did not get a fill there. All right, we'll see if we can leave it in to get. Usually in a stock like $5 stock with a spread like that, you're not going to miss a fill. But yeah, I guess I should have used an Edge A stop. I used NASDAQ scan, and it completely failed me there. Edge A is one of our preferred stops. I'm going to try and get it on the way back in here, pick up some 30s, and see if we can't get into Lithium Americas. 11% short flow, doing a ton of volume, obviously, off the open here.
All right, well, you see I'm in a trade now. We have that Nvidia short. We just covered a little bit at 179. I was just getting tired of it not going up. I mean, we tried to get that short early. I was just sitting at the wrong price. I was sitting at 90. I should have been right there at that top of 80, and that's where it came into. But we just took the bid there at the 200, which is 179.07, so that's right where it is right now. There it comes in. So here it goes, 35 cents to the downside. At least we talked about this, so hopefully it can work out. But if you guys want to cover, not a bad little play here early, as there goes the market. Look, man, we nailed the market short. It's just, again, 103.50 is what I wrote down, and it goes up to 103.35, you know, and here's the move right now. Oh boy, man, this is already 50 cents in the money so far on Nvidia, but hopefully it goes down a little bit more than that. We're just, we'll wait. Actually, I'll just put a bid right here at 88. Okay, so we got 88s right there, so that's a smooth 50 cents to start the day. You're welcome, Jonathan, for that NASDAQ short call. It was the biggest trade yesterday. Looks like it could have been an absolute monster there again. So, hey, man, just thank you guys for tuning in. Tune in every day that I'm here. You'll hear commentary like that. So there it is, 178. There goes Nvidia. All right, how are things going over there?
Well, we got a 1-for-1 on LAC, but that pre-market high was a quick little scalp trade. We said we'd take the local breakout into the pre-market high. Now we'll just play trend. I don't think this is OpenDoor written all over it. Otherwise, I think, yeah, hold it to $6. But we'll play it by ear. I haven't traded this stock in at least 3 or 4 years. So I want to go VWAP to the high, to VWAP to the high again. It just went 25 to 50s. But I just never felt this stock had $6 in it as well. BBAI is trying to claw its way back up. This is one that we wanted to pop and fade. There we go. BBAI pop and fade. It's not breaking out the high. If it doesn't actually get into this 820 to 850 range, then I'm just going to play it off the pre-market high. Look, I like the move that it's made the last couple of days. We've only really been going along it. I just feel like it's got to a spot on the daily chart where, you're running into some resistance. So if this actually closes under VWAP on this candle, which it looks like it's going to, I'm going to pop into the short and give it to the prior high. Like that pre-market top, not that 850 level. Like it's at $8. I'm not holding that all the way to 850.
All right, a little bit of a, so we took out some there at 178.50. So, 178.30s there. Let me just go check on see what Micron's doing. I I don't like to trade earnings plays day of, so we'll see what winds up happening here with Micron. Obviously, it does not hold that 163.50 low there. So here comes Micron back to the downside. We'll just continue to watch out for Nvidia. And if these TQQs can come back up, then we will do that. Let me check out what Amazon's doing here on a battle back from yesterday. It looks like it's sinking as well. Right now, it got as high as 224, just as low right there as 222 again. Those are some of those levels from yesterday there on Amazon. So we could definitely have a good look over there. Yeah, so so far, a couple different names there. Micron, BBAI, and Nvidia, I guess, and then LAC. So yeah, we're trading right now. What was going on with Tesla?
It's at 435.
Ooh, yeah, Tesla.
That's distinctly different from the rest of the market, everybody. Tesla, look, it's bye-bye. So 435 on Tesla. There wasn't any particular story with this. Like I didn't hate it or love this stock today, so it doesn't really matter. 440, watch out for the 440 level. It's failed a couple of times in here, but this is clearly stronger than just about everything else that I'm looking at. If it's not a small capper, like I mean, LAC's going, but like what does LAC have to do with the overall market? They're going up because they got a government stake, that government stake. So Tesla, super strong. Let us know what else might be moving. BBAI, local support at that 780. So I want to get a couple of legs out at 780, just in case. If this holds 780, you know what the stock is capable of if it gets going. So you want to make sure you take some profit when the short starts working. Adara.
Yeah, I just want to mention here with Tesla, there were a couple analyst notes that were really positive. You can read more about them on our Trader TV Live watch list. But TSLA getting some positive projections here from both Deutsche Bank and Wolf Research. Wolf Research having pretty optimistic targets for the company's Q3 deliveries. So it's a little bit more context here with TSLA. Also keep an eye on BTDR, BitDeer, and Riot platforms. I'm seeing some speculation on X that these companies could be involved with OpenAI, but that, again, this is from like 10 hours ago, was just getting recirculated now. Keep an eye on BTDR and RIOT. In terms of economic data, at 10 a.m., we will be having the new home sales change numbers. I'll be delivering those for you here at this desk. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. Yeah, we'll go over all of those numbers with you guys as well as they hit. So, yeah, I tried to get a little bit more not a little bit more. Again, I'm trying to use 103 now as an anchor for the TQs, and we put an offer there and missed it, 102.90s again, so it went to 102.84. Like, oh man, just keep on missing the top end of some of those plays. But, the one that we're trying to dip buy in on today, we had Palantir as a long, Nvidia as a short, the market as a short. Right there. So we're going to be positive, obviously, trading today because we only have Nvidia short, which is now 40 cents. But we're going to wait to see what winds up happening here. I mean, I'm still looking for 182 on Palantir. That might be not great. The call on the market today was the big one, and it just didn't hit the level. So maybe next time, you kind of go immediately, and it's not like it's huge. I mean, the TQs is not falling that fast. It's still only down 0.1. We saw it really get going yesterday. At some point, it could get going today, or we could go completely the other way. Uber right now back to 100. No, almost got there. Yeah, it got to 99.85. Right there for Uber. So that was close. Now this is starting to fade out again. Oh, damn, man. I mean, Nvidia is actually holding out much better than I thought. Let me put another bid here for 10% in the mid 80s. Hopefully we can get that. There it is. So we get that at 86 right there. See, sometimes you got to put that order out because they'll just spike down and grab you right there. So yeah, man, the future short definitely paying, man. Congratulations. Anybody that has that. If you're in any trades, especially the short right now, you might want to consider looking.
Crypto, maybe.
Yeah, you might want to consider. I was just going to say crypto's not moving, I don't think, because I looked at it was at 13
Oh, it's not, because Mara's going bat-ish crazy.
I was just going to say, I don't know how much the futures can go. So you got to wait. I'd rather it be down here and break and go lower. So you got to watch out for these futures right now. 597 for the Qs, something like that could be a little bit of a bottom there. So that was a good out there on Nvidia for another 10% down there at 178.80. Nvidia is actually much stronger than I thought today. So we're going to have to maybe regroup on some of that thought as here comes comes the market right back up and looking to go short those TQQs now.
Yeah, BBAI bounced off that afternoon support at 780 here. So, that's 7.75. It's actually exactly 780. 7.75 yesterday, but 780 here this morning. So 8 to 780. I think if this regains 8, you never want to get caught in like that whole liquidity grab on a dip on a squeeze stock, but that's what BBAI looks like right now. So if either we break down through this level and then we get some follow through and then we can start shorting some lower highs, but otherwise the stock is kind of basing out here at that 780 level where you found some support the day before. I was mentioning Mara going ham, up now 6% and just 50. Like program buy going on here in Mara, which it's not like you're seeing Bitcoin do anything wild.
Maybe so there's news about Mara. Derek, I don't know if
exactly. Like if anything pops off, like this is IBIT right now. Pop off. Barely even breaking out the tops from overnight highs. So that's pretty much a nothing burger there. So Mara potentially a squeeze. I know technically it looks good on the daily chart. Some people said Palantir, at least until it gets to 180, this now looks like a failed break over that prior high. So if it can't hold VWAP anytime soon, then this looks like it could end up being a little bit of a fade play. If it can't get back above the 184, if I see a 184 fail again, then sometimes the fail breaks are really good on Palantir. Remember to hit that like and subscribe. And I want to remind everybody, get in the chat. To do so, you have to be a subscriber and type $ with your symbol so that we can track what the most interesting names are to you guys. Let's go to Adair.
The one thing I'm seeing here, maybe for these miners particularly, because crypto as a whole is fairly strong, but the miners are very much on their own path with regards to the strings. I mentioned a couple minutes ago, there's some people mentioning speculation with regards to Riot and BitBear in particular, because we have this OpenAI deal. So it's worth noting in general, these centers I guess they're being viewed as potentially able to power some AI. So it looks like that could be at least the play for the miners here. A lot of that speculation, though, just based on what I'm seeing online. Back to you.
Yeah, I know I looked at Mara because I saw Mara in the chat, but it's Riot that, as Adair just mentioned, it is most certainly Riot, which is jamming the most here. So 14% here on Riot, and just quickly, this is blue skies. At least in when you look at the daily chart, you go really far back. So it's a blue sky setup. You're into some big levels as you get to this 1920 range, but you haven't been there since the beginning of 2024. So you're talking almost a couple of years ago. So the last time that it was up here. So big move here for Riot and dragging some of the other miners along with it. Just going to jump back over to Palantir. They have that Boeing news. It's still really unable to, it just failed again at 184, so it can't seem to break out this 184 level at all. BBAI is doing the same thing, and Lithium Americas right back into the volume weighted average price. I'm going to pick some up here at VWAP on LAC. It's not the Clippers, everybody. And if it gets to 6 again, I think that's an obvious place to work. So kind of getting in off the prior high we were getting out before, and then look to play that one into 560, 580, and so forth. So, LAC, they got the U.S. government looking to take a stake. They didn't actually take a stake, looking to take a stake in them as they rework some loans. Again, I don't think this is a halt candidate or anything like that, so I want to play inside the range. If it breaks out 6, maybe that's a separate story here for Lithium Americas. Very, very large. It's a good-sized float here, too, as well. So I wouldn't necessarily expect this is going to do, OpenDoor things.
OpenDoor things, okay.
Speaking of which.
Those are good things if you're doing OpenDoor.
That's actually up today.
Oh, OpenDoor is actually up. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because it's bouncing off that $7 mark. I mean, we sort of talked about that play from yesterday. So good job there. Anybody grabbing some of that? All right. So I was waiting I'm going to take a little bit more here on the TQs, but so I've just been covering a little bit of Nvidia because it's not necessarily doing what I thought it would do. I thought it would actually continue downside. So we'll get some more out here at 20s now, and I'm going to wait to get more. Like I got to be a little bit more patient. It was 170. Well, a little more patient for the downside, but also not layering into shorts right now either. We got to wait for a little bit higher up, but there's a nice little trade for the TQs. Let me take another piece, or let me take something out at 55 if we can get back down into there. So we just reloaded the short there on it, and we just had a little bit of a dump and didn't take advantage of it because we were looking at Nvidia. So we'll put out a bid right there for the TQs, and we'll put one even lower down there at 40 or so, just to see if that wants to fill. I mean, yesterday we had a really special trade with the futures, so we're going to see if we can do it once again right now I know I missed the top, but we didn't have that scheduled top at these levels. I was looking for a little bit higher, but there it is right there. 2 for 2 and green today so far, so not bad. We just need Nvidia to go, which I'm not sure it's going to, but here comes into 179. All right, don't I not have a bid there? Yes, I do. So there it is again. Bang. So big, just easy to follow, I think, trades today. We talked about that Nvidia short. We talked about getting the NASDAQ back into the short again. So that is printing right now for that. And then Alibaba not doing anything. So it's kind of doing what I was hoping it would do, and that would be find some support. I mean, that's exactly what we wrote down here. More AI news, looking for the long, watching for support, potentially at VWAP. So we'll wait to see what's happening. It looks like it's VWAP support right now, but I'm net short, and man, we're starting to print now as there goes Nvidia breaking back down below one more time. So yeah, man, so far so good. We put a bid here at 90, take some of that out. Nvidia for the win right now here today. So our position board once again is not working, but I'm sure it will be working in just a matter of time.
Yeah, nothing's changed. Long LAC and short BBAI, but I do now want to get Palantir. It's failed 184 a second time, so that local high here is just 184 and a third. I get it, Palantir does have a positive catalyst from yesterday, but this has just been a level that it's had some contention with in the last couple of days. Right? You go back to the morning of yesterday and you go back to Friday, it's been rejecting the 184 level in earnest. So we want to make sure if it's a long, to me, it has to be breaking out or getting down to that 180 that I like. So I'm going to short this if we get just underneath 184, and we'll stop out the 184.33 level. BBAI is still very much holding this low from yesterday, like the afternoon low. I don't mean the low of the day on BBAI, but the afternoon low is being held really nicely here. So we're going to try to get another fade into VWAP if I can for a reload if this actually follows through, just to continue with the trend here. But Mara and Riot are going absolutely ham. If there's any other stocks that are going crazy, everybody, what I want you to do, and I said it when we went to Adara, I just want to make sure everyone got this right. If you're typing a symbol in the chat, type $, like if you're typing, like we'll go $ Mara just to show you an idea, and then you'll see Marvell comes in there, Intel, Iran, I just saw Mara pops in. So make sure you're doing that so that your names will get up there, because Tesla leads the list, AMD, which we haven't even looked at, AMD here yet, Riot now starting to come in there. So thank you guys. Make sure you do that. Easier for us to track what you guys are interested in. That's how we came across that the Riot story, which is lifting Mara as we speak. But here comes a little bit of a pop. I want to get another reload, or a reload, it's not another one, a reload in BBAI on said pop, and we'll see if I actually get into that Palantir. I don't know if it's got the juice to get back up. Palantir on the NASDAQ, of course. Neil?
Well, we've got the juice here. TQ's good reloaded position right there. Starting to go to the downside. That's good, man. And then there goes Nvidia. So we just got a print there of Nvidia 178. And again, it was the number one idea on here is Palantir long 182. That just didn't come in yet. Maybe it will. And then Nvidia 180s and the short as well. So there goes Nvidia. Let's see what winds up happening. But we do have exciting news for Canadians that are out there. Beta Pro by Global X has launched 6 new triple levered ETFs, including 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the TSX 60, believe it or not, semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. They are offering now a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek and neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, please check out betapro.ca/3 times Daily X to learn more. We want to thank Global Beta Pro and Global X for sponsoring our show. While we are doing that, we do have a new position, and let's see what winds up happening with it. This is PLTR. So I said, we wanted to get that 182. We had written down here 182 long, but it looks like our call on the futures is absolutely trumping everything right now. We have dollar clubs in Nvidia. We have a great great move here in the futures as boom right there, and Palantir going the other way. So yeah, if we were so negative on the market, we probably should have stayed away from this one. But it's just an early, like it's a bid that I put out a long time ago, and it got filled. So we will, watch to see if this can hold 181 on this dramatic move down. But if it doesn't, then we can fly away from this trade. So yeah, not great. We talked about trying to catch the falling knife there, but again, really light position here for Palantir. It came in, and I don't sit there with, if we're ever doing max default, like you'll hear me say like, okay, we've got it, like here we go, this is what the day is going to be. Look at what Nvidia is doing though. This is where the money is today, 178.15s and still going lower. Oh man, what a day so far here today. So I think we've only had a few trades, right? I mean,
just a couple.
Yeah, we've traded, I think 2 or 3 names for you, 3 names for me. So, which is pretty much max. Like I don't use too many more trades than this, obviously. It only takes a couple of good ones. Nvidia TQs, and now we just averaged into 181 there for Palantir. So let's see if this can climb. We're long at 181.70. I think it's worth dropping some if we can get back in the 50s. Palantir looks weak, man, as does this whole market. So this breaks 180s, we are out. Like Palantir not working right now for the long, and we probably should not have even been sitting there, but it's kind of just a scratch for today. So we'll wait to see. It looks like it's going to break it. The market short is really where the money's at there today. I mean, the longs have been few and far between. I know you got LAC there, so I hope that can work out. And
in theory, might not care what the market's doing.
Shouldn't, no.
It should. I mean, you can go a couple of ways with that,
there goes,
right? Like
it's Palantir.
Like as a lithium play. Like you could maybe look at EV demand and care about that, but I don't think this is about that story. It's so long as it holds VWAP, I think we're good to go on this stock. BBI just lost a bid in a big way. This market does not want to go. And that Palantir, yeah, I canceled. Obviously, I'm not going to get 184 again. But that failure we're talking about at 184, like once it confirmed, it absolutely fell all over itself. But I have to respect, if the market's going down like this, there is a wall at 570. It was a scalp trade the first time. I'm not convinced that this is anything like OpenDoor or any of those types of names. So I think this might be more of a, let me listen to myself. I think this might be more of a station-to-station play. Like you get the bounce off VWAP, it shows a seller, jump out in front of that seller, and then buy the next available dip. So I'm going to stick with that pattern here on LAC. BBAI did not give me a reload. That's still, look, I mean, BBI it's been on a tear. It's just, when the stock goes from $5 to local resistance in a week and a half, it feels like it's a little bit overdone, but it's still holding 775. So 8 gave you that quarter. There still hasn't been a breakdown further than that yet. OpenDoor's already dumping? No, we wanted that one to get to 8. I wanted this to get to $8 for a fade on OpenDoor. OpenDoor's not dumping. That's not dumping. OpenDoor is at VWAP up 5.5%. OpenDoor is not dumping. I think it could dump today, but it's, definitely couldn't characterize that as dumping at all. Slightly down.
Out of the ordinary. Shout out to some dude I think named Alex Warren or something like that. Sings the song Ordinary. Hopefully we're far from
Tesla
ordinary.
Is still
right now. Is Tesla still going good? Okay, that's good. We can have a look at Tesla. I just want to give everybody an idea here. This is $1.70. Now in the money on Nvidia. You're welcome, Silverado Blue. Let me do a roll call. First of all, everybody around here, no matter what comes for lunch, you can always enjoy some fruit salad, I mean. All right, yo, yay or nay? Where my guy Sharif at, man? There it is. What's up to French toast? All right, let's do this. It's roll call. Let me see who's here. All right, Gworev is here. Yeah, what up? Oh, Mr. Westermeyer. Don't spam my face, my guy. I mean, I've already got some problems. All right. Hey, what's up? Maximus is here. Yo, Jake Roberts. We're DDTing the market. Yo, T-Money. How are you feeling? What's up, T-Money? Rafiki, what's up, Rafiki? Hope you're doing well in that Disney crew over there. Yeah, for sure. Pranet is here checking out. Please check in more often, please. Hugh something. Yo, it's Mike. PD Rider. We've got Donkey Trader. We've got Buffalo Soldier. Oh my God. This is a blast from the past. Good day, mate. This is my guy. It's Russell, the Bacon Man Jackson. You know, I'm never going to forget that, Russ. Never going to forget that. Neil likes to have this this Vegemite.
We're never throwing it out.
Shout out.
And we're not eating it either, but we're not throwing it out.
We are definitely not. Yeah, we can keep it over here.
No, we're damn sure not eating it. Obi doesn't mind, but I'm not eating it.
Yeah. Yo. What's up, Americas and everybody else out there? So there it is, man. Everybody, hopefully everybody's doing well right there. Yo, Tranquil Trader, Sean Don, the original Don has now improved. Yeah, there it is. Badman She Love. Hey, we're providing content and banger trades. Thank you so much for watching, man. All we can really ask for you guys to do is hit the like and hit the subscribe. You know, the trades are speaking for themselves. So you can hopefully have some success and, you know, make the trades you want. Hit that visualizer, you know, hit the $sign, get into the chat as well. I'm wondering if Alibaba has potentially made a little bit of a bottom. Right now off that 200 period moving average. We could try some Alibaba soon. Right now I think that's getting close to being a buy, but it just bounced off around 175. So we could try that. I'm a little biased obviously to this market short. And look what happened to Palantir, by the way. So now it's up against where we were long, but that's okay. Palantir does have the goods, so we will have to wait to see if that one wants to get going. I still want to go long on PLTR, and maybe we might have missed that bottom there at 180.50, so we'll have to be patient and try to wait for that. All right, Alibaba could be coming into the position board very, very soon. Would like it a little closer to 175, but this is a pretty good move right now for Alibaba to get back into the long, or into the long for once. So we'll try it. Small rate here at 176, and if it dips in again, we'll average it into 175.70 or so. But right now, there it is, man. It's a new position alert. It's Alibaba, so let's see what winds up happening here on BABA.
Yeah, Baba looking solid relative to the market. It didn't break down, which is always a good sign, right? Like if you're not falling all over yourself, I think it's got some relative strength. Palantir did not quite they had a bottoming tail candle into 180.5, but I like the 180 level a little bit better. And when Palantir is a falling knife, you want some confirmation. It's already a trend break, but I'm not chasing that kind of a steep trend break. So if it can hold on at least to this higher low, I might take my first shot at it. We did get a bit of a reload, and I almost said Alibaba. I meant BBAI. I've been making that mistake all morning, like typing the wrong symbol in here. If this gets back above, my price now 96, if this gets back above $8, I tap out and look for another re-entry point in here. LAC, not the Clippers, but Lithium Americas just continues to rally. It's now at $6. I'm going to try to buy every dip that's able to hold on to this thing, because now it does seem to want to go ham. I didn't think it had 100% in it. I thought, yeah, you know, we'll get to the highs, and then it'll sell off a little bit, and this isn't going to be an OpenDoor type story where it's just breaking out those tops and going parabolic. So if it doesn't fail break, I'll look for a dip buy into the volume weighted average price, because that's how I roll on this bad boy. So Palantir, looking for that sucker to try to hold these lows. It's not happening. The stock can't find a bite. Can't find it.
Okay. What was that name that we just said we're going to go long on? We talked about it. It's on the sticky note. It says, let's go long if and when it finds a bottom. New Dollar Club member. This is in 1 minute. Like, it's like if you can find the right names at the right levels, trading can be something special. There it goes. We just bought this. We're long Alibaba at 176.01. Okay. The day continues, man. The saga continues. You know, throw up our woo right now for Wu-Tang. There goes Alibaba. I don't know. I'm already out of half, so, you know, $1 that quick. All right, let's see what happens now. So there it goes, man, 178. We're here and doing this live. Man, I can't wait till it can be special, Mike Peter. Okay, all right, now we're getting uncomfortable. All right, Alibaba now $1.50 in the money. and going.
What's uncomfortable about it?
Just, Neil, the streak that we're on. It's like it's getting to be uncomfortable now because I feel like we're going to be probably putting in like too much risk into some of these plays. But there it goes, man, to the upside. And it's just like, this is just becoming such a great euphoric market and just trading wise. I mean, to be able to call the Nvidia short there went $2, the TQ trade today, the Alibaba trade. It's been really an awesome run. I told you guys I was mentioning this, you know, we had our best month last month of all time, and we're just topping it up this month again. Like, it's just, we're having such a great run here, and it's been fantastic to be here and doing it live with everybody and just showing, you know, what worth exactly we give here. So hopefully you guys, you know, enjoy the show. But we do have numbers right now with Adara. There goes Alibaba 150 now in the money. We love all of you.
Yeah, these new home sales are stronger than we were expecting, 20.5%. So 20.5%, that was the new home sales change on a month-over-month basis. Forecast was negative 0.3%. So positive, which we weren't expecting, and much higher than expected. New home sales units, 0.8 million. So that would be 800,000 new homes versus estimates of 650,000 new homes. Again, much better than expected. The market not reacting too much to this number, continuing to push a little bit lower. Nothing major on the docket here in terms of economic data other than this print. We don't have any commentary from Donald Trump on his schedule anyway, though, of course, things can always change. I also want to mention, too, Fed's daily speaking at 4. That's after the close. Other than that, not too much to worry about here. Again, much stronger than expected new home sales for August. Micron, one of the names on watch here today, they did have earnings better than expected and their guidance well above expectations here as well. But the market not seeming to care too much at this point. We talked a lot about crypto is really strong, but it's not just crypto. It's a lot of these miners in particular. I've seen some people attribute this strength to all of these AI investments with regards to Oracle and OpenAI, because some of these data centers these Bitcoin miners can be poised to benefit with regards to energy requirements. Regardless, RAOT is one of the strongest here. They also got a price target of $26 and a buy rating this morning from Arete Research. Before we send you back to the guys, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics, because each year 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access, with the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027. Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. See you.
Let's see if Randy can bring another.
Thank you, Adair. Appreciate it. I see Webull in there. Everyone's talking about Bull making a strong run. And look, those miners are absolutely ham right now. But I find it hard to believe that they can hold up with the market going down like this, but we're looking for that. BBI lost VWAP, but it's still holding that $8 level. So I'm going to try it again here at that 8. Yeah, held yesterday's lows, afternoon lows, I should say, just a correction. But that $8 level still looking very good. LAC stared a million plus. It was several million shares on the offer at $6. It didn't care. It busted through, but so far a bit of a failed break on LAC at that $6 level. You're seeing it try to pull back. I think you can get to VWAP on a dip from that $6 level. So as it fails $6 even, I'm just going to double check. I don't even know if, we'd have to. Not that I was going to short it, but we don't have shorts on this stock. So it's probably hard to borrow for anybody out there, because it is for us. But looking for the VWAP reload as LAC continues its rally. Government wants a 10% stake. Maybe look for Albemarle. Mm-hmm. That's not Albemarle, it's Albemarle as a bit of a sympathy play. If you're looking for something that's not 90% up, but I want to play in the lithium space, that would be the name. Palantir. It's now looking a little bit better, but I just watched 181 hold jump right into 82 and then immediately slam back down into the $0.50. So it needs to catch a little bit more of a bid here. I think you're starting to go. Chill Vibe saying MU dumping.
Take a look.
Micron's dumping. Hold on a second. Palantir didn't really get down to the level I liked. I'm asking myself, because I wanted to short 184 on Palantir on a failed break. The problem is if it gets back up there, that's not a failed break anymore. It's just going to the same price that it did the failed break. So I'm gonna stay away from Palantir short back through that 184 level if it comes up there. The next trade to me is going to be that LAC. So as that comes into VWAP, that's where I want to focus. It's at 580. It's about halfway there into the volume weighted average price. So I think my focus is going to be LAC. Micron is not dumping. It's only down a couple of points, but it might as well be because they beat top bottom and had strong guidance, and everyone's talking about how much they stand to benefit from all of this build out. So yeah, sometimes it's priced perfectly. I mean, the stock's a triple up since April. That's all I can give you. The stock is a triple up since April. So unfortunately, sometimes people like to take profit. I thought it would have held a little bit more of that aftermarket move. And when it doesn't, I think sometimes you just got to stay away. You know, is what it is. But we saw Oracle on that big gap up, couldn't hold. So the market's in a profit-taking mode, I think. That's all.
Yeah, you take your shots, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. OpenDoor is another one that some guys took shots at yesterday at $7. I mean, again, it came right into those levels and printed. So congratulations, anybody that sort of took some of that trade for what it was worth yesterday down there at 7. So there's OpenDoor breaking lower right there right now. We do have a little bit of news here today. So Alibaba, of course, today surging on company announced increased AI investment, right? It's $53 billion 3-year plan. It actually added to that artificial super intelligence, Qwen 3 Max out there today. And, you know, Alibaba continues to work, and it's been great. We wanted to wait for a bottom. That came through as well. Lithium America, of course, as Neil was just talking about right there today. They get their active talks with the U.S. government here to put some money back into this, a joint project also with General Motors. So Lithium America only up 91%, but still ripping. That's you know, similar to vein of following something like a MP, which really ripped off of its news with the government. So boom, and then now even higher, obviously, than where it was that day. So this 91% may just be getting started on LAC. I want to congratulate anybody with that one. Micron, obviously lower move there today, wasn't even on my radar going into today. Obviously, it was an earnings play. This is part of the reason why we're short the market right now and having a decent day here, is because Micron has a decent number, but the market didn't like it. So if they don't like decent numbers, then I ask myself, and just like what I said on here, where does the market go then? You know, if they don't like this play, which is why we pick on Alibaba, you know, to be honest with you. I'm now out of like 70% of this Alibaba. Oracle today expands again. I mean, there's just new moves happening. Data center footprint, obviously AI and SoftBank here on Oracle, but we wait again. You know, they're going to be the ones holding all the data for the TikTok algorithm if that deal winds up going down. So as long as TikTok doesn't go anywhere, these guys are going to have a revenue stream of billions and billions of dollars for quite a long time, let alone the deals that they're making with OpenAI and everybody else. Look at Nvidia right now. This is a name that we could have just reloaded there, but we didn't. We don't have too many shares there. Amazon and Wells Fargo upgraded Amazon today due to, again, strong cloud. I mean, we always knew that they had a nice cloud. AWS, of course, expansion, just like how Google and Oracle has been going to the upside. Amazon obviously has that ability to, you know, produce similar results in their cloud, let alone their retail business, let alone Zoox and everything that they're doing. Really like Amazon down there. It does tick into yesterday's lows again today at 221.50. So we'll have to wait to see if yesterday's exact low of 220 winds up working out. And then Tesla here as well. And I'm just gonna, I don't have too much more to run down, so let me just quickly do this. TSLA right here for Tesla. Again, the story here for Tesla is they're expected to lead the Chinese EV market again right now. 27% increase from their deliveries last month. And it just looks like their Chinese peers are now taking a look. I mean, we had that report yesterday. I forget who it was from. It wasn't Mizuho. It was somebody else that had come out and said that, like, you know, Tesla's still the belle of the ball, and that was coming from China. Story there about the technology and how efficient they're at making the cars. And so, you know, that really helped with Tesla's movement there yesterday. But yesterday was a down day. So today, a little surprising that Tesla keeps going higher. All right, Alibaba right back to these levels now, man. All we're seeing is our net continue to climb. It's been a great green day so far. Let's see if we can hold that. I mean, we're getting out of everything here, so it's only 10:09. We'll look to make some more trades, but here comes the market back down one more time. Nvidia maybe take advantage of this move and get another piece out.
Yeah, and shout out to everyone in the chat for putting a lot of interesting tickers in there for sure. One of which I'm still looking. We'll talk about Intel in a little bit because obviously that one's going crazy. There was that IDAI Intel story that Adara mentioned. So when people are asking why is Intel up, Adara did mention that story. We can go over it a little bit later as well. Mr. Westermeyer, I know you're long on LAC. Congrats on that one. Appreciate it. And then Alan Newton Jr. mentioning OpenDoor at that $8 level. This is where we're looking for a bit of a fade. It was more into 8 to 820 was the local high, but any trend break at this price level is going to make sense to me. So as long as we can hold underneath this 8, let's see a close. I liked 8 to 820. I kind of wanted a false break of that 8 level, be able to fade it, like trap some longs over 8. I don't think that's happened yet. So the first look will be just to the local high. Like I'll get in, if it makes a new high, jump out and wait for that 820 range. And maybe, as I said, trapping some people above the $8 level. LAC doesn't seem, Lithium Americas doesn't seem to want VWAP yet. But it's still trending back after that $6 push. It's just, they've only really bought local breakout, that was that 525 level, and then VWAP here. So VWAP is pretty much the only place I'm looking on Lithium Americas at 10% stake the government's taking. So we're into OpenDoor. It also shouldn't care what the market is doing. You're just kind of looking at the $8 technical level or anything. The market could tank and OpenDoor is not going to care. Market could rip and OpenDoor could easily fall. Just as well. No big stories, but there was some chatter. It wasn't chatter, but there was a note yesterday about how U.S. mortgage rates, could be ticking lower in the future. Maybe that had something to do with this gap overnight. I don't know. But either way, into resistance, we're short in OpenDoor. And yeah, Intel, as I said, super strong. When you factor in what the market is doing right now, 5% up on Intel. Certainly very strong here and holding trend at the high of the day. Going to take some patience with this because yesterday it was a short at 30 for most of the morning, which worked out really well, just shorting 30 over and over again. And this is a big area on the daily chart between 30 and 31. So if it gets to $31, I'd look for a similar thing to happen where just sort of resist that level and start going short on Intel. Just don't think this is big enough of a deal to push us through 31 today.
Yeah, no, we took some of that Intel money and bought some Nvidia the other day, and it might not have worked out because Intel's all the way back where we got out at $30.70.
Why is Webull?
Look, we're just covering some more Nvidia down there. We got a little bit more out of Alibaba as well as we turn really light now into all of these positions, right? I mean, the TQs continues to. Okay, this is. Now that I see this is the problem about trading. Again, a little bit different, like I was talking about different share sizes and things like that. Like, sometimes you'll not look at certain things when they're happening because you're focused on another name. But right now I am looking here and there it is. Okay, good. Whew. I almost punched out there and then realized that it ripped. So, all right, or came back in. We just got out some more at 102.24 there. So 50 cents there for the TQs, $1 for Alibaba, $1 rate. And it's funny because it's $1 both ways, right? The Nvidia is $1 short, the BABA is $1 long. And, if you guys are looking for it, we have new viewers all the time. Please hit the like and the subscribe. But this is all you need. You need our watch list. But there it is, man. It's Nvidia right there. There's the short. There's the market short. We tried Palantir long. I mean, you saw me do that, not hiding from that trade. And then Alibaba there as well, long, once we find support. So we talked about it. It definitely was support down there at 175. I missed that bottom. We took sometimes you just got to take trades even if they're not at the best levels. And that was it right there, just riding that 200 period moving average for Alibaba. So we're long at 176. Best out's 177.50s. So if we can get back up to there, then that would be a decent trade. And so that's good. And for some reason, Nvidia keeps on bouncing. This is the 21 period moving average, sloping like that. So yeah, this is an interesting I just put this indicator up, so we're trying to watch out for that, and it's been doing pretty good. I'm actually going to take. What am I doing? I only have 2% left of Nvidia. Okay, so yeah, we'll just face slap it. We're out of Nvidia, so now we have to look for a reload. I'll put the rest of it maybe. Where are we? Okay, just in case this goes back up, I'm just going to bid out right now at 75. Hopefully it comes down and fills me. Like I said, we have less than 2% of this position left, so no worries there. I guess didn't realize what the shares that we had there, but that's okay. Most of the outs, again, we talked about trying to hold for the downside. Like at that point, that was probably a decent amount out, and then as you go, more and more downside right there. So yeah, more outs of the TQs as well. Like I said, we're just trying to get out of everything now, and then go from there. The stock of Bitcoin and IBIT not really moving around. I mean, I could see the price of Bitcoin, so I'm just going to assume right here nothing is going on. I see everybody putting in Baidu. Baidu's now up 6% on the day. We'll get some news from Adara. Oh, there it is right there. Baidu's Apollo Go granted Dubai's first batch of autonomous drive testing licenses. So Baidu right there grabbing Dubai licenses for that. So that's pretty cool. So we'll have to wait to see what happens there with Baidu trying to go back upside. And then the name TenCent, TCEHY, was something that I was trying to get into. The fact that this is up 2% and not moving, maybe I should be getting into that as well. But all right, we got to go.
They got a piece of everything.
Yeah. If trading's not paying the bills, maybe this will. Let's go.
In 14 years, BTCC has had 0 hacks and 0 excuses. They deliver when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500 times leverage, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you can trade like them. Regulated in the US, Canada, and Europe, and trusted by 6.8 million traders. And Trader TV Live has an exclusive here. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where the pros trade, and so can you. And if you try to get those sniper trades, the market trying to bounce back a little bit here. So just this was mentioned in the chat, and I said this in the chat, but I didn't say it out loud to you guys. OpenDoor is short sell restricted, so it's the uptick rule in effect. Doesn't mean you can't short it, obviously, but it does mean that you have to wait for an uptick, the last print, if you want to short it on the way down. So if you're trying to hit the bid, like, you actually have to have the last print be green, but look at it catch that bid here. So we got the first stop into 790 from the 8 short. I'm out short at 99, but if this so much as takes a higher low, I'm getting out of this thing for a flat trade. You know, we got in, I think, at the right time, but if it doesn't follow through, it doesn't follow through. You know, that's all you can do. Like, sometimes you take it off early and it makes all the sense in the world. Sometimes you do, and it doesn't work. Still looking for LAC to try to pull back into the volume weighted average price, but have a look at what is going on. Like, when you look at Mara and Riot, like, Bitcoin's still doing absolutely nothing. I'll get to Riot and Mara in a quick little second, but I just wanted to show you guys on OpenDoor, like, the reason for the tight stop. Like, you get in, sniper in at the exact high, but the buyers come in right away 10 cents. So risk it about 5 pennies. That's what you have to be able to do. You don't want to take, like, what have been your good decisions and have them outweighed by the bad, right? So make sure you have a stop. And I'm not here to tell anybody what to do. It's just make sure you have a stop. I'll give you the reason why I had a very tight stop on that open. I think it's going against the grain. And if I'm going against the grain, then you have to be even more disciplined. What is now happening on LAC, if it doesn't get to VWAP, is I can now draw a trend line from the volume weighted average price in here, starting to connect it out. So if it holds this and breaks 6 again, then if it breaks the high of the day, then I'll work with the trend line. Otherwise, it's still the volume weighted average price that's going to concern me the most. And yes, Riot, yes, Mara as well. Double top. This is clearly on one today. So look, I wasn't planning on trading Riot, but when it's up 15% and doing 20 million shares in volume and is relatively strong, if you're looking for longs, like, it would almost be criminal not to look for this to the long side. Like, what more could you ask for in terms of trend? It's breaking out on a daily chart as well, so you have some pretty significant levels that are getting taken out as we speak. When I look at that 15, it's a pretty clear breakaway as well. So you have lots of continuation here, specifically for Riot. Outside of the open, like that first 30 minutes. I don't like high of the day breaks when you get to like 10:20 or so, unless I absolutely love the blue skies above, and I don't think that's the case here. But a little bit of a fail break and then buy the dip as some 20s get trapped makes some sense for me. So strong move here across the board. Riot, Mara looking good. Just feels as if Riot up that 16%. Look at Mara. Mara's up 5, and Mara just has already pulled back. So the story is Riot. The move is Riot, 100%. And CompuCare team, can you trade HIMS? Well, we can trade any stock we want. I just don't have it. There wasn't a particular catalyst with this for HIMS. So like for me, this was not on my watch. Today, you got to make sure. Look, someone asked us this morning, how do we get the stocks that are moving? Lithium Americas was in play. So we liked the long on that because it was positive news and it was a continuation play and we liked the levels. But you've got to make sure that you have your own watch list, and HIM's just not going to be on it. We did get a super chat that looks like we missed here. So Christopher Mulligan, that's a good one. Whoever voted no on French toast, catch me outside. I didn't look. I love French toast. I just didn't think the French toast that we got this morning was all that great. Zombie brain calories, that'll work. LDI might follow open for a nice jump. Okay, certainly worth a look. LDI, that's not on my radar. I feel like if I'm going to trade open, I'm just going to stick with OpenDoor. Yeah, that's. If you're ever looking for, here, I'll show you that daily chart first. Like that makes some sense. You're trying to catch a bit of a falling knife and a bit of a bounce play on the daily, and it's up today, this LDI. It just doesn't seem like it's got any volume to go with it. So sometimes stocks like this end up being better like swing plays than anything else, because since I pulled it up, there's been barely any prints on this thing. So it's a day trade. I never want to see that. Like I want to see actual printing when I pull up a symbol at 10:20. Let's go back to the desk with Adara and see if we can't get that LAC dip buy. What's that?
It's small cap recap time. The IWM is basically barcoding. We're not going to talk about that right now. We will talk about Lithium Americas a little bit more here. LAC. Now, I do apologize, guys. All these names are above that $1 billion market cap level, but lots of movers here today, of course, to keep an eye on. Lithium Americas, reportedly, the Trump administration is seeking an equity stake in this company. It's part of a larger renegotiation of a loan for the Thacker Pass lithium project. GM is involved to some extent in the funding of that as well. So lots of different parties on watch here. You're going to read more about this on our Twitter TV Live watch list. LAC, either way, nicely to the upside. I was seeing about a 15% short float. Neil said around 11. So low double digits in the teens is, I guess, the consensus there. $1.5 billion market cap is what I was seeing for that one. Now we have RIOT, Riot Platforms, with a $7 billion market cap. So it is a bit larger. It is part also of the Russell 2000, and as I mentioned earlier, strength across the board, not necessarily with crypto as much as it is with these minor plays. And RIOT does have its own catalyst. It's getting a positive rating here from Arete Research. Last but not least, OPEN, OpenDoor, pushing to the upside. This one did struggle a little bit earlier this week. Eric Jackson, the hedge fund manager who's been really active on X and who has been given a lot of credit for OpenDoor's rally, he's now gotten involved with a different stock, BETR. And yesterday, OpenDoor also had its third largest investor sell a whole bunch of shares. So OPEN did have some struggles yesterday. Today, it looks like it's trying to rebound. And before we send you back to the guys, I do want to take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. Did you know that instead of making your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? There's no more fear of losing or no more moving your stop loss too soon. You will actually get enough capital to make it worth your time so you can aim for big profits, not just a couple of $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. Here's how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of the profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. See you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Thank you very much, Adara. Now remember, I just saw this in the chat. LAR getting a bump off. So remember, Lithium Americas split themselves up, right? So LAC and LAR are different entities. So it might be getting a sympathy play, but there's not a fundamental necessarily play here in that LAR. LAC also, for if you're at real trading and for some reason wanted to short this, if you have to pay in the US, we have free locates here at Real Trading on lac.to. So this is legitimately dual listed. And I don't think the currency is going to move that much that you care too much about it, but if you happen to be trading a real trading LAC, available in Toronto for sure. But LAC, which I'm going to trade in New York, just because that does. It trades in the pre-market. Toronto doesn't typically trade a lot in the pre-market, but the volume just fantastic, and much more volume here in the U.S. Than you're going to find in the Toronto market for this stock. Not every single dual-listed stock. And this is actually, it's a Canadian company. They're headquartered in Vancouver, LAC, but it's at VWAP here. And again, if you wanted to short it for free at Real Trading, you could go over to lac.to. But I'm trying to catch this off the volume-weighted average price for sure. As the market heads down, and this holds up, at least for now. At least for now. I just saw in the chat TXN breakout and Marvell. It was just a buyback on Marvell. There was no other news. Was there an analyst? No.
No. It's Katina Capital upgrade, but we didn't. We upgraded a long time ago, so we'll have to wait.
It was just the.
It's funny. I got Neil a coffee, and then I got myself one, and I went to go say what's up. And the milk system was rinsing into my coffee, so that's why I was a little late. So I delivered Neil's coffee there.
You know what I dislike about it? You leave your coffee for like just a few extra seconds.
That's what it was.
After filling it in, you could just turn your head, and all of a sudden it just starts rinsing the milk.
Right. So I was just like,
your coffee.
That's nasty. I was like, what
it's so bad.
So anyways, you got a fresh one.
Well, as long as you don't accidentally not. Like if you walked away and came back and you don't know that it happened.
Exactly. I would actually consider lucky that I came back, but it would have been. It was more full. Like it's almost overflowing because all of a sudden the rinse is happening, and yeah. So shout out to.
I know because I accidentally took a sip one time and I was like, you got to be kidding.
Right there, yeah. I told Randy. Randy was sitting on his desk doing whatever, and I said, what happened? We asked for the reload, but he's a busy guy there. I know everybody wants to see Randy, not our mugs. So Randy right now going to, I'm not even connected here. My earpiece lost connection when I was walking around the back office, so we'll try to get that connected in a minute. Okay, well, we come back to basically the same story right there. This is not $1. This is not $2. We're almost $3 now. We're long at 176. This is at 178.50 here on Baba. So again, I like the fact that the trades work out, the way that we sort of thought they would, and that was wait. I'm going to get some out at 62 if I can right now, because this looks like we had a swipe down there. So let's see if we can. Okay. Ooh, wow. That was me. What the hell? That was me at 60. Okay, well, I'll take a 47. That was me at 62 that just got missed there. So we take a 47 out, and now watch this thing fall down just a little bit. It's amazing sometimes how these fills happen, and out of nowhere most of the time, and you don't expect them on these swipes. So, all right, let's look elsewhere right now. We will get our Andre. Any notes you need to pass to Neil? I don't have it in my ear right now. Let me check out what Ethereum's doing again. So ETHA. We did see a run in this name, obviously, over the last month or so, and that was very much fueled by individuals who was sparking some of those treasuries. Whether or not wrong, it's not to throw shade at that. That's what happens, right? Stocks get upgraded, we buy them. Stocks get downgraded, they go down. I mean, Tom Lee was basically just upgrading Ethereum and talking about where the need for all that was. We know that Ethereum also gets going with the Genius Act, as a lot of stable coins and whatnot. So same as Solana are built over there, and as they become more and more, into real life uses. I mean, we talked about how Coinbase now offering 4.5% on USDC stablecoin cash, just sitting there, and you could stake Ethereum, you could stake Solana. All my Solana is staked as well. So I don't know what that. I think that's like 2 or 3%, but that's because I don't want to sell it. But that's that's something. And so there are a lot of tailwinds and headwinds. I feel like both for crypto. I mean, a big headwind to me is just why. Is an understanding of what's going to move the market here for crypto, because gold continues to go higher, store of value, right? I mean, we know that gold does allow for traders to gain exposure to an asset that can move opposite equities. And so I feel like with equities topping out, I would have thought Bitcoin has a very similar premise to it, but it's just been going down since this market's at all-time highs and gold's at all-time highs. So a little worried about that, but here it is. All right, so last 7 days, man, down 3% in Bitcoin, down 7% there in Ethereum. Ripple, It's right at that level that we last bought, so I'm not going to be buying any more down here at 280. Okay, Solana's gone down 10% as well. That 250 was almost all-time highs that it ran up to, so I should have been more attached to that and got something out there, but did not. And then, of course, USD is there. Doge is here as well at 24 cents. Interesting play. And Cardano, every time I'm looking at it, it's 82. It's like 82 cents or 88 cents. It's like, well, it can't be any other than that. So those are the big ones that a lot of traders, and they were all named, of course, in the crypto treasury by the U.S. government, was a reserve that they were building, and yeah, it doesn't seem like much is going on there. Ethereum's at the reason why I call this up is at the most interesting level for me, right there at 3150. You know, coming back in, I mean, there's that support, Neil, from December. So you go, you know, there's not too many names, like I said, that you're going to be able to find key levels. And I just think that this is a very, very...
If you lose that, 30%.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I think 30% on ETH.
So
well, not like obviously
down
not
here,
instantly.
20.
It'll take some time to do that, but...
It could be an instant play. I mean, that's the other thing. It's like, I want to know what the sparks are. That's the thing. I want to know what the sparks are. When was the
last time it moved that much?
30%. Well, I mean, this move right here is 20. This happened in July 10th.
In a week or two.
Yeah, and then by the time, so from 20 to, so 30% would have to be 26. Yeah, so right into there, no, $6 on 20. Yeah, okay, so right into there. Yeah, so that, Neil, took about, 6 or 7 trading days. So if we do lose that, 200 period moving averages are great. And I think this looks a lot like a stock. I mean, so does IBIT. And we want to buy good companies down here. So if you are a believer of Ethereum and of, you know, what the crypto space may eventually mean, because I don't think it means too much now. I mean, there's a lot of ETFs out there that continue to support it, but we can't really pay for anything yet. You can, but it's not like universally loved for that.
Tesla is
Alibaba's Alibaba's $3 in the money. What's going on with Tesla?
Tesla just broke 440. This is yesterday's highs. This is also the price on. I wasn't here on Monday, but you can see it fell apart at 440. Right about noon, looks like exactly at noon, this fell at 440. So this would be the big resistance level here for Tesla. I did mention someone's like, Neil, you missed OpenDoor at 820. I did miss the trade because it's SSR. So when I was trying to hit a bid up here, and it was this double tap, like when it double tapped 20 on a 30 minute, I tried to get it back through like 18 and just, you know, I didn't get filled because it's SSR. Now that it's coming back to the upside, I might try to short it again at that 820 price. But Tesla, super strong here today. Definitely holding forward. Like when I look at the visualizer, like there's a reason why. I mean, Tesla's going to be up there, number one. I mean, OpenDoor, OpenDoor's up 12%, so that makes sense. Anytime OpenDoor is in play, it seems to lead here. I think some people like to spam that one. I wonder if it's OpenDoor once. And then Intel with that the IDAI news. So that IDAI stock's also going crazy. Not that anyone seems to be talking that much about it, but Intel up on the news. LAC, we've talked about the miners for sure. Amazon now back into the green as well after yesterday's bit of a dump. The U.S. government looking to tax them a little bit. That's what they do, man. Like they tell you you're too big. They tell you make it too hard for people to cancel, and they're stuck with you. And you know they'll extract their dollars out of Amazon, and then it'll just go right back to the highs like it always does. Let's go to Adara.
Like that call.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, we did, I just have the market up, but we did just get these oil numbers. So EIA gasoline inventories, negative 1.081 million. That is higher than the forecast of negative 1.312 million. Then we have EIA distillate inventories, negative 1.685 million. Excuse me, lower than the forecast of positive 0.25 million. So higher than expected gasoline inventories, lower than expected distillate inventories here, guys. Back to you.
Okay. Yo, what's up, Andre? I do now have connection. All right. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But right here, we are now Moon City. So again, like, you know, we're talking about, thanks, I love you, Marissa, by the way, she's watching, as she does most days, and yeah, she just said, ooh, your coffee, so that's how I know that obviously she's watching, so shout out to my lovely wife, thank you for everything that you've given the family. All right, so, you know, she helped me realize that I have way too many pairs of shoes. Yesterday, I got home and she had cleaned out the whole front closet. And yeah, it was, I think my daughter and I maybe have combined like maybe 20 pairs in like our front hall closet. So that's probably, now maybe combined more than that. What am I even talking about? Yeah, and then I also have like shoes upstairs and everything. So, and I just got, I'm going to debut my,
I feel like it's easy to have too many shoes, but my wife can't say ish to me because she has twice as many as I do. So like I have a boatload in our front closet, but because it's a fraction of what she has, she literally can't say a word.
Right, so that's the thing. It's like, but my wife also does have many pairs of shoes. So that's not that. I was just saying I was so impressed with the amount of work that she did. Thank you so much, Life's Interpretation. If a trading machine is a good thing, then I'll take that. So Sean is a trading machine. I'll take it. Right there it is, back to back days. There it is. Yeah, behind every good man is a great woman. Yeah, well, I mean, the word great doesn't do it, but you are definitely right there. Are the brown shoes, yeah, the ones that were in my, I basically don't own dress shoes. Like I do have maybe one pair of dress shoes, and yeah. Hey dudes, okay, we'll check out some of those shoes as well. But anyways, thank you so much for all the nice comments about the trading. And of course, you can ask us, we don't disclose share size, but you can ask us how our day is going. We don't have a problem telling you the green or red or what symbols are worst or are best or anything like that to try to help you guys out. And but there it goes. And I just want to say, like, we can all do this, right? It's not just the sticky note or anything like that. It's like you got to put out your notes and you kind of got to go with it. So like there's Baba, and what we wrote down for Alibaba was pretty simple. We're now $4 and the $3.50 in the money, right? More AI love and spend. We love that. We're waiting for support, maybe VWAP. Also the Nvidia short as well that was printing, that we're now out of, which is much lower, and then the TQQs as well. That trade is crushing right now. So it's just like, there's the Alibaba trade. We said, I mean, all we wrote down was wait for support. As soon as we saw it, I actually had a bid lower once we saw it, but then I was like, you know what, let's just take some. And we did, and there goes Alibaba. And in the, we talked about, honesty is the best policy and stuff like that. I don't have like even one unit there. Like we just took a starting position of about half of a unit. So it's nice, it's up. There it is, we get our daily goal, it doesn't matter. We keep going higher there. Alibaba up 10%. It was down 2 or 3% to start the day. And now you get that all back and add 2 or 3% to what we started the day with. So yeah, man, so far so good there. Continues to climb higher now. Almost $4, Sharif, now on Alibaba long. So that's good. We're doing it daily. And we want to say thank you for liking and subscribing. We're putting up record numbers every day here. So we want to thank everybody for helping us get to that. And part of the big help for us doing this as well has been the addition, obviously, of Adara and the breaking news. So we want to say a big shout out to Adara for all the work that she's been doing. Thank you, Rivian Millionaire. Means a lot. And let's go over to Adara and get that next story of some sort.
Thank you for the kind words there. Keep an eye on Novavax and mRNA. Seeing a report here suggesting that the U.S. military is going to continue to backroll mRNA research. So that'll be good for these vaccine makers, including Novavax and mRNA. Again, this coming from an outlet called Nature. They're reporting that even though we've had some mRNA research canceled by RFK Jr. and the team over there at Health and Human Services, the U.S. military is reportedly still funding it. So it's unclear what the full impact of that story is going to be, but either way, a little bit of a pop here on mRNA and Novavax. Back to you.
I don't trust it, Moderna and Novavax. But it was a good question here. Andre actually put in our chat. Can you guys, and this is from Charles, can you guys answer which side of the book you're paying more attention to when exiting a position, the bid or the ask? It actually doesn't. I look at both sides of the book at all times, regardless entering or exit, because you don't know which one's going to be telling you something interesting, right? Like if I'm long, like actually it doesn't always work because like as I was long going into this resistance at 590, the prior high, and it was looking like a head and shoulders in LAC, the sell side was telling me that there was a seller in here. And so I jumped out of the trade. Like I've essentially been scalping about the same range the whole time. But the sell side was telling me that there was a seller in here. So I jumped out of it at that point. But even if you're trying to exit a trade, you should care about the bid too, because maybe you're thinking about exiting and you see something crazy on the bid side. and it's at a take profit spot, then maybe you don't want to take profit at that point because you see a crazy buyer start to jump in. So at all times, I don't favor one side of the book or the other just because of where you happen to be in the trade. And Ian Rispetto, Dylon, the answer is always the same. Who are the 5 greatest traders of all time? It's always Dylon. Dylon is the greatest at everything. Dylon, 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 and Dylon, because he spits hot fire. And as far as I'm concerned, Dylon's going to be great at whatever he does. I have absolutely no idea what happened to that dude after he was on that Diddy thing, to be honest with you. But he'll always live in infamy. Appreciate that super chat in there. Palantir, I'm just going to quickly go over to PLTR because I said in the chat that it's attempting to break trend. Obviously, that initial flush now has a double bottom on it. And when I say it's breaking trend, this is the consolidation over 181 that's happening right now. So it just dipped and held the 181. So it's razor thin, like it needs to hold this consolidation right here, right now. But it looks like it's trying to. So I'm going to try and sneak in here. It's going to be a very, very tight stop if it loses 180. But this just needs to close this next candle above 181, I mean. But if this candle needs to close above 181, once it does, I'm going to go long with the stop under 181. See if this can't get to VWAP. It's downward trending, so tighter stops when you're going against the grain, at least in my opinion, for this one here. So Palantir, Julian, you mean 181 bottom? That's what I'm looking at. 161 bottom. Oh, you're probably looking longer term. Fair enough. I'm just looking for this trade here.
Yeah, we already went in. This will be, my red trade of the day is going long there on Palantir. And yeah, it does hold that 180. So that was, again, another awesome trade for anybody that was able to grab that or see that was potentially the long that everybody wanted. I was trying 180. That was small. When it came through, that was small. But then we did put on bigger shares there at 181.20 before eventually losing said bid. So yeah, good call there on Alibaba. On Palantir, whoever made that call. And then there it is right here for Nvidia. We're just going to wait. So I've only had Nvidia, Palantir, TQs, and Baba, and we're still in 2 of those names, and including this with these TQs trade. So I'm just going to put another bid right here at 18, as this has been a level that's sort of held out. We haven't gotten too much lower than that. We just dipped into 102. I'm actually surprised we had that coffee escalade there, escapade, I guess. Don't drive in an Escalade. Well, you can drive in an Escalade. I don't know how gas appropriate. Gas is actually pretty cheap right now around here these days. So, but there it is, man, 102. So there's the fill right there. It's another one. As we ride the bear on one stock and the futures, and we ride, what? That's the bull. Where's the bear? Oh, that's the bear. There's the bull. We ride the bull there on Alibaba, which is almost now $4 and going to its highest spot here. We love this Alibaba trade there today. It just made a lot of sense, right? More AI. It's had a lot of love recently. China doesn't seem to have too much negativity around it, to be honest with you. So yeah, it's working out. It's Alibaba. It's, for me, the banger there. But let's go over to Adara. Maybe look at some LAC or something when we come back. Oracle.
Let's look at some sectors here. Consumer durables really strong, led of course by Tesla, very much outperforming the market and all of its Mag 7 peers. Excuse me, energy minerals is really strong as well. We did have those crude oil and gasoline inventories coming through at 10:30 a.m. Couldn't find any other news on this space, but great look there for energy minerals. Producer manufacturing pretty strong. Health services continues to be to the upside. Industrial services and distribution also looking really good here, those 2 sectors. Let's talk about these other tech sectors, specifically in tech, which are relatively mixed. Technology services, Oracle down almost 3%. Adobe caught a downgrade this morning. They are down more than 3%. We have Netflix relatively red. Synopsys down 4%. So lots of weakness in this space, though AppLovin, ServiceNow, and CRM are all slightly positive. If you go to electronic technology, much like technology services, we do have some names that are to the downside. Micron and earnings day 1. Apple here, trading lower as well, but then you have names like Intel up 5%. So it's really pretty balanced across the board when it comes to these tech sectors. Again, really the only directional sectors are going to be consumer durables and energy minerals. Back to you.
So I see Hamster in the chat here. Hamster 1, actually. Let me get it right. Excuse me. Did Apple get bad news? The market's down, and Apple just made a press into the high, right? So you know, sometimes you go 30 bucks, which is what's that? 7.5%, whatever that works out to. You go 7.5% in a couple of weeks into effectively all-time highs, not quite, but pretty close. And when the market turns around, you turn around. You know, I think that's all you're seeing here on Apple. I think a real test comes back in, maybe not at 250, but like 250 is obvious, but like these prior highs are closer to like 47, 48. And that could be a nice spot for Apple, potentially. I mean, everything's always about potentially how far it's going to go. Just jumping over, it's Palantir slowly trying to get to VWAP. I think this is a VWAP play for Palantir. It did close. There was that close, the next candle above 181, so jumped in. I'm going to play this one into the volume weighted average price. There's a super chat for BBAI, but that's not the symbol I was going to go to. I was going to jump back over to Riot and Mara, specifically Riot, because Riot's the one that's in play. And why did I go to Rio on the London exchange for some reason, the drop down. No, this is back at the volume weighted average price. Remember I said I don't want to take a breakout? Not taking a breakout trade, that time of day, and at a level where there's overhead resistance on the daily chart. Fails the 20 break, now it's into VWAP. You close above VWAP here, maybe a couple of closes if I'm being a little bit more patient, because that's a pretty hefty drawback. And then I want to go long on Riot, join the trend. But give me a couple of closes or a consolidation like this for that long in Riot before we jump into it. So there's going to be one close above the volume weighted average price. Yeah, give me a couple, show some strength. I want confirmation because it's a weak market. So I think if you're going long, you want some serious confirmation that you're going with the grain. Come on, Palantir. Just pushed up into 181.80s, but could not follow through into the even dollar on PLTR.
Push it down.
It's down, but it's not that bad. Apparently, Bitcoin's finally breaking out, which is weird to see when Mara and Riot are pulling back.
Yeah, I mean, it's up $200 on 113,000. We'll have a quick look at it. Good trade over there on Palantir, of course.
I'm free.
Okay. Breaking out the day's high, but I don't think, just for me on this is a little bit of okay. I was going to say I want to look at a little bit of a longer time frame there. That's 64.50. That could be a good long for sure, especially if this market wants to battle back. No qualms with doing that. I'm going to put a stop, honestly. Like if we break above 102.50 there on the TQs, I'm going to get out. Just again, it's 10:46, getting a little long in the tooth. 102. What did I say? Right into there. This is VWAP. So 102.50. Yeah, we could do that. Let's go 102.51s. We'll stop out of 100%. If and when that comes through, we'll watch out for that trade. And then Alibaba, I put the same kind of an out in. If it breaks below, I'm just letting you guys know, because 178.20, so $1 lower for Alibaba, and then we'll have to ho-hum a $3 winner. But we'll wait for that one to come through. You're going to get, I see our guys are locked and loaded right beside us. We appreciate these two every single day. Shout out to Sharif, big time shout out to Joey Options as well, as these guys will talk about options plays. They'll talk about some of the lower runners, or lower float runners today that might be moving thousands and thousands of percentage points, like in LAC there. Talk about everything under the sun. But generally speaking, more of a small cap feel to it. Actually, there was I'll just say this out loud because I might as well. Keju in the chat, I don't know if it was Keju or Keju in the chat earlier had an options question. If you're still in there, I forwarded it to Joe. So if you wanted to ask him that during the midday, because Joe came on and did the upgrades and downgrades, and it was a quick question that I passed along, only because he was on for a couple of minutes and might have missed it. But I sent it to him. If you're still watching, I'm sure he'll be able to get to that and answer it for you. And that's what it's all about. Like, I don't pretend to be some kind of an expert in options, and I'm not. So that's why we have Joe, and it's fantastic that we do have him. I don't know if you there was a super chat about BBAI. It was directed at you. I don't know if you were able to see that. But I'm jumping out at Palantir at VWAP regardless. It's prior resistance, it's a trend break, and it's not a trend break off of the lows. The way I see it, like whether you have the low or not, the move is the move. And if it gets to 182, that's where I wanted to jump out of it. I'm literally sitting there at 90. Oh, I got filled. All right, we're sitting there at 94, was able to get the fill. I can't call it a hockey player because my knowledge of hockey isn't good enough to be able to give you who wears the number 94. Sergei Berezin.
See, that's impressive.
Yeah.
The weird thing is I actually, like, that's a name that I actually know, but I never could have told you what number you were. But yeah, 182 into Palantir. So just a trend break. Whenever I'm taking a trend break, I'm almost always in either direction looking for VWAP as the target, right? So if it's a strong stock that's trending down, like I'll short it into VWAP. Like that's where I would have wanted OpenDoor to get to, and it's the same thing with Palantir. Like OpenDoor, you saw it when I was in this one. You know, I had my trend trade and I had my orders out in front of the volume weighted average price. It did eventually go, but I'm trying to get in on, you know, like a candle like this when it's SSR and I miss. Like that's the one miss here today for me. And that's the thing about it being SSR. Like you can't, it's not that you can't hit the bid, you just need there to be an uptick. It's a lot easier. See how the first time I got in as it was pushing back up and not on the way down. That's just par for the course. It makes it a little bit trickier to get like the perfect short, because you might not get to fill exactly where you want. But OpenDoor bouncing off you up, that's headed higher, looking pretty strong. LAC continues to trend higher, and Tesla, 440, up 3% here for Tesla. Very, very good day for TSLA. I'm gonna keep eyes on that Palantir. I mean, if this can get through VWAP, there might be a secondary long here above the volume weighted average price. Or we can just go for a triple bottom long potentially down at 180.5.
All right, so here it is. What's up, Thomas? Condo right there. I was actually looking. I know she's looking to get into a house. I'm looking to get into a condo. Maybe you buy your one and all, we'll switch it. All right, so do we think BBI will sink to below 7? Yeah, I do, actually. Think that way. Look, this is the thing. You know, they had that story, good story yesterday with the Navy. Sparked it, right? And we don't worry too much. Whoopsies. We don't worry too much about news stories per se, because I know that they're going to get contracts and they're going to, build on their foundry, just like how Palantir is as well. Big into airports. Great to see that expansion yesterday into government contracts and whatnot. I think it was a combination. There was 2 companies, I believe. And again, I didn't look at it in depth by any stretch of the imagination. I'm already like, I've got some out at 650, 750, and we just missed 850. It was only going to be another 10%. So like, I'm not panicking on missing that there. But when you ask, a reasonable question, will it come back in? I mean, these were the tops, and every time we had gotten up here, besides this initial push there, we did fade back into 650. There it came back up to 850 again, and this time it dramatically went to the downside. But remember, we did have, while this was happening, we did have Big Daddy also moving to the downside, right? So we had Palantir also getting hit when this was happening. So now Palantir, you're seeing it return to greatness, and BBAI follows suit. So if we take one as sort of the other as well, and they're not the same company, but it ebbs and flows. So as we talk about Palantir ripping to the high side, we also look at BBAI in the same vein, except for the fact that BBAI has around a 30% short float, and it's only a $7 or $8 name, as was Palantir at one point. Palantir's 190 or 180 today, right? So I don't think that BBAI has, the complete trajectory. I mean, I think Palantir was a unicorn in the space, and hopefully it continues to be, but I'm starting to get a little bit out also on the top side of Palantir, and we already had our plan. We planned it out. I told you yesterday, phone was flooded with texts because I mentioned BBI to many of our friends, many friends. I mentioned it to everybody here live on the show, so I mentioned it to Neil, Sri, everybody here about BBAI. So as it was going, not only giving the ins, but also the outs, right? So we did 650, 750, and we just missed 850, and I'm trying to hold 30%. So I got 40% left of this position, and we're going to see if it can break through. I want to hold something. So like I said, if you have 1,000 shares, hopefully by the time we break through 850, you're going to have 300 to 400 left. And that way, if it does have some Palantir blood in it, then, you'll be really happy. Like if you still had 300 shares of Palantir, I think you'd be doing pretty good with an average cost somewhere around BBAI, right? So, so far so good. Let's just keep the momentum going. I do have it in my ear, and I think we got to go over to Adara, and then followed by that, you'll get your favorite segment of the morning. At least I know it's Joe's.
Yeah, before we get to money talks, before we get to lunch, let's talk about money talks. Nice little breakout here for the U.S. dollar. I mean, breakout is a very strong word, but on this daily chart, we have had a lot of weakness, and now we actually are once again attempting is the key word right now, a higher high on the U.S. dollar on the daily. We ran into some resistance over the last couple days there around that 97.8 level. Currently, we are trading above it. Also poised to make a relatively higher low compared to that base that we made on Wednesday on Fed Day. That was actually the low of the year. So let's see if we're able to bounce a little bit on that U.S. dollar. Let's also talk here about the Fed funds rate. We are expecting 2 more rate cuts of 25 basis points each for the rest of the year. Fed's Bowman said that during her comments earlier this week. Fed's Powell said, echoing a lot of other Fed commentary when he spoke yesterday, he said that this cut was primarily motivated by the fact that there is some weakness in employment. There are concerns about employment, but he said that inflation is also still a worry and that there are, quote, challenges ahead. So much like we kind of assumed, the Fed is still concerned about inflation, but they're more worried about employment as of right now. Though, again, a lot of Fed speakers have said one of the things they're still working on is balancing and figuring out their dual mandate. Now, I do want to mention here as well, again, we are not really expecting any pause. Only about 6% of participants expecting a pause. Vast majority are expecting the 25 basis point cut in the October meeting, and then again a second one coming through in December. But in terms of economic data for the Fed to digest ahead of that meetings, we get a pretty big piece tomorrow. We'll be getting the GDP print. Then on Friday, PCE. Stay tuned. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Thank you, Adara. And remember, we've been talking about the push and pull between whether we care about the labor market, more about inflation. We're getting inflation reading for sure. You just want nothing to rock the boat. If we start seeing a hot inflation print, then we could be in a little bit of trouble here. But I want to shout out a couple super chats we got just before we went back up to Adara there. Phi Delt 45. Phi Delta is probably, maybe it's a fraternity thing you're talking about. Let me know. Are you talking about a fraternity there? Up 6,300 in realized gains. I almost said unrealized. Realized gains this morning, playing VWAP dips on LAC. Bang. So congratulations. I don't have the bang key on my front page. We can hit that one. It looks like it might be pulling back into VWAP again, which sits, at least my volume weighted average price is 565. The only thing that makes VWAP different is when you turn your data on in the morning. So, mine starts at 6 a.m. for what it's worth. 565 looks like the next available dip. And then Jeff in the chat, you going parabolic. Well, all I can say is yes. I mean, it's more of an observation than anything else. You're just observing that UU was going up and parabolically. I will agree with you 100%. That is a parabolic move. 10%. You've seen this space. And look, the administration is pretty heavy in nuclear. At least that's the rhetoric, and those stocks have been jumping. So, I like GV. Someone was mentioning they appreciate the move that's happening, and it's Oklo, GV, SMR, although I would venture to say SMR has been relatively disappointing recently if you're watching out for that stock. But UU, good breakout. Today, right now, it literally just kind of topped with the high. So just be careful with this one as the market pulls back in. You just had a bit of a failure at that high of the day on UU. I'm going to jump back over to Intel. The news with Intel was this, ATA. Yeah, let me not get this one wrong. Here, what was the news with Intel? Now I don't see the story anymore on Intel. Yeah, it was, why did that go away? INTC, let me try this again, because I know I saw it here. ADAI, that's the one. They highlighted TrustAmp's AI-powered, privacy-first identity verification platform with a partnership here. So IDAI moving as a small capper and Intel bursting higher. It did top out at that 31 level, so it's confirmed a 31 high. Yesterday, when it shorted when we were shorting 30, it really showed you 30 was resistance for a while. It wasn't I wasn't trying to short it the first time through, but certainly second, third. This will be the second push into 31. If I can see it fail again, I'm going to start shorting the $31 level as the next trade here on Intel. So it does have news. That IDAI stock, if you happen to be looking at this one, T-Stamp Inc., yeah, that's given up the ghost. So this was actually halted 3 times. 4 times, and a couple times to the upside, from $3 to $4.80. This is the other side of that Intel story, small capper losing it a bit, but I'm shorting that 31.
All right, let's go. Yeah, we've had obviously a big morning here. I asked, hopefully everyone's had a green morning, and if not, so hopefully slightly red. And if it's greatly red, hopefully you're able to make a little bit back. So thank you again for watching us here today. It's been a great opportunity to share our trade ideas with you. And yeah, just sad to see you guys go, but we got to move over to our midday, but not without talking about. Let's do it one more time. Let's get that stinger. Okay. Ooh. Today being Wednesday, September the 24th. It is. Yes, I do not want to announce the wrong day here because, you know, there's a lot of, like I said, man, I mean, Joe is very, very sensitive to what we get for the food, right? And so today should be decent, man. Today is peppercorn beef stir fry. I'm not a huge fan of peppercorns, but we'll see if that. Not peppercorns. I don't mind it as as a seasoned fine. I feel like if it's overdone with peppercorn, like I don't prefer a peppercorn steak, but I get it. It's fine.
You know what? You know why I 100% agree with you. When you order, a lot of places we go out and order it. Like I don't mind it because if I do it, it's fine.
Right.
But if I go somewhere else and get a peppercorn steak, there's always way too much. It's like a Caesar salad. People put too much.
That's what I'm saying. So we'll figure it out, but I think a peppercorn beef stir fry. So okay, that's a little bit different than obviously a steak. We don't get steak around here, you know. Okay, and then we have here quinoa, which your boy is.
Yes. Always yes.
A fan of. One of Neil's favorites coming up next: charred Brussels sprouts with red peppers.
I see what you did there. Yeah. Not really.
I know. Yeah, not loving the Brussels sprouts. I don't mind them, but as per many, it's not my favorite veggie. By the way, we're getting out some more TQQs, as that is now 65 cents in the money. All right. And then a mixed green salad. That's what's for lunch. That's what's for lunch. That's what's for lunch. Me barbecuing up there. This is so crazy.
Ooh, Zuckerberg.
All right, man. Yeah, good one there. Ordering butter chicken. Yeah, man. What's up, Danny Patel? I love some butter chicken, man. My wife actually makes her own spices and everything and does a great butter chicken. So, you know.
You can't go wrong with
butter. You cannot. You could go wrong, but it is the generic
I
South
shouldn't say
Asian
that.
dish that's like, you know, everybody seems to always want to order butter chicken, but there's been, you're right. It's one of the one. It's kind of hard to screw up.
If you go to a place that makes a bad butter chicken, it tells you something about the place. There's certain things where like, okay, if you're not doing this right, then I'm not eating it. I'm not eating there. I just saw a headline from
down with that thought.
Mark Zuckerberg says Instagram has grown to 3 billion monthly active users.
Remember what I said, every time someone is born, a new Instagram customer has emerged. So it's someone, there's another customer right now, actually.
Right there.
So, there's a couple more. Just
4 more, actually.
So.
Guess where it bounced? Guess where it just bounced?
Off of the $3 billion mark?
Oh, no, it just the stock.
Yeah, I know.
Ye old 50-period moving average.
Yeah, we love.
Go figure.
We love
yesterday's low.
Insta is 2.9 million bots. Yeah, exactly. So every time someone's born, you get 2 accounts opening up. You get a bot. But I think, first of all,
2.9.
I have 10,000 followers on Instagram. You guys are hitting me up. You're messaging this or that. It's nowhere near the litter that's on X. So, like, honestly,
the bots
Elon,
on X are crazy.
Smarten the hell up.
It's crazy.
Figure that out. Because when he came in, part of X was supposed to be getting rid of a lot of these bots. I mean, I'll just go to any of my posts. It doesn't matter. Like, they're just literally all over the place. And please don't follow any of these guys, right? I mean, it just, sometimes they'll come up and they'll pretend like they're me and this and that. Look, here's Emily here, obviously fake, talking about going to go follow. Come on, Emily, going to go follow this. See how many, here's Randy. Okay, this is Randy Mills. Yes, I am feeling major pullback. Here's Stock Cameron, bot. So, you know, it's like obviously more bots than I even have reasonable messages back at me. So that's why sometimes it is tough for me to respond to everybody on Twitter. So if you do send me something, the best way to do it is probably via DM. So at least I can see it and we'll do that. So that kind of sucks, but that's what's going on Instagram. So, all right, man, great trading today. Neil, we will be back at 2 p.m. So until then, thanks from
11:03.
Yeah, I know. It's 11:03. It's okay. It's all good. I twisted my knee yesterday, so I'm not going to be going to the gym. I'm going to go for a little bit of a walk around. So I will see all of you out in the hopefully bright. Let me see what my phone is saying. Okay, it's showing cloudy. So okay, I will see our people outside. We outside in a couple minutes. So I'll see you guys there. All right, good day today.
Too much rain yesterday. Good day today. Always be easy with the knee, man. If you feel sore, you shouldn't. Whatever.
Ooh.
There it is. Although you can still swim when you have knee pain.
Yo, is that Jake Paul fight this weekend? That's going to be hilarious, man.
No, it's not.
The guy's going to squish that guy into the ground. What's his name? Gervonta something?
Is it? That's not this weekend.
It's next weekend, or what weekend is it? November. Oh, shoot.
That's not till November.
What was in the after? There was something in our... Oh, this is what it was. Yep. Neil called Ronaldo from Brazil, R9, right?
R9.
The greatest at his peak.
At his peak.
The great... Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I just wanted to know. Let's get Sharif's opinion when we go over there so that we can transfer over. That's all. Just, no, not trouble. Everyone's opinion. The chat was all over Ronaldo and Messi, the other Ronaldo. So, I wanted to get Sharif's opinion.
R9, baby.
Because we clearly don't know enough about football as much as these dudes do. So let's go over to Sharif and see who he thinks is the greatest footballer at their peak of all time.
Number 14 for Arsenal, Thierry Henry. No, I'm
That's
playing.
Crazy.
It's gonna be our, it's gonna be R7 or
Ronaldinho.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And it's been an interesting day. It's humid AF outside. You can't even walk without sweating up a storm. That displeases me greatly. But shout out to Tammy and Ed. T, what's up? We got Bax, we got Buffalo Soldier's son, Kenya Flowers, and Ronaldo Kalua, Suresh and Pan. Shout out to Fiddleback and Chris Arthur, Kai Wan Lu, Yannick the OG, Ja L, Press, Anish. We also got Yummy Thai Foods and Miko, $1 bill, yo, $1 bill. Shout out to DJ, get it, Adara. Right. Tina Patel, so do I. Roadrunner, Byron Hart, we got Mew Life, we got Junk Food Kids. Nah, don't do that to them, bro. That's crazy.
Don't do that.
Mark Perkins, Andrew Sandoval. We got Death God. Oh, boy.
No.
Big 40 Nephew, Trader Forever, LSTDZ. Who else? Byron Hall and Echo Max. Shout out to Donkey Trader and Omar. Mike P. D. Ryder. And we got K-Dub. Shout out to Jerry Garcia as well. Hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. Joey, let's just do it live right now and tell everybody what we're involved in. I'm involved in 2 small cap gappers, one not really a small cap gapper, but trading like one LA freaking C. We're taking some longs to the high side over here. We're long at 95s. It's at 95s. I've been scalping into the 6s. Let's see how this one holds out. It's generally holding the 10 EMA, but it does look like it might be losing support here at that $6 area. Keeping my eye on it. VWAP 570 on Lithium America. We're also involved in DBGI. We're long at 611, excuse me. Scalped up all the way into 45. That 50 print, though, going unfilled, waiting on the north side of 52. Let's see if this one can get filled. I got to tell you, DBGI displeases me because of the spread. I've seen it very wide at times, but here it goes, closing back up. We're popping in the 30s. Go DBGI, go. Let's see if we can get into that 682 area. And then last but not least, I have a bunch of different small cap gappers all on the side chart. SLNH, really the one I want to talk about, as well as CLPT. We're going to get to those in a second as soon as we see what your boy Joey Option has been looking at. Good morning, brother.
Good morning. I had to say yes. I would love to have your good old information in my mailbox. Anyways, all right, guys, what do we got? No, Juggernaut, man. It's not Joey Shivers today. Nice signal there on ETH. A going to the downside. Enough of that. We traded a little bit of that this morning, and we went heavy. It took a small, or not a decent loss on that, but now starting to come back in. There's Tesla, boom, boom. We take a little move to the downside, and then we get out break even as it continues to just climb higher. And I said, if this signal gets blown past and we come back and retest that, we're going to get out of that one. And then MU, we are also trading some MU this morning as well too. Let's see what we got cooking up on there. So we got this one up from 162.5s, and then we take that about 40 cents to the top side, pop, pop, and we get out. It did climb a little bit higher, but we got out of that one, so we won't complain. And then we took a couple stabs on the Ether long. I had a feeling that we were going to climb today, but yeah, just timing slightly off. Attempt one, we add a little bit. This one I went full size in, and then we took a full stop out. I was going to give it past a little bit past this low of the day, and then sure enough, look what it is. I'm bottom wick. I'm providing the liquidity as Obi would like to say there on that one. And then also, as for the 1 minute time frames, you can see here, the 5 minute time frame, you can see that we have that nice topping signal. Volume wasn't supporting it, but I'm like, you know what? I better not, just in case the crypto space wants to continue to climb higher. On the 1 minute, we don't have too much. Yeah, there it is. So missed opportunity there, but that's okay. We're not going to get too upset about that one, considering I think that the crypto space is relatively weak right now. Obviously, that being said, the past couple of days selling and underperforming against the NASDAQ, considering that it's made an all-time high on multiple occasions, and the crypto space has not this month whatsoever. So there it goes. Alibaba, not too bad of a look either. Break through the volume-weighted average price, sitting on the hands, waiting for prime time. Sharif.
Prime time. I like it, Joey. Okay. All right, here's what we got on, guys. Shout out to Zion Lala. Once we look at QURE, we already got that up. It feels like it's trading like a buyout, though, brother. I mean, consolidation, rocket up. Bit of a range. Sure, the pre-market has a bit more, dynamism than this latest price action. I'm talking about basically from 10 o'clock onwards. It's been very, very tight range. I mean, 42.71, that is the day high, but for the most part, guys, we've been below 41 for the most part, and then above, I want to say 39 for the most part as well. So a bit of a $2 range on QURE. It's up 192%. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. We're definitely going to keep it on there, but just the trading range on it is not what I exactly imagined here. Go ahead, Joey.
Oh, I think are you tapped into you?
I'm not tapped into you.
Right,
I plugged it in, but I didn't load that bad way up.
What are we doing there? Assassino, tell me one more time again. All right, cool. We're going to head over to Adara, but first, Robinhood 128.96.
Dang.
Let's go, Adara.
Yeah, let's talk here about Microsoft. MSFT reportedly working here with OpenAI rival Anthropic on Copilot AI. So again, Microsoft and OpenAI, their partnership has been a little bit on the fritz. There's been a lot of speculation there, continuing to team up with other companies, both of them. Now Microsoft again stepping up here, reportedly partnering with Anthropic, an OpenAI rival, on this AI Copilot. Back to you.
Yeah, man. You're killing me today, brother. Katina is making me laugh, and we're both kind of sick, so every time we laugh, we're both coughing a little bit. Sorry, Joey.
Yeah, I know. I'm just surrounded by it. It's crazy.
That's the cost of doing business, baby. I know, right? All right, so here's what we got. So let's bring this back, Joey.
Take a day off?
I'm trying to give you some days.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
All right, so I see DBGI is on the way to the $0.50 there. Let's see if it can print above the $0.50. I've got my order north of the $0.50, showing me 50s right now. We'll let that one cook. So I've talked about QURE and the sort of range trade setup that it's going through right now. I'm not really sure what's up with it, but we're going to keep it on the side chart because it is up a respectable amount. SLNH has been a multiple day runner, and this is the 5 minute. As you can see, it had a fantastic day on Monday. A decent day yesterday, kind of gave back everything. It kind of popped up at 8 a.m., then gave back everything. Today, we're trying to kind of put in higher highs and higher lows right into 269. That's a high a day. That doesn't even take us into Monday's high. Monday's high goes into 290, albeit an aftermarket high. Yesterday's pre-market high takes us almost into 360. So, SLNH, all right, but it's not my favorite. CDLX, I'm 0 for 1 on. It lost VWAP, so I'm going to let that one go. NAK, I like at $1.08. That's top right of your screen. And then CLPT is just, it feels like a buy program, either off the 20 at the deepest, retracement or the 10. It feels like maybe that $19 area might be a bit of a local resistance because we really haven't been making explosive higher moves there, but we're going to keep tabs on those. So currently I'm involved in a couple of trades, as I mentioned, DBGI, and here it comes again to 50, and here we're watching again as the 50 penny seller steps in again, and they've been stepping in every single time since I've been long. Back into 49s we go. So let's see if we can shake this $half seller. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! Yeah. He got taken out, Joey.
Oh no! Oh yeah!
All right, so we're doing it live on this one. Let's see if we can trend up a little bit more. We're long 11s. It's showing me 55. My next profit taker's at 63. Here we go. 58's now showing up. Let's pack our patience. So now almost at 60. Okay, here's 60, Joey. Can we get it? Oh no! 69. Okay, now we got to set up at 77s. Let's stay calm over here. Thank you, Fabian. Showing 75. Let's go, DBGI. Let's take out 77s, Mr. DBGI. We're going to pack our patience as this one zigs and zags in that $0.75 range. Going back over here to the other one, LAC. Look, I'm going to defend this in the VWAP. I'm taking small entries on every successive dip. I like LAC in the VWAP. I think it holds support at the volume weighted average price. If it doesn't, I'll take the L on it. Simple as that, okay? So we're in here at 95s. It's showing me 87s. I've got another dollar cost average planned, DCA 82, but I'm planning on DCAing into 70s. 570, that's where the volume weighted average price currently is on LAC. Let's see if this one's got the juice to maybe take out 100%. It's up 91.86 and I personally, you know, I'm more of a laissez-faire guy, so I don't necessarily like the government taking ownership of private industry and having voting rights and, you know, influence and all that. But as a trader, I like it because, quite frankly, the market likes it. So whatever the market likes on the high side, so do I. But if you just ask my personal opinion, I ain't a fan. But yeah, we'll focus on that, Joey, and then we'll focus on the next DBGI out. I've got it up here at 77.
All right, good look there, my friend. There goes the TQs, putting in a new low of the day, SPY breaking lower. Maybe I'll just hop out of this one unscathed. Just because
Katina Man's printing on that.
Yeah, he's short too. I don't like going against the Katina Man. So we're looking for that support level to hold, bounce in. But as you can see, the SPY has put in a new low there. So maybe we'll just hop out of that one flat, just to be like, yeah, you know what? If it's going to put in a new low, we'll look to get in at a different price, or it's just going to be an all-day fader. So shout out to them. Oh man, I have that Teenage Dirtbag song stuck in my head. Like there's no other. It's like, oh yeah.
What?
Dirtbag. Yeah.
Tell him what he said. Yeah.
Fabian loves the fact that the singer is singing both parts of it, and it's two females in the band. So yeah, he loves that.
Get it, Fabian.
Yeah, way to go. Let's rock and roll.
And thank you for fixing my headpiece, Fabian, because now I can hear you perfectly.
Bang! There he goes. Bang. Ooh, okay, all right. I don't know who this stock thinks it is. But it's absolutely phenomenal, right? Like there goes Robinhood putting in a new all-time high, up 330% off of those April lows. This thing is absolutely monstrous. I'm glad that we're still sitting in it. I did trim a little bit there, but hey, we got to lock those profits in and see what we got cooking up there. We're going to be patient sitting in this TQs. I like that for a potential rebound as well. I sold an Ether contract just because. Only one though. I'm still sitting on some, a couple hundred shares as well, and then also I'm still sitting on my Bitcoin contracts. I just have a little bit more faith within the Bitcoin, but I'll still sit in those one Ether contract there, just for, and then we'll get our beaks a little bit, not wet, but we'll dabble a little bit more, get our toes wet there.
Easy.
There it is. We're holding that base 101.85. Let's see if we can get a bounce back into the volume weighted average price. That's going to be primary target if we can even possibly squeeze back up to there. But you can see downtrend still fully intact. You have the test of the level, inability to break it, and then you make an additional leg lower. We get a 5-minute print opening up below this range, 101.85. Then we're at a dodge, and we'll let Katina Man. I'll provide Katina Man with a little liquidity there. Nothing substantial, but yeah. Let's see what else we got cooking up, guys. We'll go over the top. We'll go over the top performing sectors of the day. Let's get this off there. Get that garbage
Joey,
out of here. Yeah, go ahead. Go.
Sorry,
what you gotta do.
TNFA is breaking out. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to interrupt. But Joey, it just reclaimed VWAP, and it's on the warpath to the high side. TNFA, I don't even have it on my side chart, so we're going to have to throw that on there. 60% above 5.5. Now knocking the door 5 3/4. Now actually dealing with 5 2/3. The pre-market high. This is the only thing that displeases me, and it's only a 925. Pre-market high. It's not like a 7 a.m., so it's like right on the door of the open. So this candle over here, 925, as I mentioned, 643 high, official high of day, 619. So I generally have a rule that I won't trade a small cap gapper until it's cleared that pre-market high. Usually I'm not having to make exceptions for 925 versus 930 prints, but in this case I may. This thing is strong. Here comes 580. It's really going. It's about to take out 6. Here's the information on it. It is a float of 1.86 million shares, so it's awfully small, and that's good if you're looking for a sort of that parabolic characteristic. With these small cap gappers, the smaller the float, the more demand, if there is demand, for the name on the day, and therefore you have more outsized moves. Now, that can be both a blessing and a curse, because you can find yourself on the wrong end of that move to the downside, especially if you're long. Here comes $6. It's a 619 technical high of day, but as I've mentioned, the pre-market high is 643. Very, very aggressive volume profile supporting this latest up move. Look at the dearth of volume between the 945 volume candle and then the 1110 volume candle. It almost looks as if, nothing took place during them. But when you hover over, these were doing like 500,000 to about 50,000 shares each. I don't know why the volume dropped off in the way that it did, but the fact is the matter is it did. And now it's doing about 2 million shares per 5-minute candle, at least it has for the last 2. So be careful trading this. Let me just give you some levels before we go to Adara. 520 is the volume weighted average price. This one did halt down. It did halt at about 555, 558. It was a 5-minute halt, so it didn't extend into 10. It then gapped down, lost VWAP, and then basically didn't reclaim VWAP until about 10 minutes ago or so. So trade it carefully. It's rejecting 6 for now, back down into 2/3. I'm going to be watching this, but I unlikely will execute on it until it takes out that pre-market high. Go ahead, Adara.
I just want to take a moment here to remind you guys, we do have X at TTV Research for all of your market-related infographic needs. Costco reports earnings tomorrow after the bell. So we have this brand new infographic about Costco. In case you guys didn't know, it actually traded under a different ticker and as a different company for about 4 years. It was Price Costco with the ticker of PCCW because they merged with a company called Price Club. Lots of other pieces of lore here, including a attempted collaboration at one point with Alibaba of China. So check this out on X at TTV Research. There may be a hot dog related infographic as well in the future, just given the lore around the hot dog and the hot dog's, I guess, financial impact on Costco, which is pretty interesting. But either way, X at TTV Research, Costco earnings tomorrow. Check this out.
Happy
birthday, brother.
24, baby. Let's go. Mike P.
One of the nicest guys, the most active guys.
Yeah.
Love his
Surfboard.
attitude,
his
man.
nickname's Surfboard P, man.
Is it?
Yeah,
Hey, there
we got Skateboard P, and then we got Mike P.
Get it, Mike.
Rider
We're happy for you, brother.
So,
happy birthday, obviously, man. I didn't know. So he's Libra gang.
Yeah, he's on
the border though. He's like husky, and I like that.
Maybe I shouldn't.
He's like he's not fake Libra like your friend Ram over there, who just
Ram,
is like
when's
a
it?
Scorpio, but prancing
When's your
around
birthday?
as a
When's
Libra.
it? What day is it? October what? Ha ha. There you go.
Oh no,
there
she's angry now, Joey. What did I do?
She's all right. Well, I'll let her in the gang for sure. I'll let her.
Neil, it's the day when I don't do something, Neil, is the exception.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, mine's the 5th of October. If anyone was ever curious, obviously being slightly sarcastic. Anyways, energy sector guys, screen please. Assassino and bang. There we go. Energy sector leading the pack today.
Okay.
With up 1.8%. 1%. And then we have the consumer discretionary up 3/4, consumer staples up 1/5 there, so holding on to positivity. We'll check out the utilities. It's sitting in 4th place, again, up 1/5 as well, too. Now, as for the bottom 3, we got the tech sector down 4/10. We have the real estate down about 6/10, and then we have the comm service extremely weak today, down 3/4%. What's our good friend Meta been up to today,
What is it up to, man?
It's not doing too much here today, so there it is, bang. META, I feel like we haven't talked about this name for quite some time, even though I feel we probably are every single day.
The Connect event, we talked about
Connect,
it
yeah, we talked about the Connect event. Yes, exactly. And then also, let's take a look at goggles, no beer goggles. So there it is, a nice sell-off there in Google. Let's take a look at the daily. Yeah, this is frothy right here, man. Really, really toppy price action. Like, this is the most insane catch-up trade of all time, I think, personally. Even though you're up 75%, look at this parabolic move. And I was in at 164, and then you get that move all the way up to 255. But we got out way, way earlier than that. There goes the TQs, bang, strafe. We're going to take a little bit off the top right there. Well, let's spin it.
Oh! There
it goes, bang. Quick time, quick as you'd like. Let's take some off there, ladies and gentlemen, just because you want to lock in those profits. And bang, there goes the diamond right off the lows. Profile, risk profile relatively tight. What do you got?
All right, LAC, finally, you little. Here, it's back above 6. We got 93s on. We just wet the beak at 4. We've got some posted at 7 that have gone unfilled. And then we've also got some 14s. Look, I don't know how I feel. I still feel the downtrend on this one. I still see generally lower highs. If you draw a trend line from that 623 high, we're still putting in lower highs with, some intervening, breaches here and there. But I need to see a move above 610. A move above 610 puts me in a better position. Here's 5s. Now there's a monster seller at 5 in the same way that there was a monster seller at 6. 605 is what I'm talking about, not $5. So there was a monster seller at 6. There was several thousand lots that got chewed through. And then we just saw the latest seller there up at 5s. So I need to be concerned about LAC because there's going to be mean reversion traders who are looking at this thing saying it's up 100%. Short, right? Here we go. We're now taking 7, so let's wet the beak here. There we go. Now we're doing well. 607, we've got 92s on now on LAC, but there's a freaking seller every 2 pennies. What the hell is going on here? I mean, there could be profit taking, obviously, because this thing is up big, and we're around that $6 area, but there seems to be quite a bit of selling at every, 2-3 pennies. So let's see if we can kind of squeeze. I find that 610 area should be, a good area to break through, but it's not a hard and fast rule. Let's go back over to here, my friend DBGI. It's not continuing to the high day, but I don't want to get out here because it's still holding the 10 EMA on the 5. I've got 11s on. That takes me almost down to VWAP, a little bit higher than VWAP. VWAP's at 6, right? So I've got 611, so I'm a little bit higher, but 6.25-ish. Is where the 10 EMA is. So long as DBGI is trading above the 10 EMA, I'm going to hold it, okay? In fact, if it continues to make newer highs above 682 and pulls back into the 10 EMA, your boy is going to add. So we're going to see what this one does. Back to LAC as we're still watching that 10 seller come in. Okay, DBGI, I got to go back to that because it just lost the 10 EMA, and now it's coming down into my level. That's going to be the end of the trade for me on DBGI. We're going to take it out there. If it holds, if it comes into 6, where VWAP is, I'm going to buy it again there. But we're going to get out there for now, just to make sure that we hold on to the profitability, take it out there, break even for the last remaining amount. Now I can focus on LAC. That's coming back down into 6. Fantastic. All right, let me bring in the side charts over here and talk about TNFA. I don't mean to take any victory laps. Oh, my system is so perfect. No, it's not. It fails all the time. But this is what I see consistently with the small cap gappers that can't seem to shake that pre-market high. Yeah, this seems to happen a lot where we, get those bag holders, whatever, taking profits and getting out of dodge, or the short sellers are alive, they're wise to that pre-market high. They use it as sort of a key level off which to get short. But there we go, right back down and losing VWAP as we speak. The 10 EMA on the 5 is $5. It's below VWAP, but the 10 EMA may be operative here. So let's watch TNFA. I think it's got some juice, especially to kind of get above that pre-market high. If this thing gets above 650, TNFA could go. Last but not least, I'm 0 for 1 on CDLX, and that's because it's very wicky. So I tried to pull back into the volume-weighted average price on this one and ride it up. It lost VWAP. It ended up holding the 10, and look what it does. It makes a new high. But look at the characteristic of CDLX. I mean, what do you notice right away? Obviously, the wicks. I'm sure you guys would say the wicks, the upper and lower wicks. And so that's part and parcel of trading this. If it's going to do it over and over again, then you need to be ready for it to do it again. And so what do you have to do to kind of work your way around CDLX? Well, your stops have to take account of these wicks, so you're going to be a bit more aggressive with your stop placement. That means risking more, obviously, as well as your beak wetters, your profit takers should be layered, ready to take profit, because it doesn't spend any really discernible amount of time at the higher price levels. It wicks up there, and then it's right back down. So use resting orders to take advantage of the wicks up and get printed. That would be my suggestion if you're going to trade CDLX. I mean, it meets all my criteria. I've got nothing back to say other than the wicks. Above VWAP, above the 10 EMA, above the pre-market high. It's got everything, and it's up 23.5%, Joey. So I think I just traded it wrong.
All right, yeah, that's what happens when it's in a blue moon. Sometimes timing's slightly off. All right, guys, we had a good question there. Neil sent me, and I don't know if the individual is still within the chat, but we'll go over it here briefly, real quick. Let's get this back to where we want. All right, so now essentially what this is, right, what we got going on here, guys, this is just one September 29th call expiring on obviously 25th, and then 598 call, and let's go over the Greeks because that's what they were. So essentially what they are, there's just a mathematical measurement in how each specific Greek affects the options contract pricing and in the future price as well too. So we'll go over the basics here. The delta, what's going on here is that at our current delta, it's 0.5. So what does that tell us? So for every $1 move in the direction either to the north side or to the south side, either increasing or decreasing, you're going to see a $50 change in options term 50 cents, a $50 change within that options contract. So for example, if the options contract is worth $1, it goes from $5.98 to $5.99. That contract is now worth $1.50. Yes, that's correct. Now, if it moves to the south side, that contract is only worth 50 cents. All right, relatively simple. Okay, so now as for your gamma as well too, guys, think about it as your delta's delta. As simplistic as I can possibly put it is that, so we have that $1 change in the underlying asset. It goes from $1 to $1.50. But now your delta has changed to 54 cents. So for the next $1 move, that options contract is going to be worth $2.04. Okay, keep that in mind. Now, as for your Vega, that is going to be your volatility pricing in, and it's usually based on how much it fluctuates from a yearly basis. Now, for your Theta, very, very important. Now, this is 40 cents. Now, what our Theta is time decay. We talk about this all the time, is that you want to buy as much time as possible. And what happens here is, in each day by day, the value of those contracts is going to decrease by 40 cents. So when you have these near dated expiration cycles, the Theta is going to start to accelerate as well too. So there's your crash course on what the Greeks are. We'll hop out of there. I'm all out of the TQs because it came back to my break even. Adair, what do you got?
What I have here is crypto. After a fairly tepid weekend of trading and trading lower yesterday and the day before, Bitcoin trying to bounce a little bit here. And it's interesting too, is actually our low of day on BTC is lower than yesterday's low. So initially we did push to the downside. Now though, bouncing nicely, trading around 113,700. Let's take a look at Ethereum as well. ETH, trying to form a bit of a base, but not really as significant as Bitcoin's bounce looks here. I want to talk about some of these miners. RIOT, really strong in the morning, already giving up some of that move. IREN, Energy, this one holding up relatively well. And then Marathon Digital looking a bit closer to RIOT with regards to giving back that move. These have been really strong on the day. I know Riot actually had a positive analyst note from Arete Research. They initiated coverage with a buy rating at a $26 price target. I couldn't find any news on these, but other than that upgrade for Riot, but there was some speculation that certain names in the space, including Riot and BTDR, could benefit from this OpenAI and Oracle deal. We know that some of these names do have the capacity and the potential to get into that AI space. They have the energy for that. So that was kind of along lines of the note I was seeing with RIOT and BTDR potentially benefiting from Oracle and OpenAI. We'll have to see if that ends up being the case. But interesting thing to keep an eye on, these miners might not just be for Bitcoin mining. They could also be for other purposes. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. Guys, I just want to bring to your attention that there's an email being sent out by Trader TV. It is for my morning watch list, okay? And so basically, I'm going to show you exactly what you're going to get, but basically, I create a research note every morning. It has the story or it has one page dedicated for every story. So you're going to get more of a nuanced explanation about what's happening in the market context, as well as you're going to get technical areas of support and resistance. So this is basically what it looks like. So this is this morning's watch list. Alibaba surges on major AI investment and product launch. At the top, you'll get 3 different areas of support. You'll get 3 different areas of resistance and a trader takeaway. Now, this will kind of give you a look at, the intraday look as well as the swing look and even sort of an investor perspective as well. Some of this information can be digested for that. And it's going to be quite lengthy. I mean, we throw about 10 to 15 stories per morning watch, and it's super simple. It comes in PDF. You can view it easily on your phone or you can view it on the computer, and it's very, very structured. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, check your email, and this will get sent to you every single morning. Super simple, guys. And yeah, it helps you kind of organize the day. So yeah, that email, somebody was asking me in the chat. I didn't know it was sent out, but it has been, and I just want to confirm that is us sending it out. That's not spam. So shout out to Brendo for sending that out. And if you're interested, yeah, go ahead and subscribe, guys. Every morning we'll get that out, and it'll come out right with the morning watches, right around 8 a.m.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside. All right.
Oh my God.
Hey, man.
Oh my God.
What's going on over there?
That was good there, Joey.
That'll wake you up.
That was real good there.
That'll
Joey.
wake you up. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that one more time there.
You have the option to like and subscribe.
Still a little loud.
Has unlimited upside.
All right, there we go. There it is. Bang.
Wouldn't a Google Drive folder with all the documents be better? That's not exactly how we actually have it here, and that's how we share. So I share my morning note with everybody on the show, and that's exactly how we do it. I just create it on my Google Drive, and I send it out. But it's super easy, guys, because we already have that morning watch list going out to you anyway. So if you're subscribed, just click yes, and you will automatically be subscribed. Just check your email, Joey.
All right.
What do you got, brother?
Yeah. Who's that? Yeah, I don't know who that is. Just Living. I'm curious as well too. I know Dara was up there, so that's why I was looking so good personally. But yeah, for me, it's just a face. All right, guys. Tesla potential bull flag. I know City's talking about that one. We like that. Glad we got out of this TQ's long. Boom, crashed through the support system. AC slated to that one. It's off to the races to the downside. So do not chase. What we got going on here on Alibaba? Man, this name is crazy, and it's funny because we talk about it in a sense like it's so tough to invest in, but then you just look at the daily chart and it's like, do you just put a couple of dollars in there? Maybe it's a chase up here. But yeah, I like what they're doing. Sharif brought you some of the news this morning as well too, just building across the globe really, and just spending a lot of money. So not too bad of a look there. And what I like also is that, I mean, you're at the mercy of the overnight risk, obviously, but when it's in your favor, it's a really, really good time. Now we're going to be keeping an eye out on this 5-minute candle to see if we can catch a potential long off of the volume weighted average price here. If it prints, holds that. One thing to note, Gaurav, is that you can see that we filled the majority of this wick to the downside. So keep that in mind. Once I see 60 to 70% of that wick filled, then I'm going to suspect some more downside for the potential play there. What we got going on is IBIT bull flag here. possibly as well too. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Haven't traded that. There you go. You got a little pop, but you can see we're starting to form this wedge. A nice bull flag. There it goes, Rusty. Nice pop up there. Let's take a look at the chain. I displayed that this morning as well too. So keep an eye out on that. There is some open interest right around that 66 strike price, which we have around 22,400 contracts. That's going to be the largest on this week's expiration cycle. Maybe once this is lifted, we might have a little bit more free room to climb slightly higher. But there it is, volume 11,400. So that's going to be putting in the most amount of volume on this contract as well too. Let's actually take a look at the profile of this specific contract, so we can get a good idea on what our gamma and everything along those lines is. Let's get on the ask there. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get to the profile and see what this.
What are you trying to get on there, Joey?
The profile.
Oh, I heard something else.
What'd you hear?
I don't know. Ask.
Oh, get on the ask. Oh, okay. Well, anyways, that was lackluster. I'm super frozen now, Sharif, so I'll get you to.
My bad.
Oh, no, we're good now. We're back, baby. We're doing it live here.
Doing it live.
Okay, so there it is. Let's take a look at our metrics. So that's going to be delta, which is correct, currently around $2, $20. So every $1 move, you're going to only get a $20 move and $20 change within that options contract. Now, as for our gamma, that's relatively high, right? Gamma is always going to be at its greatest at the money. As soon as you start to sway from it, it starts to cool down. And that's essentially what a gamma squeeze is, right? So just to kind of take a couple steps back, what you have is a bunch of out the money contracts. And as price starts to accelerate closer to those out of the money contracts and the gamma gets closer to at the money, that's when it really starts to increase and you get those gamma squeezes. And now as for theta, you're losing $11 a day on that specific contract.
That's crazy, $11 a day.
Yeah, brother. That's how it works, man.
Goodness.
And then as you get closer to expiration, boom, it speeds up.
Baby, turn around and let me see that. Go, boom, boom, boom.
I gotta say, oh yeah.
Joey.
Dirtbag.
Look at this hot garbage over here. Look at this.
Did it get you?
Unreal.
Yeah,
this is the one I was complaining about. CDLX into the high of the day, guys. Here we go. 268 high a day. Trade this one carefully, though, as I've mentioned, it's very wicky. But let's bring in another one that we've got on here that I saw people were talking about in the chat, but I didn't mention this to you guys. I mentioned it ever so briefly. It's up nice, 60%. You know, I refer to it as a buy program. It just doesn't seem to have anybody looking to sell here. I mean, it's stair-stepping up in a way that I really haven't seen. There was one moment, really, just one moment in the day, I want to say from 9:10 to 9:30, we're lost the 10 EMA on the 5 just ever so briefly, and then regained it right as we rung the bell. Right at 9:30, got above the 10 EMA, and it hasn't looked back since. Look at this. This is a buy program, and the buy program is clearly using the 10 EMA as, you know, an area where to buy more, because it just keeps defending that area, stair-stepping up. 1965 high, showing me 43s. I haven't looked at the level 2 to see what the time and sale or what the spread looks like, so maybe we should do that right now. But as I come to do that, I want to show you CDLX pulling back in. So the wicks, the wicking nature of CDLX, basically maintaining. CLPT is the one that we were talking about earlier, so let's look at the spread on this. So right away, 12 penny spread, displeasing, but you know, that's going to be kind of the nature of this beast. Why is it doing that? I just don't understand. I need Rob to fix this. Like, why does the Windows taskbar showing up every time?
Yeah, mine's
insane. Anyway, CLPT, guys, I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I think I'm going to wait at 19, because if I'm waxing poetic about this one finding support every single time at the 10 EMA, I'm going to wait at the 10 EMA. So it's currently showing me 19s, but I'm going to wait a little bit ahead. I'm going to go 1911 just to front run the size, especially because the 10 EMA on the 5 is dynamic. It's constantly moving as the price action evolves. So maybe by the time this one makes it down, we get a 1911. So let's go ahead here. We're going to start small share size, and we're going to wait at 11s to see if we can get that print. Show me 45s. We're going to pause for a second. Adara's got news.
Keep an eye. I have Tesla up here. You can look at any of these automakers, though, specifically ones that are going to sell or I guess produce even in the EU. There is a filing that's showing that the U.S. will be, I guess, putting retroactive auto tariffs on the EU. So EU autos and auto parts will face 15% tariffs retroactive to August 1st. So for, I guess, the roughly 2-month period, there will be EU auto and auto parts retroactive tariffs. That is via a filing. And again, U.S. tariffing EU auto parts retroactively. August 1st is when the tariffs are supposed to start anyway. If I get more details on this, I'll let you know. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Alex, for the $20 super chat. ABAT. The people need to know about ABAT. All right, Alex. We're gonna do what you need. We're gonna show the people ABAT. Let's go ahead and show people. By the way, QURE is breaking out. So shout out to the OG Zion Lala, because I was pegging this one as a range, but clearly I was wrong. It's knocking the door $44. This thing's up 220%. QURE is the one I'm talking about, guys, breaking out bigly. But let's show them ABAT.
Okay.
ABAT. Oh, this is a good-looking name over here, Joey.
American Battery
Is this one of ours? Yeah, American Battery Technology. $588 million market cap with about 11.2 million shares traded today. The float on this monster, 86 million shares. So it's not a small cap, not a small float, a small cap gapper though. And here's the deal. Nothing from it today, but it did file an 8K yesterday. I didn't obviously have an opportunity to look at that, just looking to see if it has anything to do with the LAC breakout, probably because they were batteries and batteries have lithium. So probably something to do with that. Anyway, it's got some, pardon me? Don't go to Dara? Okay. All right. $5 level over here seems to be a bit of an annoyance and has been locally. But look, I mean, the higher lows are what's operative here, Alex. I like the look. Thank you for pointing this out. It's not the biggest percentage winner on the day, but a very respectable one at that, 21%. We're going to have to put QURE and ABAT on the side charts. And quite frankly, I'm running out of room. So, NAC, you're out, bro. ABAT's taking its place. And I had a WWR over here as possibly a flat top breakout through 108, WWR. But sorry, WWR, we're going to have to put QUR. I don't know. QURE is like 20, it's like 43 bucks. I'm unlikely to trade that. I'm going to keep WWR. But this one, Joey,
yes,
ABAT, shout out to Alex for calling this one out. This is a good looker and could get more aggressive if we get and stay above $5. Up 21%, Joseph Wilson.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, guys, let's take a look at some things. We got our eyes on Bitcoin here. We're going to post up around that 64.54 level to see if we can get in at the lower end of the range. I do like this pennant that we're starting to slightly form on the 5-minute time frame. If it wants to take that additional leg higher, if not, then we'll get that break risk profile really tight. That is if we get the fill, that is. And then sure enough, once it cracks lower, then you just get out, and then it would probably be that next step to the downside. But if it wants to go through this resistance zone, we want to see some volume and the velocity really start to pick up there. So keep that in mind. Tesla, same thing, right? Like it's moving completely against the overall market today. So that's not a horrible look. There it is, Gorev. I think this is the pullback. Actually, no, yeah, I'm doing this, Gorev. I like what you pointed out there earlier in the session, is that this 5-minute hammer candle on Amazon. Really, really tight stop that you can put onto this one. You only got to risk, it's a little bit more. So you got to go $1 to be safe. So let's get involved in some Amazon off of those lows. Hammer candle volume supporting it. We like that. And we don't trade it that often. I know that used to be an OB's favorite. So there it is. We'll give it, only 45 cents or so we'll have to give that. So let's get involved in this on this pullback, just in case we do want to get that pop back towards the volume weighted average price. That's what we are going to look for. And then there goes IBIT through some of the key resistance zones. So nice bull flag pennant being formed there. With that being said, let's take a look at some of our other names and see what we got going on from a volume standpoint and see what the scanners is cooking up. Guys, hopefully you guys are running these in the morning. That's how a lot of the names are found. Sharif has his criteria. Everybody, Katina Man goes through his sticky note process. Neil as well too. So this helps you just kind of phase out a lot of names that are particularly that are going to meet your trading criteria.
Sorry, Joey.
Yeah.
Can you just continue for a sec? Because Neil's going to help me increase.
Yeah. Whatever you need, brother. Yeah, I didn't know what you guys were doing over there. So there it is. Rigetti is extremely strong. I can go on all day if we need to, but I'm sure you guys would eventually get sick of me. Now, as for Cure Baba, there you go. What are you guys doing over there? I'm curious to know now.
Brother, that's amazing.
Now, as for QuantumScape, this is the daily, so you get this big time breakout. boom, and then now you're starting to come back in. So you do fail at that previous all-time high test and start to come back in a little bit. But this is a really nice run. You go up 100% from that $7 level, a little bit less there, but we'll take that 90%. We'll take that all day, every day, without any question. Now we just need this little bounce here in the Zonio.
What'd you do, Joey?
I didn't even hit that. Who hit that?
That's cap.
Brother, I'm sitting here talking. No cap around here. That's what my the little brothers say.
Oh, yeah?
Time. Yeah, cap.
No cap around here?
Cap. Say less.
He's got all the things.
Yeah, they're all.
Does he say Riz?
No, I don't think they're that.
Doesn't say Riz?
No, they don't. They're not that young.
Okay.
But yeah, they have some of the lingo that these kids have.
Does he say aura farming and stuff like that?
No. They're not that. I think the aura farmers are.
Bro, those are the only like Gen Alpha things that I know. Like, and my niece and nephew are not even Gen Alpha. Like they're Gen Z, Z or whatever, right?
Do you aura farm at the gym or no?
I don't aura farm, bro.
It's just natural. It just comes natural.
Let's tell this guy nothing. All right, Assassino, let's show everybody the screen over here because people were hot complaining about this. So I'm going to remove volume weighted average price, and you're just going to see that at the top. So how do we get rid of that crap VWAP over there? We're going to have to figure that out. But yeah, that's going to be the new look there. You guys were complaining a lot. It's so legible, I know. Should I remove it, Fabian? Because we can't make it that easy for everybody. I know, brother. I know. I get the complaints all the time as well. So we're doing it live for you guys right there. So there it is, guys. It's going to be that big. DBGI up 42%. And how much it's up on the day. We're going to remove that volume weighted average price band look there in a second as soon as I just get the opportunity to do it. But there it is. We're going to keep that. Yeah, okay, good. It is live, my man. Marcos Morales, of course it's live, my man. Just take a look at the time and sales on the left there. You'll know exactly what time it is.
Did he ask
on
us
my
if
screen.
It was live?
Yeah, well, I think he's probably just joking because we say we're doing it live all the time. Oh no, Joey. We taking out more levels here on LAC, and we are now 1 penny off the freaking high a day. 23 showing up. 24s now. There's a seller at 24. Can we shake them? That's where we're waiting. We're waiting at 24. And now we're going to wait a little bit higher as well because we still got shares on. So we're going to go ahead and wait at 33s. This taskbar on Windows is going to be the death of me, bro. All right, we got the fill at 24s. That is the new high a day now. Let's go, LAC. We're up 103%. I was thinking this one might mean revert. I was wrong. At least not mean reverting yet. So we're waiting at the third of a dollar now. Shake the seller, says Ozan. He got shaken, baby. You know, I could use other words as well. But we're going to keep it PG. For everybody there in the chat. So we're watching right now as that seller steps in at 24. Can't shake that seller right now at 24. Let's pack our patience though. What else we got over here? I'm still waiting for a dip trade on ABAT. That one hasn't come in. I'm looking for an entry on that one. While we wait for that, let me go back and show you a new high a day on LAC. It's 6:30. We're waiting at 33s, and we're going to calm down a little bit, and we're going to send it to Adair.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that's not calm here, Sharif, is Live Nation to the downside. It's not aggressive here by any means, but as you can see, big drop, relative volume increase, only about 400,000 shares traded on the day, but I am seeing reports here, things circulating around on X, suggesting that Ticketmaster was breached. Of course, Live Nation, responsible for Ticketmaster, LYV to the downside. Now, it's also worth noting, I have a little bit more details on EU and US trade. Looks like the Trade Representative and Commerce Department have this notice listing details with regards to EU and US trade. Apparently, pharmaceuticals and aircraft parts are amongst the items exempted from the 15% reciprocal tariff. So pharmaceuticals and aircraft and aircraft parts, those are going to be exempt from the 15% retroactive tariffs. Back to you.
All right, Joey, what do you got, brother? As I try to find VWAP over here, get rid of that.
Here, I'll show you right there. Display indicators right on the left-hand column there.
Where?
You see right on the top. Yeah. There you go. Bang. And then bang.
And then display.
And there you go.
Apply, okay.
And it's live. And it's live.
It's not doing it.
Oh, it's not doing it? Okay, anyways, can't believe I trimmed some of the 130 top on hood, the volume drop. I mean, Gorev, brother.
Oh, thank you.
Like, Are you saying it as a bad thing or a good thing? I mean, oh, there you go. Yeah, it's a great thing, right? As the market comes right back in. I think that's a fantastic trade. This is absolutely phenomenal, man. You've just been absolutely killing it and finding some absolute bangers of trades. You get out right at 130. Let's actually pull up the options chain to see what we got going on with that. Bitcoin's starting to come back in, and see if there's any form of a call wall or anything along those lines right at that specific strike price. So that's going to be 130 on Robinhood. And we're going to pull that up real quick. There it is. Bang. Gore, this is the beauty of the chain, right? 130. Look at the open interest. Look at the volume being put in. That's the largest size that we're seeing on this week's expiration cycle that is on the call side, right? So even here, you got the open interest but no volume. You have the open interest but no volume. You have the open interest. You have the volume right at 130, and then that's why you're starting to see a little bit of a slight rejection right there. So that's what we got going on. Amazon not doing too much. I'm glad that I took this bid off there on IBIT because it's just absolutely tanking right now. So yeah, with that being said, what's Ethereum up to? Probably getting hit harder. Glad we took that contract off. Beautiful signal on this one. The space is selling extremely, extremely heavy right now. Beautiful signal right there, starting to accelerate to the downside. So it's unfortunate that it couldn't be sustained. I thought this was going to be a chance that we could start to fill a little bit of the gap, but it seems like it's going to take a little bit longer than what we are expecting. We're still holding up in Amazon, which is beautiful. Support levels coming in exactly how we would like to. We're not in it right at the lower end of the range, but we still only have to risk about 50 cents, especially in this name. I don't think that's too bad of a thing. I'm going to actually remove the crypto charts off of my platform here, just because it's just really starting to hurt my eyes, Sharif.
All right, brother, no worries. All right, I'm having mixed success here, removing some of the titles and some of the others. We'll pack our patience. But guys, DBGI is continuing to go here. It's back up into 6.5. It doesn't have the same parabolic effect that it had prior, but we're going to keep an eye out on this one. It's also quite spready. Now, new trade alert. We're in ABAT. We just got in. This is one of the first times it's actually lost the 10 EMA in a little bit of time. It usually finds support at the 20. I'm talking about that 11:10 a.m. candle. We've got 93s, showing me 94s. Let's see how. Let's see if we find support. So the 20 EMA is at 490. So if it holds up there, fantastic. We're going to keep an eye out on that. And in addition to being the 20 EMA where it's found support before, I find 490 to be a good area of technical resistance. Look how many times we rejected $4.90 before clearing it eventually over here at 1045. And then actually using it as support. So here we go, coming into that 490 again. Let's see if we can add some more shareage over here. Yeah, we haven't added that much, so we can take a little bit over here. And then anything below the volume weighted average price really does end the trade for me. Let's put some beak wetters though on this bad boy since we've got this one up. Let's go 96s, and then we'll layer a little bit possibly into that $5 level. So that's my look right now on ABAT. Let's go back over to LAC though, because this one did make a new high day, 630, but it is coming right back down into the 10 EMA. The 10 EMA on the 5 is 607. That's where it is right now. Does it find support, or is this going to be a deeper retracement into the 20, like the one that we got from 1105 till 1115? I'm talking about that one right here that found support at the 20. We still have some shares on this bad boy, but we don't want to add if it's not warranted to do so. CLPT, I was also waiting for an entry on this one. This one didn't give me the entry, and it just continues to print area highs. 972 high now, but the spread is really opening up on CLPT. It's about 15 pennies. I've seen it as wide as 20, so be on the lookout for that. I mean, it's a very directional and I don't want to say stable stock because it has had wicks at times, but the buy program on this one's kind of been evident to me, finding support at the 10 EMA. So my current trade, the dip, is 13s, and that's where the 10 EMA is right now. It's actually a little bit higher than that. It's about 20. So I'm going to cancel this order. I'm going to move it up a skosh. I'm going to go 925 on this order. We're going to try to front run the size a little bit, see if we can get filled. If not, all good. That's my look there on CLPT, but it rockets right back up into the $0.50, so I don't know what to do with that one. So it's ABAT that we have to keep an eye on here because we're out of the money on this one. We're break even, excuse me. 92's on. I've got 92's as well, but nothing printed. So we'll keep tabs on that and look for a move up. What else we got over here? QUREs at the high of the day. Yeah, I don't want to trade QUREs. Too expensive. But we'll look at it for everybody because that's what we're doing. We're on a show. So let's look at QURE. Where are we at? Yeah, this is trending up quite nice. This is quite clean here. If you zoom in, I mean, if you zoom out, obviously it's convoluted because the previous price action almost looks like it doesn't exist. But trust me, bro, it does. It's just such a big gap up. 45, 45, high of day, looking to take it out. I don't really want to trade this. It's just, it's hard for me to manage risk on it, so I'm going to let that one go.
Okay.
What do you got?
Yeah, let's see what we got going on. We're looking to grab some of these bottoms here. Got all out of Amazon, so we take a small loss on that one. TQs wasn't too bad for us. We got our eyes on this one again for potential bounce, but you can see that the momentum is heading towards the downside. It's just blowing past some of these signals, so I want to find something that's moving against the market. Gora pointed out that we got Tesla with the signal there at the lows. I was looking at NVDL. No good. We're starting to break through those candle lows, so we're going to avoid that one. So I think I'm going to go with the likes of Alibaba. All right, let's put on some size here. Relatively, you're just going to start a little starter position. What do we got? We're in at 87s. We got to give this one 50 cents or so to really know if we're wrong. And there it goes. NVDA, another leg to the downside. So September coming into full effect here, guys. Usually, it's typically a bearish month, right? But we had some big time moves in the month. So now we're starting to play catch up to the downside. I think this is going to be a great opportunity to get involved around some of these lows. So wait until the month, wait until you see anything established, and then start grabbing things. I mentioned this on the likes of Amazon. I think this is going to be an absolute beautiful buy. Why? Because we have Apple that's not too far off of the all-time highs. We have Tesla that's only 14% now or so, and then we have Amazon that still hasn't established a new all-time high this year, if I stand corrected. Yeah. So, okay, no, February. So February of 25, earlier in the year is that. So we haven't put anything new in, and I think there's going to be a great opportunity to get involved in that. There goes Baba, a nice little pop to the top side. That's what we want to see. Bang. Let's go. Break through that resistance. Tesla's starting to come back down. Gaurav, watch out for this one. I know you said you're long. Now that you filled the majority of that wick, watch out. So shout out to Alexis on fire. Let's get to our Alibaba trade here because that is starting to slowly grind higher. Grind in. Surfboard P. So there it is. Bang. Nice little pop there. Only a couple pennies or so, but we'll take it. 13 cents. Bang. 20 cents just like that. As quick as you would like, Sharif. You get that move higher. Looking for outliers. Don't want to be trading any of these mega cap tech names right now because why? They're moving with the market. We can wait for some things at the lows, but I'm going to look for something that's moving aside from that, and that's going to be Alibaba right now. We get that pop.
Alibaba. All right, guys, we're all out of LAC because, well, it dropped into my re-entry area. We got... You want to cover something? Like another massive leg down there in the market. Tesla blowing through. There goes NVDA continuing to sell heavier and heavier. Sharif, we got to take a look at the options chain before we send it back to you because we need to know what's going on with the overall market. Do we have call walls? Do we have put walls? Do we have Paul wall? I don't know, but we have to figure that one out as soon as faster than yesterday. We were supposed to figure this out here, guys. Not right now. Starting to come back in on Baba a little bit here, but we're not too worried about it just yet. 84. Oh, no, we're not in on that. There it is. Come on, there you go. You can do it. Bang. 180. Oh, my days. What happened?
And then what was the high of the day on Envy? Oh, my God. Sharif.
What happened?
It's music to my ears.
I like it.
Look at this here, guys. Intraday high. 179.83, 180 strike price, 114,000 contracts closed at that specific level, 113 still currently open. We ain't breaching that today. The market is weak. Look for the fades, in my opinion. Katina Man knocked it on the head. Baba's not doing what we would like. But it's already noon? Okay. We're going to Adara with Happening Now, and then Neil with us. That's another day.
What's happening right now is that it's actually news that just dropped is ORCL on watch. Oracle receiving $80 billion worth of demand for their high-grade bond sales. So Oracle, yet another day where this one's in the headlines, this time again for receiving $80 billion worth of demand for their high-grade bond sale. This stock is back to being around $300. So ORCL after that massive earnings rally and subsequent pops to the upside on TikTok is really struggling to stay strong. Here is the S&P 500 that just put in its second largest volume candle of the day, second only to the opening candle on this 15-minute chart. Lots of weakness in the market, whether you're looking at the SPY or the NASDAQ or Micron, which actually had a really strong earnings report, but cannot stay to the upside. This one had a double beat. They beat on EPS, they beat on revenue, and it's worth noting they actually raised their guidance for this about a month ago. So the fact that they beat even the raised guidance is very notable. They also had better than expected guidance for the next quarter. They did flag about $4.5 billion worth of CapEx for Q1. Unclear if that's what the market has an issue with, but either way, MU not reacting well to this fairly strong report, I would say, by all accounts. Let's take a look here as well. Remind you guys, earnings tonight, KB Homes, that is this yellow line here. Obviously, it's a little bit stagnant when it comes to its revenue growth, but either way, you can check out those results with Neil and myself after the bell on our market recap at 4 p.m. And speaking of Neil, he actually has a lesson of the day, so make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, check us out on X, and we'll send you over to Neil and his lesson. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Darren.
There it is. And I'm telling you, whatever you, I love that headline. We do it every single chance we get there, Adara. Only wish it was one for me too, man, or all of us. That would be a heck. With AI, you probably could pull it off. But the lesson of the day is, what would you do if you were flat? What would you do if you didn't have a bias in the stock? And what would you do if you had no position in the stock? And let that be sometimes your spirit animal. Because I find it's so easy to come in and think, okay, I like this stock for this reason as a positive catalyst, and if this level breaks, and all that kind of stuff that we talk about for a good trade or a trade plan. But then the market shows you something that you might want to listen to. So the example I want to use is, you can see the market bleeding here. I was going to hide the executions, but I don't think, what's the point? So Palantir had positive news in the afternoon yesterday, right around here at that 180 level. So in my note, it even said, as long as it's holding 180, I'm looking for bounce plays and mean reversions, because the overall trade on the daily chart would be a consolidation at that point. So if you're going range bound, you hold here and then you revisit there, like all of that. But when I finally got in, I missed this trade, and then I kind of missed this trade and then picked it up at 181. You always have to ask yourself a question. If I was flat and did not have that news bias, what am I looking at here, and what would I be thinking? And then you zoom out a little bit, and if I was flat, this is 184, failed breakout, close lower, fall lower, failed breakout at 184, dump into 78. Fail 184 after a V-shaped recovery. Fail to hold above 184 again. So what happened at the open? You have a false breakout and trend down, bouncing and holding VWAP. Now, yes, I liked the long trade on Palantir because of the news, holding 180, move into 185. That was the plan of action today. However, once the market opened, what happened? It's a false break of a big resistance level, and then a trend underneath the volume weighted average price, held it once, held it twice. I'll throw it even to you to show you that it held the prior close as well. If you're looking at the prior close resistance area, that held that as well. That's one of my favorite short setups, is a false pre-market, a false break of like the pre-market high or the prior high at a big resistance level, and then the continuation short on VWAP. If that's one of my favorite short setups, at a bare and absolute minimum, it means cover the long. It has to. Especially at that price, at the volume weighted average price, at a minimum, it's got to be get out of your long trade. Because it's okay to have a reason you like it or a bias, but sometimes the market's telling you something else. And if an A setup emerges for a short, in my opinion, and I'm sitting there in a long, and it's at the point where I'd enter the short, that is an automatic take it out. It doesn't mean you have to go short. I mean, it doesn't mean I'm going to have to go short. That is an automatic take that sucker out. And I'm going to go over, show you kind of another example of that. The whole, like, if you had no position in the stock. Now, ultimately, if you happen to be long Tesla today, like, look at this breakout trade. It's a pretty key level. that 430 and it broke out that 430. Now, when it's as bullish as it is, if you were flat to stock and not in position and you saw it do this at the 440 level, what would you be thinking? Like, would you be thinking, oh, this is definitely a leg up when it's coming into this support the last time? Or do you think this is like a trend break into the downside? This is sort of what I'm getting at. Like, if you were long in Tesla and it shows you a fail of that bull flag, maybe you're not shorting it. But that's one of those, how could you not at least be covering type of moments? And I can tell you that saved me on Palantir here today. And ultimately, it's something that I swear by, because there was a trader who, I'm trying to remember who the trader was by name, but I can't because I was a trainee. And I'll never forget, there was something that happened in the morning, and it could have been an economic number when I was a trainee, but it kind of shifted things. And I remember having a discussion about it with like a couple of trainees, and he overheard, and then he came over and he said those exact words. I don't think it was Darren, but I want to say it was Darren. Sean knows him as well. But he said, well, what would you do if you were flat? What would you do if you had no position, no bias in this moment and looking at this right now? Would you go the other way? And if the answer is yes, then just at least cover. Like if you would genuinely say this is a short entry, if you weren't biased and weren't in position and you're in a long, well then just cover the long for profit. Or maybe cover the prolonged just because you feel like it's the right thing to get out. But make sure that it's clearly a better short setup in that moment. Ask yourself that question at key points throughout any day. If the market starts going ham to the downside, if news hits, whatever it might be, because you might be bullish, and like I said, Palantir had all kinds of bullish things going on for it today. But very clearly, there was an A+ short setup, so you got to be able to get out when you see it. Good luck to everybody. There's your lesson of the day. And yeah, down below, timber.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know about Boeing, BA. We did get some news on Boeing while we were getting that awesome lesson of the day. Thank you, Neil, for giving that to us. Boeing apparently looking to move some of its operations. So they did announce that their program is going to be moving starting in 2026. All of their St. Louis operations will end as of 2027. They will be moving their F/A18 service life upgrade work to support the expansion of that St. Louis facility. So it looks like they're expanding that facility, but they're going to end their operations there. They're also apparently working to move several locations. They'll start with San Antonio and Jacksonville sites. So Boeing moving around a lot of operations. The stock's still near days low. Worth noting just because BA, of course, has been in the news, especially with that Palantir deal yesterday. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yes, great lesson of the day from Neil. Thank you, Adara, for updating us on that. All right, a new small cap gapper has weaseled onto the scene. It goes by the ticker LXEO on the NQ, and it's up 33 2/3. Not a bad look. 720 high. The spread is reasonable at the moment, 3 pennies from what I see. It's opened up at times and been a little bit wider, but right now we're dealing with about a 3 penny spread. Here it comes down, there it widens up, 14 on the ask, 8 on the bid. Generally, there has been support on this one at the 10 EMA. 10 EMA showing me 6 mid-80s, I think 85 or 86. So we'll see exactly if it can lose 7. And if it does it hold up at the 10 EMA? So that's what I'm looking for right now, LXEO. That's the ticker. Also keeping an eye on CLPT. Shout out to my man Zion Lala. He's printed up a storm on CLPT, and this one has been sanely respectful of the 10 EMA as well, which right now is showing me 1950s. Here we are at 75. We're losing 75 pretty quick, though. Here comes 60, so we are on the way to the 10 EMA. Let's see if we can get the beak or entry there. Let's see if we can pop back off these levels. What do we get? We got 70s. There's Joey, so we'll go ahead and layer some orders possibly into the high side over here in case this one does get a price spike up. And we have to layer some north of 20 as well. So that's going to be my look. CLPT, that's the first trade I'm having on that. There is Zion with $10 super chat shouting out Neil. Shout out to your boy Zion Lala for that one. So that's what I'm looking at, Joey. We're involved in CLPT. Okay. We're involved as well as in CDLX. CDLX is going to have to hold up the area trough at 240. Otherwise, we get out.
Okay, cool. Good stuff there. All right, guys. So I'm in this long here one more time. Again, I just mentioned in the chat, just be careful in these tech longs because you have obviously Nvidia and some of the bigger names just continuously selling. So this is like scalp mode. If I get anything north of this resistance, we're out of the trade immediately, right away. If not, then we got to go tight risk because we did take a little bit of a ding there on Baba. That is, actually, I'm not even going to put it there because it just takes so much time because everything is so efficient. There it is. So yeah, we take that move there from 177.99 and then to 04. So that's $1 loss, unfortunately, on that one. So yeah, that's what we got going on. Nice little pop in Amazon. We're looking for that move to the top side and see if we can get that. If not, it might continue to sell a little bit more. If we look at it from a daily perspective, you might not get that pop, right? You're punching through some key support levels, so that momentum might continue. So keep an eye on that. And yeah, so there it is. Once it fills the majority of that wick, then I think I'm going to get hop out. Gorv, that's one thing that we got to continuously keep an eye out on, is that once you've already once you've filled in more than 50 to 60% of the wick to the downside on these hammer candles, chances are that it's not going to hold up at that specific level, and then it's going to continue southeast. This thing has been really, really glitchy today for me. All right, so yeah, I'm just sitting on my hands right now, aside from the position that I'm currently in. I had a friend tell me just now that IBIT is looking half decent. Let's take a look at the crypto space. The volume did start to pick up, holding VWAP, but again, just the waterfall type price action we're seeing across the board, I think it's going to be reflected in the crypto space as well too. So keep an eye out on that. So yeah, I'm sitting here waiting. What are you guys looking at, bro? What happened to the market? Just logged in. Charlie Taff, I know you like shorting the market as well too. So I'm surprised you weren't already short. So you got to get the ball rolling. Nothing substantial, I don't think, anyways, from a news standpoint. I mean, it's just the cyclical effect of what the market is. And here we go. We got some selling. And what is the NASDAQ actually down on the day so we can get it?
Down 0.74.
Okay, so we're not even down 1%. Yesterday, you finished down around 0.75%. And then today, roughly around the same thing. So nothing to get too worried about just yet. Once you start hitting that 5, 10, 15, 20%, then you want to watch out. But I don't think that's going to be the case here.
All right, guys. Got stopped out of CLPT because it lost the 10 EMA on a wick basis. It's trying to work above it now. So we'll go 0 for 1 on this one to start, but I'm keeping my eye on it because, you know, it's wick below the 10 EMA before and was able to retrace. I don't want to punch in quick for no reason. Let's see if it ends up defending that area. It's at 1940 right now. The 10 EMA a little bit lower than 1950. Also, LAC just came into the volume weighted average price. Lithium America, LAC, yep. Where is this, on the NQ or in the NY? Okay, there it is, right at 580. This is VWAP right here where it's found support before, showing me 580 right now as we speak. Yo, but this taskbar is quite frustrating. Let's see exactly if we get a nice move up here off LAC. We're going to give this one a try because we're right at VWAP, so we don't have to risk too much. We'll give it to the 70s. It looks like it will lose though a little bit here, Joey. So, yeah, we're gonna have to take a try over here on LAC at this level. So we go. What do we got? We got 82. So let's go ahead and wait in the 80s as well as the 90s for some profit.
Oh, let's go
over here on LAC. That's the look there. I'm still watching CLPT. I'd like to jump back into this one if it's warranted because it's been so directional, right? I think I just might have gotten wicked out. Right back into 1946 it goes. So there's about 2 minutes left on this 5-minute candle. If this 5-minute candle ends up closing above the level, and looks like it's trending up here. Yeah, let's go ahead and give this one a second try. And I'm going to give this one, it's not even letting me in, man. Come on, bro. There we go. We're going to give this one to the current 5-minute candle low, which is 1925. So let's go ahead and wait just like that. And there we go. So we got, what do we got on?
What do we got?
On CLPT, we've got 54s on right now. So not bad. Let's wait in the 60s, see if we can get something in and around that level. CDLX is going to stop out. It looks like over here as it's losing trend as well. This one looked like it was going to be a double bottom, not so. So we'll have to stop out of CDLX if it continues to trend below 37. It's showing me 40s at the moment, so we got to be careful with that one. So those are the 4 trades that I've got on right now. What do you got?
All right, yeah, I'm looking at IBIT at VWAP, just telling my boy. Yeah, so IBIT at VWAP is starting to look a little bit juicy, considering the opening drive really strong. We like seeing this. Now we're starting to cook up a little bit here on the Amazon trade, holding those lows relatively well. I would love to add to this position, but with the waterfall price action, I don't know if it's going to be ideal. But this is what we like right there on that 5-minute. Oh my days. All right, it's getting really, really slow now. Okay, so that's really defined. You got to risk about 10, 15 cents on this one, so not too horrible. Let's continue to cook. I mentioned that on Amazon. We're going to start piecing some out as we get through some of those key resistance zones, and you can see the defense start to pick in on the tape. So I'll post up right there where we previously were at 220.17 and take a little bit off there. 220.17. Let's get that number in there relatively quick. And we are going to take 30%. If we can catch that fill. And then also I'm going to be going back towards, oh, there goes bang. We caught that fill on that one there, guys, doing it live. So there goes IBIT starting to bounce off VWAP as well, too. Going to get involved in this one. Let me post up.
Post up.
Post up. Yeah, post up. I heard that was Neil's game though. He was hard in the paint at all times. 64.30. Let's go 64.27 as our stop. Now you're getting that VWAP bounce. Don't necessarily want to chase, so we'll post up at 37s. Let's get involved at 37s there, Sharif. Now we have that order put in. Bang, there goes Amazon. Nice move to the top side. Let's post up at 30s to see if we can catch that one. We would love to have more size on this, but again, I'm not in love with the longs today, considering what we're experiencing. Bang, there it is. We're posted. And then now, let's take a look at IBIT. Come on, you can do it. IBIT. Boom. There. We're waiting for this to come back in right towards that specific level. That's why it's going to give us exactly 10 cents of risk. Small size, and defined risk, my friend.
All right, CLPT holding, at least for the moment. Current candle has a higher low and a higher high, but the spread is causing some issues up into 67. So, I mean, we're showing 67s over here. I'm waiting well below that. Actually, incorrect. I'm waiting at 69, sorry. So we'll see if this one wants to print. I'm packing my patience on CLPT. I like the level, but it's not giving me continuation to the high side. And now the spread's opening up. So yeah, that's midday trading for you on small caps, especially when they're not strong. LXEO, we're taking prints on this one right back into the high of day, showing 725. That is the high. So let's see if we can continue to trend above the high. Also, we've got this bad boy on LAC. What do we got on this one? LAC, we got 82s. It's showing me 90. Here we go, 91. So we're trending up nicely. Do we have shares? Not too many here on LAC, so I don't want to take out too many too quick.
Bang, we caught a fill there on Amazon there, Sharif, brother. Joey. Yeah, we're cooking up there, brother.
Okay, brother. Sounds good, man. We'll hope you print up multiple storms.
Thank you.
We're going to keep an eye out on that, looking for LAC to continue. But I see CLPTs breaking trend again, man. It's quite frustrating with these ones, with the spread especially. This one, it does look like it may lose the 10 EMA over here. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. What else do you guys have? Let me know what you guys are looking at. I know about QURE, but that one is a little bit too expensive for me, Joey. So while I ponder my next trade, tell them what you're looking at.
All right, guys, pondering. Exactly. Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and TSS 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn a little bit more. Yeah, and there you go. You get that pop in Bitcoin. So we were posted, we didn't get the fill. So we're slightly late on that buying opportunity, but we're starting to see a lot of hammer candles across the board. And that's what we like. We know how we're going to start playing these, right? So once you start to fill 60% of that wick to the downside, you're going to look to get out and just be prepared to do so. Sometimes it holds it to the penny, but otherwise keep an eye out on it. Hammer. 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 Guess what? It's hammer time. It's hammer time. I know.
Are you too legit to quit or can't touch this? Which one's your
too
favorite?
legit, man.
Too legit.
Yeah.
Too legit to quit.
Too legit, yeah.
Oh my God.
All right, so yeah, do we get involved in some TQs here or what, brother? I really like these lows and the signal that we got specifically there. Do love Bitcoin a little bit more though, personally. So we'll wait for this pullback, the retest, and then maybe we'll get in right in that $100 mark on the TQs. But first and foremost, Sharif, you know what we got to do. We're going to take a little bit more off on this Amazonian trade right there. So there it is, pop, 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 risk profile defined, and then we get that move, 50 cents ITM. All
right, bro. LAC, we're doing okay on this one. It's coming back in to 6, seller at 94s. But we've seen this with LAC. There'll be sellers at like every 2 pennies. It was the case in front of 6, and it's a case now below 6. So, yeah, that's the situation we're involved in. 92s, not printing the 94s. This one's doing okay, though. Where's it? This LXEO trade. I don't know what's going on with these small caps, but they've all got annoying spreads. And so I'm not getting the prints as easy. Like this was at 733, and I wasn't getting the print. So trying not to get frustrated, trying to pack my patience, but it's just a little annoying. Because you're forced out of trades that you really don't want to get out of. Anyway, here's that 94 again on LAC. There we go. Now we take them out. Good look. 96 is showing up. But as I've mentioned, you watch out for selling literally at every level. There we go. 98's now getting taken out here on LAC. We're going to hold some north of 6. I'm holding some for that 603 area is my next profit taker on LAC. There's 98s. We're moving up, looks like back into 6. It's a good move off the volume weighted average price. However, that's the good news. The bad news is we're still below the 10 EMA. So when we're below the 10 EMA on these small cap gappers, I'm always a little concerned that we start using them as resistance. We'll see if this one ends up doing that or what the situation is. But LAC, nice. We got 82s now. It's showing me 6s. All right, LAC, let's go. We've done well on LAC on the day. Let's see if we can continue to do well on this one. LXEO continues to annoy the hell out of me as it comes into my level, doesn't print as a result of the spread. That has been the characteristic of these small cap gappers. Lately, they are spready and frustrating. CLPT, I'm holding at 54s. It's showing me 50s. It's generally consolidating at the 10 EMA. Neither printing above nor below, so I'm trying to pack my patience in here with this one, but it does feel like maybe the buy program has got shut off with a 2039 high. Now it's down into the $19.50. There it goes, popping back into 50s, showing me 58s, 60s. Are the buyers back? The spread tightening up to about 4 pennies. My first profit taker is like in the high 60s, and it's showing me 70s, which is normal, right? The spread has just been, that's the nature of the small cap gappers today. Spread not letting me print. Again, we get rejected at that level again. That's frustrating. Okay, so we'll pack our patience and not look at it too much. Otherwise, it's just going to piss me off. LXEO, we're going to continue to watch that one into 733s, but it probably behooves me to throw out some orders into the 40s in case this one does get going. LXE, good luck, but suffering from the same afflictions that the others are suffering from. Back to my LAC trade, still zigging and zagging with 6, Joey. Not surprised by that, though, because 6, that whole dollar level, does act as an area of support resistance. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, man. Yeah, for sure. For sure, brother. There goes the psychologia stuff is great. Psychologia. That shit can get you going. Man, oh man, oh man. And this is what we wanted to get involved in there on Bitcoin. You get 20 cents there, but the Qs, so you get that waterfall type price action, and then you get that aggressive bounce back as well too. So yeah, it's a tough look, man. A bunch of missed opportunities here, grabbing those bottom lows. Man, Sharif, am I ever like I can't do anything here.
What happened?
Everything's just freezing all the time.
Oh yeah,
over there.
Well, you got to tell them.
I don't know. At this point, I don't even know what to say at this point. Who are we going to?
We're going to me.
All right.
Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade someone else's capital? No more fear of losing. No more moving your stop loss too soon. and you actually get enough capital to make it worth your time so you can aim for big profits, not just a couple of $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. First, you join Trade the Pool. Second, you hit your profit goal. And then third, you keep 70% of the profit. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, weasel on over to tradethepool.com or scan that QR code on the bottom left of your screen for 10% off. Shout out to Mitch and everybody else at Trade the Pool, who, by the way, guys, in case you didn't know, are coming up to join us here at Real Trading, of course, and Trader TV. They were going to be coming on a very convenient day. Canadian Thanksgiving. Nobody's got anything planned on that day. Because why would anybody have anything planned on Thanksgiving? That's crazy. Well, you're an exception, Adair. I have things planned. So quite frankly, very excited to have them. But I don't know, man. I know Canadian Thanksgiving's not popular in the States. They probably don't even know that there's a difference.
Respect us, man.
Yeah, I know, man.
Put some respect on the
I can't wait to have Mitch up here and that Katz fellow as well. And we can shoot the breeze. We'll take him out. We'll go around the town. October weather, usually around Thanksgiving.
It's getting a little bit better. Oh, okay. So what? Are you posting up all night? What day is this during the weekday?
It's a Monday, Joey. So it's absolutely normal to go out on a Monday, party, then come back in the next day, when everybody's had the day off the day prior.
So you've already committed to the party, is what you're saying.
You can tell me Mitch is going to be up here maybe once a year. Of course, I'm going to go.
All right, then you're committed, brother. I'm going to hold you to it.
Darren, we're going up on a Monday, baby. We're turning up on a Monday.
On a Monday. Hey. I will not be doing that. That's for sure. But I will come by and say what's up and say hello to everyone.
You see the stock TNFA.
Oh, man, you went there.
You like that one, eh, Fabian?
That's crazy.
All right. Sorry. TNFA is breaking out over here, back above the volume weighted. I know, I love you, dog. You're on my frames. I'm talking to Fabian, who's talking to me in my ear right now. But TNFA breaking down. Oh, no. Breaking out, I should say. Coming into that $6 area. Don't forget, though, guys, higher lows. And this one has had a tendency to retrace after making these local area highs. So be careful with it. But it's awfully strong right now. So keep your eye on TNFA. I certainly am. And if it's warranted, I'm going to weasel in. Simple as that. CLPT is the one I'm focusing on right now. But I'm also focusing on this other one. LXCO, go, baby, go. What do we got on this one, Joey? We got 19s. Show me 35s. My next profit taker in the low 40s. And then we're also keeping a very close eye on LAC because we're waiting over here at 3s. It's at 3s, but we're not getting the print. We're going to have to pack our patience here on LAC, and I'm going to go ahead and also wait at 9s. So we're going to wait for LAC to print us at 603 and then 609. That's my look there. But oh no, here comes LXCO into 40s. Say it ain't so, baby. Let's see if we can shake that seller at 40. Like 99% of the calls that I don't have booked in my phone book, it always says likely spam.
Likely spam.
I mean, is everybody spam these days, Joey? So that's a look. So LXCO just got into the high of the day. I want to say 740, but we're waiting at 42, so we didn't get the print. So we'll pack our patience. And let's have a look at here, CLPT. Very consolidative and has been here for, I want to say, the last 20 minutes. As I look at the side charts, what I'm trying to discern is whether we're putting in higher lows. It looks like we're marginally putting in higher lows, and the closing prints, for the most part, are closing above the 10 EMA on the 5. So I'm going to pack my patience with this one. But here comes LXCO down. It just touched 740. Now it's retracing into the $0.25. I've got 19s on, so I need to be alive to this pullback here, Joey. What do you got, man?
Okay, yeah, right on, guys. We're all out of that Amazon long there, so a nice little pop to the top side. You almost get $1 on that one, but we got all out, pop. Nothing substantial. We were relatively small on that one. I'm just kind of frustrated at myself for not taking the opportunity on IBIT. That was just, I was going to say Darius Golden, but he's not really in there. Golden Tate, whoever you want, 24K Golden.
Tate.
Yeah, gold. Remember that guy?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
the receiver.
yeah. He was, trust me, Sharif, I used to be a football guy, and then
I believe you, bro.
But yeah, there it is. Nice bounce off the volume.
Tifa's breaking out again,
Go
Joey.
get it. Go talk to him about it.
Oh goodness. I'm gonna get in so much trouble. We're gonna get digged on YouTube for saying that because your boy Donald's classifying them as something now. You know
yeah, right? We don't want to do that.
So here we go. TNFA is coming into local. Here comes. Okay, so sorry. It just printed the high of the day, the technical high of the day, $6.32. But I want to bring your attention to that pre-market high over here. That is $6.43, and that is still the pre-market high, and I'm still not going to trade this until it clears it, but it's very strong. It's up 75%, and looks like it's really getting the support now with the volume. This current candle has about 2 million shares traded so far. So we print an official high of the day at 632. We're still below the pre-market high. Oh no, Joey's taking it out. It's a new high day, 641, and we're about to 642 now. Keep it down, Ram. And now we're going to keep an eye out on the pre-market high at 643. So TNFA, you can call this whatever you guys want on the other side. There it is, Joey. We've taken out the pre-market high. Now watch the reversion. Where are the shorts going to step in now? Down into 30. Here we go. Let's see if we get the reversion or we get that continuation. Into the 20s we go. Is this a buying opportunity or are we reverting down here? I'm going to pack my patience on this. I don't want to jump in too quick. Shout out to this stock over here. I don't want to keep referencing as that. Joey option.
Oh,
what do you got? Oh, no, it's breaking out.
Yeah, it's going again there, brother. It's going to continuously going because
You're
there's that
watching
guy.
Tifa as well?
No, I'm just living vicariously through you. It's going. I know, man, I know. There it is. Bang, 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 bang. Getting that pop there in IBIT. Yeah, we got all that. Rich buddy, you're saying you got 7K shares of that. Let's go rock and roll from 22 to 2039. Well, at least I had a better price than you, but I didn't have nearly as many shares. No, I'm only messing around. Good work there, my friend. Love seeing that. Robinhood starting to come back in a little bit as well, too. Holding the volume weighted average price hammer candle right at those lows. So there's two trades that I'm just like, why didn't we just pull the trig? You got to just pull it, boom, right there at the volume weighted average price. And then after that waterfall effect here on the NASDAQ, you have that hammer candle. Volume really started to pick up, and then it cooled down. Bang, you get involved there, and you take yourself 80, 90 cents. So that would have been a fun ride. So we'll be patient, wait for those pullbacks, and maybe we can continue and start to recover a little bit and head back into the volume weighted average price. Let's see if we can maybe not freeze. There we go. Oh, nope. Oh, there we go. Yeah, all right, we did it. So yeah, Amazon all done. Let's go over a couple of our trades there today. Oh yeah, attempt one didn't work for us. Patience. What do we wait? 15 minutes or so, and then we get right involved back in, because you'd be more mad at yourself for not getting in on that second attempt. Now, as for, we did trade MU earlier. Oops. Oh. No. MU. That was the MU long up here. Bang, you take that little scalp, and then also with TSLL to the downside streak. That's all I got going on right now. I'm gonna go hunting right now to see if we can find anything off the lows. Tesla, yeah, bouncing off you up once again. Maybe we'll get involved in that, considering that we already have a 1-for-1 position on that. Let's go over some of our top volume names to see if anything has changed, considering that we... Man, oh man.
What happened, Joey?
I can't do anything. It's just constant.
It's freezing on you?
Yeah. Can't do anything. Take it over for me.
Have you tried to increase the memory on TWS?
Yeah,
hit file for me there.
Up here?
Wherever you go into
file,
and then go to global settings.
Global config?
Yeah, that's the one. And then go general.
Then?
Yeah. Okay, you do have memory allocation.
So we're good. Yeah, we're good. That's what we got going. Yeah, it's tough. It's freezing.
Pardon me? Are you streaming the show in the background?
Yeah, I always have it on. I literally have it on all the time.
Is that what the issue is, Katina Man? Okay.
It's the quality of it? Yeah, we can take a look right now. But I mean, Katina Man, this is the first time that has happened, right? It's just kind of been lagging here today.
Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I'm not going to get on. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, here we go. I'm watching CLPT. It looks like it's working back into that 75 penny area. What do we got on? We got 54s. It's showing me 73s. I don't want to take out profit too quickly over here, especially if we can kind of squeeze into some local area highs. I'm waiting. My next profit taker is at 82, showing me 73s, but this one can jump up 10 cents as well as it can drop 10 cents quick as you like. So let's continue to watch. And even if it does jump up, it has a tendency not to fill you because of the spread. So right now it's a 10 penny spread, but I've seen it a bit wider. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I want to jump back into TNFA over here. I kind of got wicked out of that. I tried to work, where is it? I tried to work my way in to, where is my TNFA trade? Oh, there it is. Okay, here we go. Now it's right back above 6. So it hasn't given up the ghost all that aggressively over here. So let's see if we can get some continuation. I don't want to overstay my welcome on this, but I also don't want to give back too much on this. And here we go. The breakout does look like it's live. Oh no, here we go. It's taken out all the levels. We got 27s on. We just got high day at 63, literally. So let's go ahead and wait at 77s. 65 seller, aggressive seller at 65. Can we ascend back up there? 58, 59 showing up now. It looks like the breakout's on. Here we go. Boom! Into the high. We take it out at 82. Let's keep an eye out on this one. TNFA, we still got some outs. We're going to wait now in the 90s. There's low 80s. Can we get continuation? High 80s now. Ooh. Oh, boom! Into the 90s. Let's go ahead and wait on the north side. We're going to wait north of 7 now. Joey, let's see if we can get that continuation quick as you like. Through that $7 area, there's a seller at 7, excuse me, 695. That's where the seller currently is. It's going to halt, Joey. Oh. We're going to halt here at, nope, false halt. False. It looks like it's a false halt. We need 10 seconds of this to gray out. It looks like we may gray out here unless we drop to 1. Oh, false halt. It shafted me. All right. Right back into 92. I thought that was definitely going to halt there. Up a little bit higher now. It's a new high day in the 96s, so the halt parameters changed, right? Because the timer starts running. 98's now showing up. 7s, Joey. Can we get a little bit higher? Can you get much a high? No. Here we go. Watching 7, 7, 7. Seller at 7 again. Let's see if we can shake that seller. What's the high of the day? It's 7 on the dot right now on TNFA. Pleased with this trade, but looking for more. What do you got, Joey?
A mouthful of water.
My bad, bro.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to do you like that. I didn't look over to see where you were
the dramatic pause. I had to throw that one back there, like the good old tequila shot. Yeah. I mean, anyways, obviously water in there. But anyways, guys, yeah, so what's going on? Robinhood, nice pullback there. We do like that hammer candle that's forming. Waiting for a little bit deeper of a pullback. See, I can't do anything, man. Jesus.
What happened to you?
Right.
Okay.
Go, please, and thank you.
All right, guys, watching. Look, I've moved up my stop now to break even on TNFA. Now I've wet the beak there. We only have one out left. It's going to have to be a 7 1/4 or a break even. So let's go ahead and throw that on there. Just give me 1 second here. There we go. Now we can kind of do that quick as you like. Super simple. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. Definitely looking for that 7 continuation on TNFA, but I don't want to just get a quick wick above 7. I'm putting my order at 7 1/4. I think this one, if it squeezes through that level decisively, could stop a lot of people out as people get short squeezed. Here we go. Now it's 710, 715, Joey, 717, seller at 17s. Here we go. We're moving on up.
There you go. You hit the dollar.
Boom. Into the level. We took $1 on that. There we go. We'll take $1 on TNFA, but it just showed a momentary halt there as we started doing that halt parameter at 7 1/4, but we dropped right back down into 7. I'm pleased with this trade. I was 0 for 1 on it, but we got back and we got right back in for the breakout above 620. Keep your eye on TNFA up 110%. Looking for more. Let's go back now to our trade on CLPT. You got to be kidding me, bro. Like, we only still have 1 print on this. How many times are we going to move up into the 80s? I'm not going to take a print. I still see higher lows, Joey, so I think I'm going to pack my patience on CLPT. The higher lows, I think, are what is operative here. City Boy,
it's 3-0.
305.
It's 3-0 up, too.
Glad I found TNFA, made 1,200 on the day. Very happy for you, brother. Hope you print out multiple storms. I hope that's a big day for you, I'm assuming, right? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's a big day nonetheless, and couldn't be more pleased for you, my man. So shout out back to TNFA, Joey, as this one makes another high day. It's 752. This one's really going now, guys. Here we go, 757, 760. The breakout is on. This is what we're talking about right now. Fantastic looking breakout. Here's the halt parameter again, showing up at 60 momentarily. False halt, at least for the moment, dropping right back down. Wow, CLPT, finally, you little, There we go. Now we're taking out some prints here on CLPT Joseph options as this one curls right back up. We got 54s. Now it's showing me 20s. So I'm pleased as dang punches, as Dare always says. Let's keep an eye out on that one. It's okay, City Boy. I sold too early, but you'll take it. Bro, you're up $1,200. You know, count your blessings, right? Let's not get too greedy over here. But yeah, I don't want to call you greedy, but yeah, you know what I mean.
That's USD as well too. That's
big money.
That's like 1,800 snow pesos almost at that point there. So there you go. There you go. There you go, guys. All right, Robinhood starting to come back in. Let's see if we can hold through this body. If the body holds, then maybe we'll get a continuation. 130 was the top. We do know that we have some open interest, so I'm not going to expect it to establish a new high, but maybe a lower high in the top side direction. There's Ethereum right here, and then also VWAP. This is the one that I'm most frustrated about, is the miss on this IBIT trade, because that was cash money. Now there you go. You're starting to get that pop in Robinhood. Let's get involved in a little bit of hood, because everything is all good in the hood all time. So yeah, we'll get involved. We'll post up around these lows, 2740s, starting to get a little bit of a pullback there. Now, if it cracks 2740, let me pull it up on this chart so you guys can see, because I do have it on my side. If it cracks 2740, then it might not be a good idea. Boom, boom, boom. But it did get a nice little bounce back up to 60s there, so showing some relative strength. Bang, there it is. Now that would be our out here, relatively defined. You only have to risk about 30 cents if I were to punch in right now. I don't know if that's what I'm going to do, but we'll start small, and then I'm going to look to add aggressively if this trade does end up working. Amazon worked out pretty good for us. Now, considering we had this strong bang, there you go, you nice little pop in Robinhood at the volume weighted average price. Another little move as the market is starting to grind higher. But you have out of the opening drive really weak, but then you recover extremely strong, put in a new all-time high from the intraday, new intraday session right there, and then pop, you get a little topside move to in Robinhood. Should have went a little bit harder there, heavier there, Shree. That's all right. We'll wait for one more pullback, and then we'll hop in full size there.
You like that song by Nav? Tap, 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 tap.
I'm not a.
No. You can't say the word.
I know Adara likes.
Adara, do you like Nav?
Adara likes Nav.
I know there was a story for sure. No. I said I knew there was a story for sure. I didn't say anything.
Oh, jeez.
Dropped my mic. But yeah, so, sorry, Fabian. So what happened was, when I was like in grade 10, my friend texted me. She's like, oh, I've heard of like the next Drake. He's like related to my friend by marriage. I forget exactly how, but like second cousin something. So we were listening to Nav like over in a certain area of Winnipeg before he got really famous. I like one of his songs. I find his vibe to be a bit off-putting, and I have not listened to him in years.
He likes to hurt people, Adara. He's constantly threatening.
Yeah, and then his like sunglasses. I think he thinks he's a lot cooler than people think he is. Has always been my vibe with Nav. But yeah, he's got some bangers. I'm not gonna lie.
False move, you get clap, clap, clap.
Oh, is that what he's saying? Oh,
yeah,
is that what he's saying?
Oh, come
I
on.
swear that he lived up on Burnhamthorpe.
He lives in Brampton, doesn't he?
I swear that he had a house on Burnhamthorpe Road in Mississauga or something along those lines. Bang! There goes Robinhood to the top side. We waited for that pullback, and then now it's slowly starting to cook off. We'll post up. We'll take a little bit. We catch that fill. Go Robinhood. I'm glad that we got involved in this name. Am I glad that we put on more? We didn't put on enough shares? Absolutely not. Need to go a little bit heavier here. Considering. So I'm going to be grinding here all day, to be honest with you. Grinding. There goes Amazon still going, looking pretty good. So yeah, I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities to catch some rebounds in here. Just have to be patient. And then when they arise, I got to pounce extremely heavier here.
Pounce, Joey?
Yeah.
All right. I've been trying to pounce here on CLPT, and thank goodness I packed my patience. Show me 35s right now. We just got the beak wet at 25s. We're waiting south of the $0.50, knowing full well that the $0.50 could be a psychological area of resistance. Showing 35s again. Here we go. Now we're showing 40s. Can we cross? Can we shake that seller at 40? 50, Joey. That's the second dollar winner on the day. Here we go. CLPT. That's $20.50 now the high. We still have shares on this one, so let's go ahead. And I'm going to wait at 69er next. Let's see if we can get that level at 69er. But I got to remind you that TNFA is halted, and it halted at 1239.56. Alas, it is the time. That's what I'm going to look for. 1244.12. So if we were to open up, we should be opening up at 1244.56. It is 1244.21. So let's see if we can open up on time. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, let's see if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Otherwise, it'll have to be likely 10. So I don't have anything right now on TNFA. We're all done our trade on this one. But if it's going to break out in this insane fashion, then we definitely need to keep tabs on it. If not for ourselves, for the viewers who may be trading it. So that's what I'm looking at right now. We're in CLPT and we're in LAC. LAC continues to do the dance with absolutely no undergarments. With that $6 area a little above $6, Joey a little bit below. Looks like there's a seller here at 610. Let's see if we can shake that seller. I've tried to take account of that seller at 10 by putting my order at 8. So, Assassino, we're going to have to pause for 1 second. TNFA is opened. Joey, it is flying. Here we go. Here comes $9. It's up 150%. It's a 969 high, 880 high now. And this one is really going. Here comes the halt, 880. We're going to pause for a second because we got to do this.
All right, guys. 14 years, zero hacks, zero excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla Gold and 4x. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europe, trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where the pros trade, and now so can you.
Soldier boy.
Yeah, no. I mean, all right, guys, we're all out of that Robin Hood there. Got nice little pop, comes back into the break even. We get out of dodge on that front. Waiting for this 127.61 support level to continuously hold. As long as we don't breach it, then we might have another opportunity to get right back in there. So we want to take another stab at it, another stab. Holding the backside of this trend on IBIT. Boom, right there. Look for it to continuously hold. So that's not too bad of a look. Okay, it's holding, man. I really want to get involved in this, but Gaurav, you are right. One thing that we want to keep in mind here is this.
What do you got, Joey?
Boom. Right? So that's still intact, so you're rejecting that downtrend. Glad that we hopped out relatively quick. I'm going to wait for this TQ's pullback because I believe that we can continuously grind higher. Amazon was definitely the better bounce off of the lows. Let's get back into the Amazonian, and there it is. Like, essentially, we're not like right out at the top, but relatively close, right? So you get the meat of the move, and that's not horrible. We'll accept that all day, every day.
All day.
Just need to put on a couple more shares A's, and that's what I got going on right now.
All right, Joey, CLPT, man, it is going. Here comes $21. We got 19.5s on. It's showing me 2081, 2094. Holy cows. Here we go. It's breaking out, guys. $21 incoming. It's a 2094 high right now. That is the current high a day. Good continuation today on CLPT. It kind of did nothing for a little bit. I guess maybe the buy program got shut off from around, I want to say, that big red candle came in at 12:05 until the breakout, till 12:30, maybe about 25 minutes, give or take, of pretty much no action there. But it's got plenty of action now. We only have one out left on this bad boy. So here's what I'm going to do, 21.25. That's where we're going to sell this bad boy. And if it ends up printing there, fantastic. If it doesn't, well, then we'll give back a little bit then. Let's look at TNFA, though, because that's the one that's halted again to the upside. It's halted at 880. The tap showing me $8.88, so slated to open about 8 pennies higher than the halt level. Again, the super easy way to figure out when this is likely to open is to look at the time in sales and look at the last print that came in. This says 12:45.36. It is currently 12:48.29, so the earliest we will open is 12:50.36. So we still have a few more minutes on that bad boy, so let's pack our patience and see what this one does and what the tap is closer to the open time. Currently right now, show me 895, so creeping up a little bit higher than the last time I reported to you guys. So CLPT, still doing the dance below 21. The only other trade we have on is Lithium Americas LAC, and this one is still zigging and zagging with 6, kind of a consolidative move. But that doesn't really deter me because what I see are higher lows generally. And here we go, moving up again into 603. As I mentioned, I've got my profit taker a little bit south of 610. If it does clear 610, then we will, we'll probably put that above 630, which is the current high at day. Those levels are right on point. TNFA, are you, Tisha? What levels, Tisha? The halt levels? The halt level, yeah, so I think the tap I'm giving you, Tisha, is $9. The halt level is obviously 880. I'm not sure if you were referring to me though, Tisha, but let me know. Otherwise, we'll just let that one go for now, and we have to go to Adair at the big desk.
Yeah, keep an eye here on MP and any of these other rare earths type plays. I'm seeing that G7 nations are considering price floors on rare earths production to counter China. These discussions are apparently also including possible taxes on Chinese rare earth exports, but there's not been a decision reached yet. There is a little bit of, as you guys can see, a bit of movement here in names like MP. As we get this report, the G7 nations are weighing a price floor on rare earth production. Back to you.
Oh, no, here comes LAC down, sorry, not CLPT, excuse me. Right back down into the 10 EMA. Okay, so here we go. So it doesn't clear 21. It's coming back down into $20. The 10 EMA on the 5 is right around $20, a little bit below. So let's see if it holds up here. I don't want to necessarily add into the position, but if it does hold up 20, and then gives me another 5-minute candle that makes green, I'm going to add into the position. All right. Because we don't have much left on this one. Okay, Joey's just got to go back. TNFA open, 894 high, but it's dropping back down into 8. Prior bar low on this one is 777s, but we're going to get a halt parameter before we can even get there. We're going to down halt now, likely on TNFA, 797, the halt level here. Bid 792, ask 797, and there's the gray out. We are now halted down on TNFA. We were halted up, now we're halted down. The tap showed me 650, about $1.40 south of where we currently are. We'll have to see if that tap maintains that same price once we get a little bit closer to opening up. That's all I've got right now, Joey. What do you got?
All right, cool. Yeah. I'm still looking at some of the same names here. Robinhood has a potential second entry. We're all out of Amazon, starting to pull back a little bit deep. And also as with the TQs as well, right? So keeping an eye out on this one. We had that stopping volume in place, and then now you're starting to get a little bit of a bounce toward, oh, there it went. Oh, wow, Robinhood, man, oh man, oh man. Yeah, that's another missed opportunity right there. Just missing them left, right, and center. Not taking the jimmies, man, and then sure enough, that's what happens when you don't take your shots. So there it is, a nice bounce. Gave you multiple opportunities to get back in at that low, and then bang, you already get like a 50-cent pop just like that in one 1-minute candle. So yeah, you got to take the jimmies, man, take the jimmies. Yeah, Tesla's looking pretty good as well. No, Rich Buddy, honestly, I'm not even looking at that name right now, to be honest with you. I just think that space is overall a lot of weakness going around in that space. So, but yeah, all right, Robinhood still on the backside of that trend. Tesla. Nice bounce off of the lows. Bang, top up there, and then you get that move higher and higher. So, yeah, all right, let's see. Patience, and wait for the other opportunities to get involved. What's Rocket Lab been up to? Yeah, it's just one of those days, guys. I apologize. Not much I can really do. Everything's just moving extremely slow, like they're on the good old promethazine and codeine there. So, yeah, all right. IonQ, we'll have to just do this really, really slowly. There it is. Bang, you get that move to the top side. Joby. Not too bad of a look, but you get those hammer prints across the board there as well. So that's pretty good, especially after that waterfall type price action. So we won't complain about that whatsoever. Do I get involved at the low end on these TQs? 1068, 168. I'm going to post up there just in case we do get a fill. I'm going to post up at 63s. Bang. and then we'll just wait to see if that's going to come in. If the overall market wants to continue to grind, then maybe we can get involved in that front. For me, it's just FOMO on a couple of the names in the likes of iBit, the TQs, obviously, and Robinhood now, considering that it's still going. But we executed how we were planning to. Got out on that break-even stop relatively quick. And we'll wait for this to load up. Yeah, okay, there we go. WBD. Not too bad, not too bad. And then as for Applied Digital, this name, like from a daily standpoint, has just been going absolutely insane. This daily is amazing, right? This looks like it's a quantum stock or something along those lines. So yeah, Applied Digital, you want to wait for those pullbacks to come in, and then we take it from there. Palantir off of those highs, and that's it. So we're posted up on the TQs. We're waiting for another pullback here in Robinhood, and I appreciate you, Adam.
Is that all class, Adam?
Well, I mean, hey, YV, I don't know where you're from, but I'm pretty sure that's what the good old folks, some of the good old folks over there in the United States like to drink. So, yeah, that's just what it is. This guy's trying to tell me it's for nausea. Well, I heard otherwise. All right?
What was the argument?
Promethazine with codeine is that that's the
what about
that's the Master P, the scissor stuff. No.
Sipping on some scissor.
Yeah.
I don't know. I never even knew what scissor was.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even know what lean was until not that long
that's
ago.
what it is.
I've always heard about lean, but I didn't even know what was involved.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's lean. So it's lean.
Yeah. Scissor lean? Is it the same
scissor?
thing?
Yeah, lean, scissor, same thing. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Now you know. Yeah, I'll look at QURE, Death God. Is that what he from Death Note or something like that? Okay, QURE. Yeah, pretty good look here. Uniquer, very interesting. I mean, that's a pretty good look, right? But there's zero liquidity. Is this a buyout or something? Something going on here. That's a big time move on the daily, and even from the internet pre-market, it just goes absolutely nuts. I'm curious. That's a big time move there that you're experiencing in this name. You go from $14 all the way to a high of $51. That's pretty big, man. So yeah, it's looking pretty good daily. Let's see if this can be sustained. You obviously want to wait for that pullback before you look to get involved on that one there, Sharif.
Not a bad one, John. VNET, John pointing out VNet. Yeah, it's not a bad looker. Let's look at this one super quick. VNET is the ticker. It's light on, I mean, I don't want to say it's light. Volume, 13 million shares, John. It's just not a small cap gapper in the strict sense. It's almost $3 billion market cap, but there you go, man. 1071 high, it's up 14%. There's not a whole wrong going with this one or a whole lot bad to say about it. I don't really gauge areas of support and resistance as easily. Maybe VWAP over here, it held 1030. I'm going to keep it on the side chart. There's a couple that now have lost trend that I can kind of replace with this one. Thank you, John, for pointing that out. VNET. Joey, you ready to start the news, my man?
Ready as I'll ever be, man.
All right, baby. Let's get. I'm going to flatten out my positions over here so I don't have to fall. I don't have to.
I'm going to be grinding here a little bit too. So
yeah. You don't have to do any of the reading. So it's a lot easier. On your side to do that. I have to cancel here, Joey. So let's start the news, guys. Again, I want to remind you guys, an email got sent out today with respect to sort of this new watch list. This is basically a watch list I prepare every day for the folks here on the desk. Joey uses it, Neil uses it, Katina Man uses it, Dara looks at it at times. And it's a little bit more comprehensive than the watch list we send out every day. It's got every story's got a page dedicated to it. It's not too lengthy. All the headings right there, as you can see, everything's subdivided by headings. And on the top right, you got 3 areas of support. You got 3 areas of resistance with explanations as to why they're areas of support and resistance. This is the note that we're using every day to do the news. So if you want this sent to you guys right into your inbox every day when you get the normal watch list anyway, check your email. There's an email that was sent out by Brendo, and it just basically, all you got to do is click yes. So, like for example, today's watch list is about 11 pages long, right? Super quick. You can kind of just only choose the stories you want to focus on and then just skip the others. And for example, Micron is earning. You're going to see everything over here with respect to their earnings report. I don't smell anything. And with respect, to trader takeaways, market context, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to bring that to your attention. If you're into that kind of thing, super easy. Do you do the notes personally, or you do them personally and with AI? It's a combination of both. So the technical levels are myself, and then the selection of the stories are myself, and then I summarize them with AI, and then we get them ready for you. So it's basically a hand-curated watch list every day. The stories are not automatically generated. They're selected by me. We look for the ones that are most appropriate for our viewers. We're looking at tech. We're looking at high flyers, things that people would want to trade, typically things that are doing volume, okay? So that's all for you guys. It's absolutely free, and it comes in to your inbox every day. You can choose to use it or not. All right, Joey, ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Let's do this, baby. I lost my, there it is. Okay, 1 second over here. I should be good in 1 second. There it is. It's on this side, Joseph option. So we just got to copy it from over here. I can get this. There we go. All right, let's start with the first headline of the day. Alibaba surging bigly on more AI investment. So let's talk about this. So where's Baba up right now? We're up 8.5% on Baba. And in fact, this is the highest Baba has been since 2021. Yes, it has been that long since Baba has been up here. Year to date as well, it says 107% over here, but I'll give you the live. It's 108 2/3 now. Baba is up year to date. So needless to say, Baba, very, very strong Chinese ADR on the year. Futu, F-U-T-U, up a little bit more, 124%. And then you have also XPEV up 80%. So there are some Chinese ADRs that are very strong. In fact, all the Chinese ADRs, for the exception of one, MPNGF, is actually green on the year, all of them. So the Chinese stocks have been quite strong. Before we start this Alibaba news story, we're going to go to Joey for a second.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. Each year, we have 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NIAID listed Origenics, OGen, is changing that with first-in-class intranasal drug design for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Go check it out.
Let's go. Let's talk about why we're up. As I mentioned, on Alibaba, they're looking to expand their AI spend. So CEO Eddie Wu announced Baba will increase its AI investment beyond, that $53 billion US dollar that they talked about in February. It's going to be way bigger than that. They didn't give a specific quantum, but they said it's going to be a lot more. As we know, the company is aiming to surpass human brain level intelligence with its models. Those are the words of the CEO. And in pursuing that endeavor, they've launched or unveiled their latest LLM called Qwen 3 Max, alongside multiple upgrades to its other AI product suites. CEO Wu emphasized Alibaba's cloud strength as a full stack service provider, really integrating the data centers as well as cloud computing. And guess what, man? I mean, they're really just putting their foot down on expansion here, not just in China and in their normal markets, but they're looking to get into Brazil. They're looking to get into France and the Netherlands. So South America, Europe, they're already in Mexico, Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, and Dubai. And in those jurisdictions where they already are at, they're looking to expand their data centers there. So you got to like this from a sort of an AI tailwind perspective. Joey, we often talk about, is the AI CapEx slowing down? And every time I feel, this is just personal feeling, that we kind of start hinting at that, some next hyperscaler comes in and announces, I don't know, $500 billion here, or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
The CapEx keeps on showing up. And it's not just North American companies now, Joey, more specifically American companies. The Chinese are starting to scale up their AI spend as well.
Rightfully so, right? And I think this is the pinnacle of the race. You see the American companies doing it. Now you have China doing it as well too, just broadening their horizon. I think it's something phenomenal to watch, considering it's a fundamental change that we're experiencing, and it's really cool that we get to participate in it. And the thing is, though, I feel like things are going to cool down, but I believe that they're going to come in waves, right? So we have the initial wave, we have this CapEx spending, then things are starting to cool down. But then you're going to have something new and bigger come out with all these AI and super intelligence. And guess what? Everybody's going to want to try to play catch up once again, and they're going to want to try to become the best LM or whatever that next big thing is. And then you're going to have an additional wave coming in. So with these massive fundamental changes, Baba spending the cash, the hyperscaler spending the cash, I think this can run the market for quite some time, in my opinion.
It feels like it, man.
Right.
It doesn't feel like the CapEx is drying up. And I got to say one other thing.
Yeah.
Joey, it feels like the lifetime cycle for these GPUs is quite short in the way that we didn't necessarily see with fiber optics.
Yeah.
If you want to draw comparisons to the dot-com bubble, you lay the fiber ops and they're there for, I don't know, you tell me, my man. Like, forever,
they're not going anywhere.
They're not going anywhere. But the GPUs, it's almost like every year, Nvidia's doing an Apple-style unveiling of its latest processor.
Exactly.
So then you've got to think that, maybe the initial AI spend is going to be a little bit higher because you've got to build out the infrastructure to house all these GPUs. But in terms of upgrading constantly, we're not really going to get like a $1 trillion year, then a zero the next year. It's just not going to be like that.
That's not going to be exactly. That's not going to be the case whatsoever. And just to add to your point, there's always going to be something bigger and better coming out. So people are going to want to get involved in that. And I use the reference in the Bitcoin mining rigs. They're only getting stronger and better. And you have to consistently update your systems. And I think that's going to be the case here in some of the GPUs. Now, to your point, Sharif, I like what you were saying yesterday and a couple of days before, is that you don't like this cycle that Nvidia is in, essentially. What they're doing is they're just kind of creating their own demand, which is kind of funny. But again, if the cash is there and if some of these companies are willing to spend it, why not?
I mean, I dropped a TikTok video yesterday saying that Altman's got a new sugar daddy, baby, and his name is Jensen Huang.
But one thing that I like, that Altman's doing is that he's building his own infrastructure, so he doesn't have to rely on the likes of, because we know how their relationship with Microsoft is going, and et cetera. So not too bad of a look. That's the cloud spends there. They're going to have to store this data. So watch out for these cloud companies as well, too. I think they got some ways to run as well.
All right, Adara, let's get your take on this Baba investment. Adara, they were talking about $53 billion back in February. They didn't give a quantum, not one that I saw anyway, Adara, but they're going to spend more than that. What's your take?
They didn't give an amount. They didn't give an amount, which is always kind of interesting. But I think, Sharif, I don't want to get too in. There's another story here that I'm going to accidentally kind of sidestep into a bit here. But we talk a lot about this CapEx and this spending, right? Micron even with some pretty strong CapEx for Q1. So I think to answer the question of whether or not data spend or just investment and CapEx and spend in AI is continuing, I think if anything, it's accelerating. I've talked a lot about how Nvidia in particular, this was not like a giant by any means in the M&A space or in the making giant investment space. And now Nvidia is really stepping into that role, right? So now I wonder, are we kind of going to a new era of these investments and drastically exceed what we're seeing with the first wave? Because we thought the first wave was big, but the first wave wasn't Nvidia dropping big coin with Intel, Nvidia dropping big coin with OpenAI, Nvidia dropping big coin with that, and CoreWeave. So they're just like a CoreWeave too, right? They're just like spreading the money around. So Jensen, I trust Jensen. Jensen's judgment, as of right now, seems to be pretty solid. So if he thinks now's the time to keep spending, I suspect some of that CapEx guidance could be pretty lofty heading to the next round of earnings, including Alibaba's, because you're right, the fact they didn't give it an amount specifically, a little interesting.
Yeah, and to be quite fair, Adara, we've talked about the circularity, the possible circularity of NVIDIA's GPUs, but guess what, Adara? They're using every single one of those GPUs, and you've got Altman complaining to no end that he can't get his hands on enough, and he was making the reference one time when they included the image generation in the chat that we were melting his GPUs.
I know, he was not happy with that.
No, and Adara, we use the AI all the time. ChatGPT-5 is freaking slow. To me, that just means he doesn't have the compute that he needs to keep it up to speed, with the Geminis and whatever that are not as heavily taxed. So the demand is there. I mean, do you see it a little bit differently than that?
No, I think the demand's there for sure. I think that's pretty obvious. I think the one thing too, though, and I mean, now we're kind of having a different conversation, but I think the issue too is the demand is just for so many different products, right? How do you spread the demand? I think obviously everyone's getting a little piece of the pie, but I don't think it's the way it used to be a couple of years ago where OpenAI was the be-all, end-all. That's not the case anymore. So I think it's a good look for the sector, but we'll have to wait and see if any specific names benefit from it. Now, going back to China, I think Quen 3 has been super well received, so it looks like Alibaba at the very least will continue to benefit.
I agree. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, no, do you have a point? Because I just want to tell you a story of something that happened with me with GPT yesterday.
Let's hear it, man.
So I'm out for I'm walking Milo yesterday, right? And I'm talking to GPT, asking it questions. And anyways, I'm talking to it, and when you speak to it and you say something, it pauses. Yeah. Right? Yeah. So what happened was I'm talking to it, and Milo's off the leash, and I didn't say his name or anything, but I kept telling him, hey, come here. And then ChatGPT, after about the 6th time I told it to continue, says, oh, sounds like you have your puppy on your hands. Yeah, sounds like you have your puppy on your hands. Do you want to go over this later? And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, bro, that is insane. I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe it. I didn't say anything about the dog. All I said was, hey, come here.
Yeah,
and then right? And then and it's just like, hey, it sounds like you have your puppy on your hands. And I'm like, how did you know? And then it brought it up, and it's like, well, yeah, a couple weeks ago, you were asking me questions about the dog.
A couple of weeks ago?
So I'm like, I figured, days ago, whatever it was.
You know what I mean? By that.
Exactly, right? And it's like, and it's like, yeah, so I figured that's what you were talking to. But I'm like, hey, just because I was just like, hey, come here, how did you know I was referring to an animal? Which was absolutely insane. Well, I couldn't believe it.
Milo, I guess, because I'm assuming you got the name from the mask. Milo?
No, it's just like, yeah, it's a different.
All right, let's pause the news for a second. Adara's got breaking news.
Speaking of AI, massive spike here in Marvell, MRVL. I don't have a headline for this yet, but I did check. They do have a fireside chat happening right now. It started at 1 p.m. with JP Morgan. This must have been added pretty late to the calendar because I make the daily calendars and I didn't see this there. But regardless, MRVL, about 10 minutes ago, starting this fireside chat with JP Morgan. If I get any news from said chat, I will let you know. But I guess whatever they're hearing, they're liking. Back to you.
Katina man's getting amped up over here, bro. He's been long.
Everybody in the chat's like, wow,
like 60.
Everybody in the chat's like, wow, that's crazy. I couldn't believe that it actually did that.
You know, Marvell's still down 26% on the year, so we've got a lot more room to go up anyway. Let's go on, guys. TNFA moving past 8, says Bovin. I'm looking right at it, Bovin. But sadly, we won't be able to trade TNFA as we're doing the news. But let's talk about Lithium Americas because it's still doing the dance here with $6. I'm keeping my eye on it. So if you're wondering why this non-small cap gapper is up 96%, here's why. LAC, Lithium Americas, is in active talks. Yes, with the U.S. Department of Energy and General Motors about accessing the first draw of its $2.25 billion federal loan. It's a bit more, 2.26 to be exact. Discussions involve the conditions precedent to accessing the loan, so things that they have to do ahead of getting the money, with the Department of Energy actually requesting additional stipulations be included before the funds are released. I don't have the details on those stipulations. If you guys know what they are, tag myself or Joe. But a lot of LAC, or the possible success for LAC, has to do with one location. It's called Thacker Pass. The loan proceeds will support the Thacker Pass project in Humboldt County, Nevada. It's known as one of the world's largest known lithium resources, and the project is managed by joint venture, 62% by Lithium America, 38% by your friends at General Motors. Phase 1 of the project targets an output of about 40,000 tons per year of battery grade, guys, not just, raw material, lithium carbonate. Thacker Pass construction is expected to generate about 2,000 jobs, and it is a cornerstone of the U.S. domestic EV supply chain. We've seen this, Joey, where the government maybe takes an interest, like an ownership interest or loans in this case, in companies, domestic companies, to rely less on the Chinese, who lead the world in both extraction and refinement of these rare earth elements, metals, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one thing to note here, sorry, I'm focused on this thing, but as for the lithium, the deal needs to be made. There we go, a nice pop there in Amazon. I think these metals are going to be a big part of the trade talks. Obviously, we know we have the TikTok deal, blah, blah, but then there's some things that have a little bit more weight to it, and I think that some of these precious metals are going to be extremely, extremely important. Sharif, I'm going to send it off here. I got to manage what we got going on here to Adara.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, Adara, let us know what you got going on.
What do you think about this, Adara? I mean, this Thacker Pass project seems like it's a big potatoes here.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. And I think with this, unlike the Intel deal, there's a clear I guess, rationale behind it, right? There's already this thing that needs to be renegotiated, the government getting involved in LAC, but I forgot as well that they got a little bit of involvement in MP, not to the extent of the Intel or the LAC involvement, but this is now the third name in which the U.S. government has gotten involved. So I wonder what's next. I think that's honestly the most conceivable thing, right? Because regardless of the ethics of this or how this is viewed, or, if the government is getting involved in private companies or I guess public, but you know what I mean? Government's getting involved in business dealings. So, beyond the ethics of that, they're doing it. We're not going to debate if they're doing it or not because they are doing it. So now I think the next question to ask, and maybe for us to look through, is what type of other deals are potentially on watch or on the table where it makes sense for the government to step in? We know Intel's been struggling for a while. They were once viewed as the great American chip giant, and then Pat Gelsinger did his thing. But, you know what I mean? So that's very much an American recovery story. Lithium Americas had a deal that they were trying to sort out. U.S. is like, hey, I'll help you. That one's not, again, this is not yet confirmed, the Lithium Americas, but either way, very likely. So I think now, at least the way my mind works, is I want to find out what's next. I want to figure out if there's any other potential deals where the government could step in, and then, just keep an eye on those companies. Be ready for that possible announcement. We've already heard reports they want to get more involved in other critical minerals plays. That might be the sector I'd look to.
Well, one time to keep your listening ears out there, Adara, is around breakup time, because your other friend, Mark Carney, is going to be announcing more nation-building projects, the second tranche of nation-building projects. And Adara, he is talking about, well, Doug Ford actually hinted at this, a premier of this province, that the Ring of Fire will be mentioned next time. And we know that that's obviously around Sudbury, and we have tons of critical minerals, elements, and magnets out there. So I think that will be the next one, and we'll all be paying attention. Shout out to Canada. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. As for the Ring of Fire, Sharif, there's been a lot of talks of it in Ontario, the creation of around 70,000 jobs, adding billions and billions of dollars to the economy. I think that's something that most definitely, considering our unemployment rate is significantly higher than what it is in the States, and a much less population, about 10% of you guys. But yeah, we need to start tapping in. We need to take advantage of some of our natural resources. I know it's going to piss a lot of people off, but I think at some point you have to start putting food on the table and thinking about the high levels of unemployment. It's not good whatsoever. So yeah, I like it. 70,000 jobs, $1 billion on top of GDP. So we'll take it all day.
All right, baby. Oh, fire. Let's go. You like that one, Scott H, eh?
There we go.
I don't know why they call it the Ring of Fire, Scott, but scientists think it was an asteroid that landed there. Enemy. Anyway, let's go on. Micron reported earnings yesterday, and I mean, by all accounts, it was good, but it feels like it was a sell the news event because Micron was up 100% yesterday, and today it's down 4.25%. So, I mean, they did everything right. Let's talk about what they did. They delivered EPS of 303, beating the consensus estimate of 286, a beat on the bottom line on revenue of 11.32 billion, slightly above the 11.22 expected by the street. So a beat on the top and bottom line for the current quarter. Net income as well surging, and I really mean that, surging to 3.2 billion. Compare that to last year on the quarter when they took less than $1 billion home, $887 million in profit. This time they're taking almost 3.25, 3 1/5. Really highlighting the profitability gains here. Let's talk about their guide. Their Q1 fiscal revenue guide, $12.5 billion, significantly ahead of the 11.94 predicted by the street. Really kind of forecasting accelerating demand into the year end, driven by, you believe it or not, AI-related memory demand. This company sells high bandwidth memory to Nvidia, who includes it in their AI servers. Okay. Stock performance and AI tailwinds. Shares have nearly doubled in 2025. They, in fact, had as of yesterday, because they were up about 100%. Based on obviously strong demand for high bandwidth memory, as I mentioned. They also supply, as I mentioned again, HBMs to Nvidia. It's the only, underline that, only US-based memory manufacturer. And so, like Adara and I were just speaking about, there could be more interest from the government in Micron, especially if, we continue with the AI spend. So we'll have to, keep an eye out for that. Let's talk about their different units, because one did well, one did not. But the one that did well really picked up the tab. Cloud memory unit. That reported $4.54 billion in sales, more than tripling, guys, year over year. largest and fastest growing division the company has, their data center unit. This was a bit of a surprise to me because when we say data centers, usually it's a euphemism for AI data centers, right? But that fell 22% year over year, down now to $1.57 billion in revenue, showing uneven demand trends across the segments despite overall strength of the company. Total revenue, Joey, 46% year over year increase on that top line. That's impressive.
Yeah, it's extremely impressive. That double-digit growth is extremely impressive. But yeah, the data center unit fell 22% year over year.
Yeah.
That's a little shocking. I don't know if it's alarming or anything like that, considering revenues up almost double of that. But I mean, when you go across the board and you see cloud growth in some of these big names in the double digits, and then you have Micron just falling around 22%. I'm not going to call it alarming, but it's a big for me personally. Yeah, exactly. So we'll pull up MU, and like from a technical standpoint, this thing has been on a monstrous run, right? As Sharif mentioned multiple times. From those April lows, you have 173% from the trough to that peak, and then now you're pulling back a little bit. But I would wait, because if you're 46% year over year revenue growth, I think that's not going to be cool. Keep an eye out for that guidance, because if they're guiding, how was the guidance on that one?
It was fantastic, Joey.
So there you go.
Yeah, I mean.
So when they forward guide like that and it's relatively strong, wait for those pullbacks and look to get involved in this name, because when you go 173% off of those lows, you're outpacing the market and you increase your forward guidance. I think there's going to be some more room for this name to climb. And if that data center number gets anywhere better, then watch out for the stock.
Absolutely, and then you'll have both major segments doing well. Adara, it was up about 100% year to date yesterday. I personally don't see too much wrong with the report. Was it just sort of sell the news sort of event?
I mean, I will say, of all of the segments to have a revenue decline, you probably don't want it to be data center. That's maybe my opinion.
That's fair.
Let's be real.
That's fair.
But overall revenue was up year over year, and as you guys can see, I posted this on X at TTV Research. This, to be fair, the revenue estimate the street went with is a bit higher than the one I have here, because sometimes there's different estimates. But either way, they posted a nice beat, and they raised their guidance heading into the report. I think the thing with Micron is they just had expectations so high, and they performed so well last quarter as well, as you can see in the corner of there, that it was going to be really tough to really wow the market. I was very impressed with their guidance being so strong, and I wasn't sure that they beat to the extent that they did, just given the fact that they raised guidance ahead of the report anyway. So I feel like they did a solid job. Sometimes the street feels differently. The street has different opinions, and I think as well with Oracle's massive, ridiculous guidance that I'm not going to get into again, I feel like they maybe set a bar for forward guidance that I think it's going to be really hard for any company to meet, including Oracle, because I did the research on that, and I'm not really sure how that's going to work. But either way, yeah.
No, that's a great point. But we've seen this story before, Adara. We've seen the cyclicality of the demand for HBM. Remember when there was a glut of inventory, there's just too much DDR5 or whatever they're using, high bandwidth memory. All of a sudden, Adara, there's no more glut. It's like we can't get our hands on it.
They're glutless, all of a sudden, yeah.
They're glutless. I like that. Thank you for that, Adara. All right, shout out to my man Alex there, super chatting for the second time about the same stock, might I add, ABAT, and he reads as follows: ABAT, which is American Battery Technology, ticker ABAT, mines as well as recycles battery materials and is backed by the government. There is the, excuse me. That is the daily chart there on ABAT. Doesn't look good when you're looking at COVID highs, but when you're looking locally, it does look like it's really kind of putting in those higher lows, as well as now as higher highs, taking out $4, now taking out $5 on the day, 507 high, up 9.5% ABAT. Thank you, Alex, again, for pointing that out and for the super chat. Let's go on to the next story, Joey, unless you have anything to say. You're good to go?
Yeah, let's rock and roll here, yeah.
Oracle. So we're going to talk basically about Oracle and OpenAI here, because they're in a partnership to expand their data center footprint all over, with SoftBank, of course, as a partner. So Oracle, OpenAI, and SoftBank are opening 5 new data centers across the U.S. under the government-backed Stargate initiative, which aims to build out 10 gigawatts of AI capacity nationwide. The initiative will involve over $400 billion in investments across 3 years. So 5 data centers 10 gigawatts, 3 years. The first new center is going to be in Abilene, Texas, with others planned in Shacklesford County, Texas, Donnan County, New Mexico, Lordstown, Ohio, and Milam County, Texas. A lot of Texas there. I guess they need the land, right? And maybe energy costs as well. I'm assuming Texas is probably a little bit cheaper for energy. Maybe I'm wrong.
Everything's bigger over there.
Oh, everything's bigger, baby. Oracle and OpenAI. Joey said the Abilene site alone could deliver about 5.5, maybe more, gigawatts of capacity, creating about 25,000 on-site jobs. Oof. The first Abilene build is expected to be completed next year in 26, with further expansions planned to take it up more than 600 megawatts. Oracle Cloud Infrastructure will host the new data centers, strengthening Oracle's position against the hyperscalers like AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. SoftBank-backed data centers are expected to begin scaling next year, expanding their capacity even further. Joey, this is not something we didn't know about. We know about Stargate. We saw Altman. We saw Ellison. We saw Masayoshi Son with the OG Donald in the Oval Office. But now we're getting the actual things manifesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I talked about this before as well, too, Sharif, is that the fact that the amount of money that these companies are spending is going to actually have an impact on GDP, about 50 bips, which is absolutely insane in my opinion. But yeah, nothing's cooling down, expanding data centers. We know that they have their deal with Google as well too for all that overflow. So that's a pretty good look with Oracle. And then for me, I find it extremely interesting that a private company like OpenAI is getting their foot in the door with all of these public companies. So what does that tell me? Are they going to look to go public at some point?
It's got to be.
And we already know the valuations on this thing. And I think that this would just be something that came in oversubscribed and just goes through the roof and parabolic and just goes completely madness and pissing Elon off because of the case, because that's exactly what will happen. Yeah, he'll be so mad at the end of the day. But I like this. We've seen in the OpenAI, they're buying chips from Nvidia, looking to build their own infrastructure. They're now working with Oracle as well too. So a lot of big things Sam Altman's doing.
Yeah, Sam's been he's busy.
Got the cash. He's got the cash now.
Yeah,
he's got the cash. So
he's got the cash. Adara, he's got this project, and a couple of days ago, we heard, a lesser-known individual by the name of Jensen Huang.
I don't know if I've heard of him.
Neither do I. I just read about him a couple of times. He's throwing $100 billion. Adara, 10 tranches of $10 billion, each tied to 1 megawatt. You add gigawatt. You add a gigawatt, you get 10 billion. You add another one, you get another 10 billion. He's got cash flowing out everywhere, Adara.
Like, this is so much money. I do not want to hear Sam complain about his melting GPUs anymore, I swear. But no, with regards to, I just kind of looked into more of the logistics of this. I was curious why Texas. As you mentioned, there's quite a lot of Texas, right? So I Googled this, and apparently the reason that Texas has been viewed as such a hub for these AI data centers is because they've got a lot of land, they have very business-friendly, regulations, and they also have a competitive energy market. So Texas being the hub of all of this, I think is certainly something to watch. And I would watch VST as well, Vistra. They are a utilities play. We know a lot of these utilities names in general are going to benefit from AI, but this was the one that had a really big rally the day that we initially had the Stargate project announced. So keep in mind, you could view these not just as purely trading Oracle or Microsoft. You could also view what type of energy is going to benefit, what type of areas or regions are going to benefit as well. So I think just being aware of what's popping up in Texas and maybe keeping an eye on VST is maybe a sympathy play for this.
That's actually quite a good idea, Derek. Good call on that. Thank you for that. Let's go on to the next story. Wells Fargo upgrading Amazon on stronger AI cloud demand. Look, there's one Mag 7 name that's positive today, and it's Tesla. It's up 3 1/5. Ooh. But if there's one that may be able to go green, it's Amazon, who's down 0.01%. Oh. So it's on that borderline. Let's talk about why Wells Fargo did what they did. Wells Fargo in general raised their outlook on cloud, and as a result, they're raising their outlook on AWS. So let's talk about what they did, what they said about the industry as a whole. They raised the industry cloud revenue forecast, now projecting the market to grow to $873 billion by 2029. That's up from the $230 billion the industry spent the entire year of 2024. Okay, this implies a 31% CAGR compounding annual growth rate. That's big. Analyst noted the overall cloud expansion creates an upside for all major providers, including AWS. Now, let's talk about the AWS specific part upgrade here of the note. They upgraded to overweight. I don't know what they had it before that, but they boosted the price target from 245 to 280, saying AWS's market share losses are expected to peak this year in 2025 before stabilizing with new projects like Project Rainer, a data center campus in Indiana built specifically for Anthropic, which we know has a connection with AWS. Phase 1 of Rainer will launch next January 2026, potentially adding about $14 billion in annual AWS revenue once fully ramped. Didn't say when it's going to be fully ramped. Wells Fargo also raised their 2026 AWS revenue growth estimate, Joey, from 18%. Now they're looking at 22% year-over-year growth. So this is a very, very good look here for AWS. We're going to pause for a second, Joey, because Adara's got breaking news.
Oracle on watch. I know we just yapped about Oracle, but we have to do some more yapping, guys, because the other catalyst with Oracle that's been ongoing is the TikTok deal. We have a Semaphore reporter here on X by the name of Shelby Talcott. She just posted that sources are telling her Trump could be signing the TikTok deal tomorrow. So a Semaphore reporter on X saying this TikTok deal could be signed by U.S. President Donald Trump tomorrow. If I get any more details on that, I will let you know. It's just a simple X post for now. Back to you.
Okay, Sharif, sorry, we got to, I know we're talking a lot of cloud here. 2 seconds on the trades. That's MU right there. Yeah, that's MU. We're going to take a little bit more off.
There, Joey.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in scalp mode here. I told you it's just been a grind, but then let's get back into the name that we're talking about. So I took some off there, sitting with about 30%. This was the second scalp that I was like, you know what, when we're talking about lithium, I got to focus on this.
Read the caption.
Big time missed opportunity, 220 right there, and then you're just climbing higher. So it's kind of been the narrative of the day for me. But yeah, we'll take it on the scalps, and we won't complain whatsoever.
You see about this? Aiden Ross and Jake Paul made a $2 million bet against Tank at the press conference yesterday in front of Tank. They're just dunking on this guy. $2 million. Why is Aiden Ross getting involved, man? Anyway.
What do you mean? He's that guy. Aiden Ross.
That guy,
No, I mean, not in that way. I'm not the biggest fan of Aiden Ross.
Money.
Yeah, what do you mean? Did you see the amount of money? With
I saw what he
deals?
did. The fight there. He changed his bet last minute because he got a call.
Yeah, exactly. Well, obviously he's inside now. He's actually a ridiculous amount of cash. Back to MU. It's looking pretty good. No worries. We caught another fill on that one there, starting to pump a little bit higher. But no, as for Amazon, listen, we talked about this for some time. E-commerce is great. Yeah, we love it. Still slightly affected by the tariffs. But AWS, I think, is going to be the big-time grower in what we see with Amazon. And cloud spend, AI spend, whatever it may be, it's going to fall into some of these hyperscalers' names. And it being one of the largest of the cloud providers, it's going to benefit the most from this. And that's why we really, really like Amazon. Not because of the e-commerce, because of AWS.
My man.
Yeah.
Adara, there's two parts to this report by Wells Fargo. There's the upgrading of the cloud business in general. Adara, they're saying it's going to be about an $803 billion industry by 2039. And there's also the AWS. Take whichever angle you want.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll take, I guess, AWS is certainly something to be aware of. Like, I think that the fact, too, that AWS former CEO is run by the current CEO of the company, Andy Jassy. It makes sense. Like, we've had really consistent growth with this. I meant to pull up a infographic that I've done previously on AWS revenue growth. Don't have it up right now, but you can find that way back on X at TTV Research. The point is, their growth has been strong and it's been consistent on a year-over-year basis. So it makes sense that we're going to hopefully see this continue. When I say like growth, I don't mean, a little bit higher. It's been a steady uptrend. If you were trading, you'd probably want to go long AWS's annual revenue growth. So I think that's a good look. I think the fact that they're seeing potential addition of $14 billion in annual AWS revenue, I always sometimes doubt projections like this, but if you've done the math, if it's solid, and if we see, I think, some evidence of that reflected in Amazon's report or guidance, then I think it's a great forward look here for AMZN. And the stock obviously has not had a great day despite this report, but right now bouncing.
Yeah, it's like green finally. It went like up a fifth. We were talking about this one possibly going green on the day. All right, let's go to Tesla next. This one is the greenest of the Mag 7 names, and it's been, I would say, the most robust as of late, up 3 1/3 today. And this note caught my attention here. So interesting take by, who wrote? Deutsche Bank. It was Deutsche Bank who dropped this note. So here's what Deutsche says. They think Tesla is going to lead the Chinese EV market in September. Well, it's leading in deliveries with 72,000 deliveries. So let's go on. So they're expected to deliver about 72,000 vehicles in China this month, topping the EV market and marking a 27% increase from their deliveries in August. Deliveries are flat year over year, but they're supported by strong demand for the 6-seater long wheelbase Model Y SUV, which also has a longer range. Now, we don't have this Model Y in North America. It's a 3-row, 6-seater. They like those bigger SUVs in China, and therefore Tesla adjusted it to meet the demand there. The current order flow is actually pegged at about 73,000 units, with new customers' deliveries now being pushed to November. That's giving you an indication of the demand for this car. In the first 3 weeks of September, Tesla did report about 47,000-ish insurance registrations. And I can kind of go through some of their competitors. NIO, 35,000 deliveries, up 12%. Xiaomi expecting about 42,000 with their SU27 and their new SUV as well. XPeng got about 40,000. Li Auto, that hard garbage, has got 35,000. And then BYD, always the king of them all, 380,000. That's for everything. That's just not BEVs, okay? That's everything. 380,000 deliveries, and about 320,000 of those 380 are domestic. So about 60,000 went internationally. Deutsche Bank said September is shaping up as the peak sales season for Chinese EVs. I don't really know why, but that's what they're noticing there. Joey, thoughts?
Yeah, I'm curious to when the next delivery report is. I heard Adara talking about it this morning.
I have heard October 2nd, Thursday, October 2nd is usually
Thursday, October 2nd?
All right. After the month begins.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, that's going to be really big. Thanks for that, Adara. So, I mean, leading the Chinese EV market in September, that's a really interesting take. We obviously got to wait for the numbers to come out. But I'm curious, Katina man, yes, China. Yes, China there, Katina man. No, but in all seriousness, I mean, there it is, right? Like, you obviously have the subsidies. I think they're still in full effect over there. So that's why you're seeing a boom in a little bit of the tech to EV sales as well, too. iPhone sales are getting a little bit of a boost in China as well. But I don't think, until I see the numbers for myself, I don't see Tesla outpacing the actual, like, BYDs, the Xiaomis, whatever it may be. Until I see those. Sharif did bring up a good point. They have the Shanghai plan. It gives a lot of jobs, etc. But I just don't see them beating them on their home ice, essentially, until I see those numbers. I'm not going to say that it can't happen. I want to see it first.
All right, guys. I was going to mention something over here. Totally forgot. Let me know when we're ready to go with that, Assassino. Yeah, all right. New traders, listen up, baby. The first month, it is absolutely free. That's right. We're waiving all the fees. So you can trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite experience where you'll analyze, strategize, and hopefully after you're done doing that, you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. We're talking about infinite data. We're talking about instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. And you can predict better with their backtesting tool. You get reliable, real-time data, global markets at the fingertips, all in one platform, Joey. Do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? If you are, scan that QR code or check the link in the description.
I'm really rich.
Ooh.
Shout out to Don. All right, Adara. Tesla leading the way with deliveries, at least for the months of September, for pure BEVs. Do you think this continues, or is just kind of an outlying month because of that new Model Y they got out there?
I wonder if it's seasonal, because I think, as you mentioned, we heard so much about the Model Y thing heading into it, right? And then the fact that now we're getting these numbers all of a sudden out of nowhere, it could be seasonal. I think, you know, we know there's been a lot of really good products coming out of other Chinese EVs as well. XPeng's been on a bit of a hot streak. So I think it's worth noting, this might just be Tesla's time to shine, but that doesn't mean there's not still going to face competition. Now, I have this up. You can find this on X at TTV Research. Like this had positive analyst notes from Milius and UBS yesterday as well. Then on Friday, we had a Baird upgrade. So it is worth noting, like this stock has been on watch with analysts as well. Beyond the fact that we've got these numbers, we have analysts saying not only do you like the stock, we think their deliveries are going to smash. So I always think it's worth noting, like, hey, what is the temperature of the market right now? Obviously, there are sales, there are people looking for this forward, but we've been disappointed by Tesla before when it comes to delivery. So my take on this is wait to see if the deliveries confirm what everybody's expecting. That being said, with so much expectation on this, I suspect they could be solid, but I also want to see what the other Chinese EVs have to bring.
Adara, I want to say one thing, though. Until we saw this story today about the Chinese deliveries coming in ahead of expected, not much had changed in the Tesla world. We didn't get any new products. We didn't see any great new numbers in North America. I'm, again, removing this China story for a second. Yet, all these analyst agencies were coming out with upgrades, Adara, and I don't know how you feel about this, but I didn't feel there was really a foundation for it. So are all these upgrades because of the insider buying? What are your thoughts?
I was just going to say, I think that's a part of it, but I want to say as well, and I've been very critical of Elon and making promises that he can't and does not keep. But all that aside, I think from the point of view of analysts and from my own point of view as well, Elon Musk is a lot more motivated to, I guess, keep these promises when A, he's in the stock for a cool Billy additional to whatever else he has, and B, he's going to be making a heck of a lot of money should all of the aspects of the tranche follow through with the payment plan, right? So furthermore, Tesla shareholders, I believe, are motivated to vote for that plan because they want to see Elon stay invested. They want to keep daddy home. Use wording that unfortunately Elon himself used, right? So I think all of this is really important. I think regardless of the fact they upgraded just for insider buying, I think it's more of the message and the context of the insider buying and just the really feverish fan base of Tesla shareholders. You guys know I spend arguably too much time on there, so I'm very aware of what the temperature is. They are all in the stock. I mean, they like Teslas, they own Teslas, whatever. They care about Elon, though, specifically. So if Elon's saying, hey, guys, I'm committed to you, 100% they're going to double down on Elon, so I think that's a good look. Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you, Adair. Go ahead, Joey.
What if deliveries come in lower than expected? What if they continue to lose market share in Europe, right?
The hard Tesla bulls are not going to care. They do not care. They'll be like, it's a setback. It's not a car company. And they'll just keep pushing higher. So I think regardless of the deliveries, I think with the context of this, with Elon's buy, I think the bull case is probably still there.
I agree with you when you're talking about the Tesla bulls, but the rating agencies may shift a little bit.
I'm just being more like the larger group behind the company.
That's fair. Thanks, Adair.
No, that's fair. I can't really say anything against that. It's fantastic that they're all buying it because of Elon, but I'm not going to put the numbers aside because they still don't display themselves. They're losing market share left, right, and center to BYDs, to the Li Autos, and everything in Europe. And even deliveries in California and in the United States are starting to cool off as well, too. It's forward-looking for me personally. At some point, I'm just going to put all these models away, and it's just autonomy, FSD, and robotics.
That's really what it's going to come down to, because you're not going to convince me you're going to be a $5 trillion company or an $8 trillion company selling EVs at 18-19% gross margins.
It's impossible.
It's impossible.
It's literally
There's not even that many buyers to have that.
It's like people renewing a vehicle every year. That's not going to. It's not going to happen.
You're just not making enough money per car. It's got to be a higher margin product, 60, 70, 80% gross margins.
Absolutely.
That's what I think is needed. I see your point there, Lush. Tesla is more than a car company. You're absolutely right. Joseph and I are saying that, but we're talking about the tangible numbers right now, the numbers that we can discern and we can say above expectations, below. Those are obviously the car companies, right? The car deliveries. Right?
And one more thing here that Glenn says, Joe, when you're the leader from day one, there is nowhere to go but down in market share. You're absolutely right. You're not wrong on that. And it's in the case of what was going on with BYD in Europe. You see that triple-digit growth because they're new. They're just starting to enter the market, and obviously they're going to lose share. But if people really start to grab onto things, we know fads come in and out. People change their mind, like they change their underwear at times, and that can happen within this car space. They need to come out with new models, and they need to really emphasize the facts on robotics and full autonomy. That's my opinion. That's where we stand on it. We're not calling it just the car company. We know they have the energy storage, and we know what's down the pipeline, but we're looking at it in the now.
Should mention that the EV tax credit in the United States ends this month. I think it's the 30th of September. I'm pretty sure. I think it's the last day.
Yeah.
So there could be some pull forward, obviously, as people look to take advantage of that $7,500. That's not chump change. So we'll see if the numbers come in a little bit higher next.
Okay.
Go ahead, Joey.
Bing, there we go.
Hold on. I was asked to do this. I was asked to do this.
For who?
By your boy Dangerous in the chat. He wants me to hit the dollar club for you, bro.
For me. All right, man. There we go. Yeah, we got all out of that one. I mean, hey, we fumbled a couple bags on the likes of Amazon and some other names as well, too. Bitcoin putting in a new high of the day. But I'm glad that we executed here on MU. I just seen that holding, 5-minute candle. We'll get right back into the news. This is where I'm like, hold this level, and then we're off to the races. We just went in full size right at that low there. Bang, hammer candle right off of that low, and then you get that nice little pops right away. Overcook, undercook. Right.
This is a partnership that I saw in the making. It made sense to me. Palantir partners with Boeing Defense for AI-powered military data analytics. It's not just for military, it's actually for Boeing to use internally, so let's talk about it. So Boeing Defense Systems, the section of Boeing obviously dealing with the military, will integrate Palantir's AIP platform to standardize data analytics across the production lines, as well as support classified military projects. Oh, baby. Skunk Works. I know it's not Boeing, but that's what I think when I hear classified military projects. Skunk Works. Shout out to Kelly Johnson. All the airplane buffs will know what I'm talking about in the chat. Palantir's AI will help optimize workflows for sensitive missions involving military aircraft, helicopters, satellites, spacecraft, missiles, and weapons. Palantir's head of defense, Mike Gallagher, stated the partnership will accelerate product innovation, and he stressed the urgency in doing so because of the geopolitical landscape. The deal also strengthens Boeing's position as it seeks new contracts from countries like we talked about yesterday, Kazakhstan, Turkey, and China. Obviously, Turkey, the only one of those three interested in the military wing of Boeing. It's not like you're going to see China buying a Boeing military aircraft. And the Bank of America as well reaffirmed a buy rating on Palantir, and they boosted the price target, Joey, to 215, citing strong AI-driven growth and international expansion. We saw them doing a deal with England the other day, right?
Palantir.
Yeah?
Yeah, and in the Japan deal.
Yeah, we're doing Boeing Palantir, so comment whichever one.
Yeah, the Japan deal deal as well, too.
There you go.
And we talked about this, right? When we went over their last earnings report, their global clientele was relatively subdued in a growth standpoint, around 3%. They have the England deal. They have the Japan deal. And now, again, obviously Boeing being in the United States, I like it, to be honest with you. But my issue with Boeing is that they're not producing enough planes to meet the demand, and we were talking about it yesterday as well too. They essentially run a monopoly. Adair brought us the FAA. Just I wouldn't say standing in their way, but they can't do what they've been doing, using zip ties, dishwasher fluid. That's insane. This is people's lives you're playing with at the end of the day. But I do like that they're going to start kind of interpreting Palantir into some of their business plans and everything along those lines. But Palantir, watch out for that international growth coming above what was probably expected. Last quarter, 3%. I'm going to suspect it's going to be significantly higher come this report.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Joey. I think we're going to get a bit of a surprise there. Dara, Palantir, Boeing, inevitable partnership?
Yeah, I think, honestly, what kills me, too, is this is a much better story, I think, for Boeing than it is for Palantir. And Palantir's stock, when we first got the news, it was around this candle here. As you can see, nice little spike. I mean, now it's obviously given back pretty much that whole move, but the stock reacted really positively. Boeing, when we got that news, did... wait, it was actually here. It actually had a red candle when we got that news. So it's a little bit tricky, right? I think this is ostensibly should be a better story for Boeing. Boeing needs that type of team up. And side note, shout out to Kelly Wartburg, go Kelly, for having with Alex Karp and Palantir. This is a great look for the company. I just don't think it's something the stock seems to care about right now, because I think right now with Boeing, the bigger story is getting those production numbers up. We want those monthly production numbers to be higher, and making sure that these, airlines across the world are getting involved. I think with the Uzbekistan deal and the Turkey deal we have coming up, I think that might be a little bit more interesting for Boeing stock right now than this defense deal on the side with Palantir. I think it's good long term. I think short term, not sure the market really cares.
Okay. All right, I was going to skip. Thank you, Adira. I appreciate that. I was talking to Joey there. I was going to skip the next story, but I don't think that that's warranted. We can't skip it. All right, guys, DBGI is breaking out. DBGI, it's one that I was trading earlier today. It's at the day's high. It looks like it's going to flat top break. But D-Wave versus Ionic. So anybody who's been watching Quantum lately knows exactly what's going on. This is a secular breakout. It's been very strong as of late. Kind of continuing with what we saw start late last fall, right around election time. So both D-Wave and Quantum, D-Wave Quantum, excuse me, and IonQ, is it IonQ or Ionic, have seen strong multi-bagger gains over the past year, reflecting, say that again, Katina Man? Yeah, is it IonQ or Ionic? Yeah.
I mean, the Q is emphasized. It's like in capitals.
Yeah,
I think,
yeah. It's a good point. Yeah. So they've seen multi-bagger gains, Joey, over the past year, reflecting growing investor interest, obviously, in quantum computing. Quantum computing is viewed as the next frontier in tech, offering exponential power compared to traditional computers. Though scalability and cost obviously remain hurdles, investors should note that while the growth potential is significant, valuations are quite lofty given the actual revenue coming in. So technology differences. So we're going to outline some of the differences between D-Wave and IonQ. D-Wave uses quantum annealers designed for optimization tasks like logistics, scheduling, as well as machine learning. They're less expensive to operate, but limited in scope. That's D-Wave. IonQ or Ionic builds full quantum systems using trapped ion technology that can handle universal computing tasks. It makes them more versatile, but significantly costlier to maintain, Joey. So that's the difference between them. This is their growth projections. D-Wave revenue expected to grow from 24.6 million in 25 to 71 million in 27. IonQ, for their part, looking to grow from 91.3 million in revenue this year to 314 million in revenue by 27, both experiencing high double-digit growth. What's your look here, Joey? Take whatever you want, what angle you want, or you can show the picture of a great-looking quantum computer.
Yeah, I mean, hey, man. Again, when we're experiencing these fundamental shifts, and I don't know if this is necessarily going to happen. I mean, we got to wait and see. Are they at their full effect? I don't think so just yet, but it's an emerging market. You're seeing everything across the space, literally every single name. You can throw a dart at the quantum space within the stock market and then eventually find a winner at this point. It's looking pretty good. IonQ, one of the stronger names, and then RGTI is really starting to gain some ground here as well. So, I mean, QUBT, and you can go through QuantumScape a little bit weaker, but this stuff is really, really phenomenal. It's, for me, I'm looking at it as the shift into stable coins, into tokens, and whatever it may be. It's a fundamental shift. You're taking that next quantum leap into something extremely new, and I think that's why you have to start taking advantage of it. Am I going to be chasing the prices all the way up here? No, I'm going to be waiting for some pullbacks, and then I'm going to be looking to get involved in some of these names now, because I think at some point, you will have that aggressive sell-off strafe when they don't meet a specific expectation. And then you have these valuations that are just going through the roof right now. Like, look at this multi-day breakout, if we can get there.
Embarrassing. Is it doing what I think it's doing?
Yeah.
Embarrassing.
No, it's done. It's just frozen across the thing. But anyways, okay, so QUBT, not the best. But look at IonQ, right? And we go through some of these names. And I was keeping an eye on them for these resistant, look at these flat top breaks. This is insane, right? Like, you're up over 90%, 116% from August 20th. So a month, you've doubled your money. This is big time moves, and I think it's going to continue, but just don't chase all the way up here. Wait for that negative catalyst to come in, because it will at some point, and then I think you're going to be able to get involved in these names.
Yeah, that's a thing. I'd like a retest of that $52 area for a pickup there. If it comes back in, that's money.
That's cash. Yeah. But I don't know. Right now, it's extremely strong.
Adira. Take whatever angle you want to take here, because, I mean, this technology is super nascent. Are you a D-Wave fan or an IonQ fan? And are you saying it IonQ or Ionic?
I've been saying IonQ, but honestly, I mostly haven't been saying it, so I don't really know if I'm the person to talk to about that. I think with regards to stock, I'm actually going to go for a none of the above. I think Getty.
Okay.
At least in short term. a much better player. Like, look at this. Look at our GTI yesterday, 10% to the upside, and it didn't even have a catalyst. That was on QBTS's catalyst, right? I think also, if I'm just to zoom out, if you don't mind, Sharif, just talk about like all of the 4 key quantum names: Rigetti, IONQ, QBTS, and QUBT. QUBT, I think, goes to the wayside here, and I say that because they just dropped an offering, and they have not had the same type of constant catalyst that we've seen with RGTI, IONQ, and QBTS. Now, between the 3 of them, I am going to go for Rigetti, but I think like IONQ seems to be having, I think, the most steady stream of breakthroughs in different aspects of quantum. From a fundamental standpoint, I will go IONQ. From a technical standpoint, Rigetti all the way.
Thank you, Adara.
One last thing. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the Owen Sailing Diary made a very valid point, and this is what I'm getting at. Watch out for their next report. Neo, Sean will say the same thing. These guys aren't making any money yet. They're operating at net losses. So wait for those reports to come out. You might get that initial selling, but if they have these continuous breakthroughs, that's why you're seeing these names just break out from a technical standpoint and just go absolutely insane. And I think that's going to continue to happen. They will turn a profit, hopefully, eventually. When, I don't know, Jensen Wang was saying that.
Get it, Jensen.
He was. How long is it out? 10 years out or something?
Well, he said
along
30.
Did he 30?
Remember that
and then
initial
did he
one?
reiterate that
and then
to 10?
Quantum tanked after that.
Yeah, okay.
And then he's spending up a storm now with his own quantum division.
And then there we go. We have the likes of Willow as well. Google getting involved with the quantum space as well. So just watch out. What is Google? Google's the ultimate ETF. You got quantum, you have autonomy,
I agree,
you have
brother.
cloud,
I agree,
you have
I've
you have
always
social
said
media, the social media.
Yeah.
It's everything in one.
It is, and I like, again, I couldn't wrap my mind around why it had a cap on its price. I didn't factor in the antitrust in the way that I should have. That was an oversight by me. I sitting there, I couldn't understand. Anyway, let's go on to everybody's favorite here, OpenDoor. Technology faces bearish sentiment after a shareholder sell-off. We'll talk about exactly who's selling and how much, but obviously let's talk about the retail sentiment on this. So retail trader sentiment for OpenDoor turned bearish. At least it did on StockTwits on Wednesday, which is today. A sharper change from the prior day's neutral tone, so yesterday. The sentiment drop followed about a 15.5% decline in their shares on Tuesday, marking the worst session Open has had since the 6th of August. The message volume on StockTwits rose slightly, but indicating elevated trader attention, but the tone of those messages remained a little bit negative. Now, let's talk about who's selling and how much they're selling. So Access Industries, they are the 3rd largest shareholder of OpenDoor after, of course, Vanguard and the new CEO, Kaz Najatian. Now, before I continue, I need to tell you that the new CEO has about 83.3 million shares. Almost all of those shares are what they're called restricted stock units, means he can't sell them. And he'll be prohibited from selling them until the price reaches certain levels. I did a video on this. The first level was 6 1/3. The next was 9. The next after that was 13, 17. It goes all the way up to $33. That's the last tranche of unlocking his final tranche of shares, okay? So right now, I don't know how many he has, but he doesn't have 83 1/3, full stop. Now, Access Industries, that's led by a billionaire named Len Blavatnik. And they sold about 11.4 million shares worth of Open, about $95.2 million, cutting its holding down about 31.3 million shares. And that came after they had already sold on September 12th, 10.9 million shares. So they sold 11.4 not that long ago. Previously, they sold 10.9. That was worth about $100 million, which pushed the shares, September 12th, nearly down 14%. As I mentioned, they are the 3rd largest shareholder, Joey, after the CEO, as well as Vanguard.
Yeah, as for OpenDoor, I think a lot of us were expecting to see a big-time pop after the 25 bips. It was relatively flat. But I'm going to say this. I think that this company is going to be a hot take. I think this company is going to be essentially irrelevant in the near future. Why?
Dang.
Smart contract. Yeah. That's my smart contract. What do you need them for if you have smart contracts?
Listings, Joey.
Yeah, the listing. That's fine. You can still find the listings somewhere else, right? Like this is a publicly traded company worth what is the market cap of this thing here right now?
5.99, $6 billion.
$6 billion. I don't know. I mean, I get it. There's a lot of money in real estate. Does it have that meme effect? A lot of people are saying no, but for me personally, I think there's things that are going to slowly phase this name out. I don't think we talk about it in a couple of years.
Okay. Adara, do you feel that way? Is OpenDoor here for a good time, not a long time?
I mean, I will say, if it's here for a long time, I will continue to enjoy the drama. I know not everyone enjoys when I get into the behind the scenes of these companies, but I think for a company that is so motivated by these, I guess, catalysts involving like tweets or posts, I do think it's worth getting into. Now, again, you can check out this giant master post on X at TTV Research, but we had some catalysts this week. Martin Shkreli left the short, ironically, a bit too soon because then the real drop began. But then we also have ongoing beef continuing with Keith Rabois, the co-founder, and Pio Keffer, who's on the company's board. It's a really odd beef, but basically when we had that Access Industries sell, Keith Rabois went in X and he said, oh, it's definitely he implied that it was Pio Keffer, and he's like, I just bought shares, I'm not selling. This guy did not attack anybody, but he keeps getting attacked anyways. You can read all the details on X at TTV Research for the master post. It's up to date as of last Tuesday, so lots to look at there. No, but on the real, I bring up all of this to say that a company or a stock that is this motivated by random social media moves, maybe be cautious. However, Kaz Nejati, and I will give him credit, he has not been involved in any of this weird drama, though his entire board, for some reason, is, for the most part. But he stayed really strong. He's just posting himself, at the office. He's working late.
Well, he can't go home, Adara.
Him late at night. I think, honestly, I will give him credit. He is trying really hard, and I think the fact that he's treating it like a real company, maybe we should too. But with the stock, I'm just saying, be careful.
Yeah, shout out to his wife who won't let him come home until he comes out with a plan. Shout out to, good luck there.
If OpenDoor trades up to 20, 30 bucks, whatever it may be, I'm totally wrong. But as Adair just mentioned, it's hot amongst the social media aspect. And we know with social media, you're hot one day, the next day you're essentially irrelevant. So what happens when OpenDoor cools off and doesn't have that meme type aspect?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I don't feel one way or another about this. I just want to get to Apple. Let me just see the exact name over here of this individual. Apple Manny, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Apple Manny. QURE, please talk about news. Thank you. Yeah, we covered this one earlier. You must be joining us a little bit late. That's fine. QURE will show you exactly what the price action looks like on this monster. It's a little bit off the highs, but I had this one wrong. I was going to look at it as a range. It clearly broke out. Shout out to Zion Lala, took out 50, dropping below now. But you're wondering about the headline, so we're going to pull that up for you. What's going on with Unicure? Let's load up the article. Unicure stock surged after announcing positive results from a phase 1 and phase 2 study for their AMT 130 for Huntington's disease. I don't know what that is, Joey. The therapy showed significant slowing of the disease progression and was well tolerated. Unicure plans to submit a BLA in Q1 2026 with potential U.S. launch later that year. The company also secured about $175 million loan facility with Hercules Capital, enhancing financial flexibility for the potential commercial launch. That is a quick summary of what the headline is. I hope that suffices. And again, thank you very much for the $5 super chat, Joey. We had more to talk about. Bloom Energy getting downgraded by Jefferies. It's one that I've had on my radar for a while and is down substantially the last couple of days. So it's down 12 1/3 today. So very volatile name. BE is a taker. We're not going to go into that. But yes, I just wanted to mention that super quick. You want to leave them with a thought?
Yeah, I mean, guys, just continue the grind. It was an interesting session. You sell off, you get a little bit of a recovery. And yeah, I mean, I've been trading around the highs, Ethereum as well too, but putting in a higher low. The RGTI quantum space extremely hot. MU was a pretty good trader for us on the day. Keep it green, man. We got a couple more days left in the week, and then hopefully by the end of the month, we can start to turn things around again, even though we're not down drastically. But I would like to see this market and the breadth start to expand once again and put in some new highs.
I agree with that. I agree with that a lot.
Especially in the crypto space. Oh, let's put in a new high there.
That'd be great, yeah.
By
Peter Schiff's been dunking on everybody on Next. You should see him. Yeah,
What's he saying?
He's just living life right now.
Oh, yeah? He's having a good
he's
time?
talking about all the Bitcoiners going broke and all the gold hoarders are going to be, you know, kings and stuff like that. He always does. Even when Bitcoin is outperforming gold, he still craps on Bitcoin.
Still craps on it.
Shout out to Peter
I mean,
Schiff.
it's significantly more volatile, obviously, right?
Well, clearly he's made a lot of money.
Yeah.
Anybody who's been in gold has made plenty of money this year, so there's not much to say bad about what he's saying, but you know, I just wish he wouldn't crap on Bitcoin so much. But yeah, it is what it is.
Adara, we need cornrow Drake next time, we need.
He wants cornrow Drake on the infographic, Adara.
Whatever Drake I found who was present. Like one of the other pictures, I think when he had the heart in his head for 2 minutes.
Oh.
You get hard head Drake for like half a second, I think, in one of the visuals. Honestly, I was like, which Drake works with what I'm trying to do here? You. He was not my big focus. I had to read through like hours worth of tweets, so you know what I mean?
What, CLB Drake wasn't good enough?
Well, I found the first Drake I could find. It was not that serious. Although, Joe, he was wearing cornrows in the Degrassi documentary. Cornrow Drake was interviewed for the Degrassi.
You liked him in the Degrassi documentary, though.
He came off really well.
Yeah.
Like he was really humble, oddly enough. He was enjoying himself. He talked about how he used to sleep at the Degrassi studio in between like recording songs, and they said to him, "You can't do that." Yeah, and honestly, if you want like a different view on Drake, I would kind of recommend it.
Sounds good. Thank you, Adara. And thank you guys for joining us today. It is 2:03, and the big boys are that way. See you guys tomorrow.
What up? Cornrow Drake, everyone was just talking about there. Apparently that is going to be a thing. I was going to find that infographic up there because my challenge was, and I need to see it, I'm going to go through Trader TV research, is to see how many on that OpenDoor infographic, how many faces people can actually name. I think, because I feel like when I glanced at it, I was like, well, for sure 2, and I was not sure about a third one, but I got to go. I'll go find it at some point. That's wanted to point out. I don't know if you guys showed that gold chart when you were talking about it just a couple of seconds ago. I don't believe, well, maybe you did, maybe you didn't, but not too shabby. You could look at this a lot of ways. Like you could look at, you could like GLD as a vehicle. Obviously, you could look at gold futures. Maybe you like the miners. Maybe you like the GDX as an ETF to work into. But yeah, gold has been absolutely fantastic. And when the market pulls back, it's going to be a good one. No questions asked. I also heard, oops, I meant to type on my P Pro 8. Not that.
Oh my God.
The quantum names obviously going absolutely ham. QBTS up a couple of points. And Rigetti 7%. It actually cracked those highs. So, thankfully we got out of the short because this stock has been going absolutely ham the last couple of days. I'm kind of with Adara. In terms of momentum, this one seems like it's the best one, at least right now. Fundamentally, fundamentally, no one cares about any of them because fundamentally, like this is a big time future play, right? So yeah, I definitely Rigetti, no questions asked. 7% to the upside and continuing to rally. Probably should have looked long again today. It's what it is. Played one short, and look at the sting off VWAP. It's just going into a weak market. The quantum names simply do not care.
We reshorted TQs during that show. I was posting it there. So now we've got a 40-cent winner right here. $81.50 Marvell. We're talking about Rigetti being up 6%, 7%. Here is the banger right here. Marvell just today coming out and blasting like, we're talking about this stock for a minute, right? So glad that it's finally starting to go now. We obviously made a mistake buying it pre-earnings, but no mistake after that. 5 billion share buyback, and there was a story midday. There's some sort of it's not on here though. There was some sort of a conference or something going on where Marvell just told everybody what's good. So, oops, I always close that. There it is, details. So I see you guys in the chat are asking me, does Marvell have more to go? Well, I've been telling our friends in our friend chat that Neil and I have here that $80 would be some kind of resistance. didn't really resist. You know, so yeah, that's the 200 period moving average. So up jumps the boogie, man. You know, we're having a day trading, we're having a day in the portfolio. This is what I mean, like when it's a bull market. I mean, great for the gold bugs, everything. This is why Bitcoin for me is the most puzzling, and actually why I think it's about time to start picking up some Bitcoin, because there's a lot of the space, man, just still going. So I think for those of you asking, if you're along with me on Marvell here, I think we're getting into a spot now, man, where you know, this maybe needs to be looked at here to trim just a little bit. I mean, that top is 85. You know, we had made the play down here first, ripped up to 85. We were getting out along the way. Then we bought more here before earnings, thinking that this little drift down was whatever. Then it made the move down here. Thankfully, able to save ourselves by buying on that third day, because we put our money where our mouth is. Right? We talk about that. We also, you know, and not all is roses, right? We bought Lulu and then did the same thing on Lulu as well on their earnings. Bought here day 3. Didn't look good for a minute, 164, 165. Now this is starting to come back to the upside. This one, Lululemon, much more ways to go back upside. But I just looked, still down about 10% or maybe even a little bit less than that now on this name. I don't like this nearly, obviously, as much as Marvell. So. But there it is right now. This is actually a Lulu sweater, but this move to the downside here, we're just about to wrap up right through, see if we could take down 190. But yeah, it's today's Marvell's world, and we're all kind of just living in it right here. I don't know, up 9% seems a little overdone on the share buyback, but you know, that's what it is. So yeah, what's up, Dogtown? Yeah, don't tell about it, be about it. That's exactly what I'm doing here, hopefully every day. Putting out the trades. You know, like we had TQs written down short, right? So we're being about that. We had Alibaba written down long. You know, we're hitting that. We had Palantir actually written down long. We tried it again there during the midday at 180. No workout. Boom. To the downside goes Palantir. Man, that would have been a decent short. Right there. We had recently raised more capital in Palantir up here and got out at the 180 mark there as well. And then the one thing that we dumped out of that's right at the price that we got out of was Intel. I mean,
right
Intel,
back at 31. We
were so happy the other day. We were like saying, yeah, it's down to 29. We did a good move getting out right now, but there it is upside again into that same level of $31 again there for Intel. So I think smart traders probably thinking about getting something out now that we're up here again. But hey, man, don't listen to me. It doesn't matter. I was just thinking that's where I recently got out. And then we talked about BigBear AI. So that's a nice downside play there today as well, waiting for that to get back in again. So we'll wait and see if we can average into those longs. So yeah, I believe there could be a dump coming soon in the futures as well. Steve, or Starvin like. No, not Starvin like. Isra there in the chat. I mean, that's why we're short. We let this go all the way back up. So there's the cover. So here's the short 102.80, right? Plus written on here, of course. And that's all for free. We have Sharif's morning notes going out as well. You guys can look at your inbox for those. 102.80 downside. We covered right there on the break of the 50 period. We put it on our Instagram. So that's about $2 and change there on the downside. And then we just reshorted it right there again. Multiple takes on the reshort. All right, man. Let's go, man. We're not a trader. We just act like one on TV here, right? So, but there's some plays. Let's go back over to Sharif, and let's go over some news.
Boom. Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. I'm blending into the background. This black on black's not working for me. The big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers over here is to get into the chat every day and vote. Super simple, guys. Throw in that $sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Make sure to vote every day, guys. Let's look first at the 4 major averages. Again, all 4 major averages in negative territory, leading off here first with the ES losing 6,700, at least for the moment, down into 6,682, down down 0.5%. Likewise with the NQ below 24,700, down 0.5%. The Dow also taking it on the chin, down 0.46, but the worst performing major average on the day is the small cap led Russell 2000, down 0.86. So again, second day in a row, all four major averages negative territory. BigBear AI, at least it was up big yesterday on this headline that they secured yet another government contract here. This time it's not to do with airports, it's to do with the Navy, an Army contract as well. So decent look yesterday for BigBear, taking back 8, but losing it today, guys, down into about 7.5, down 5.2% on the day.
Yeah, it's like this one didn't really get going today. Like it was very like the $7 move to it was 7 to 8, and then later it kind of went to 8.50 in yesterday's trade. The trade was really like early on $7 to $8, and it closed at $7.99. So $8 was a bit of a thing. I was playing it for a short today, but ideally, like to me, the best short would have been a failed breakout of the high, which never happened. But if you look at this stock, I mean, from a technical standpoint, like this just came all the way from that 200 period, kind of consolidating at 5 and went right to the top. Not the 52-week high, but the July high. We'll call it the summer high here at 8.50. So it gets there, takes a little bit of time off, at least for today. If not, potentially tomorrow, maybe back into like 7, and then the 50-period moving average, I think, make a lot of sense for BBAI. But yeah, for this afternoon, I mean, I'm sitting at VWAP, but it's actually breaking down as we speak. I'm not taking the low of the day break on a small capper. We'll look to play some short the pop situations like earlier this morning. But yeah, it's just taking a couple of days off. When you go up from $5 to $8.50 in its resistance, and the market's pulling back, it's Palantir is pulling back, and sometimes it'll follow that as well. You're going to see this kind of thing happen. And until it loses $7, it's very much still in the top end of the range. So I think you got a little bit of ways to go to the downside before this finds another level where it can maybe consolidate, maybe gear up for another run, but it's just blowing off a little steam here today. So we're looking short, going to try to get short if we pop back in to VWAP about 780.
Look, a shout out to my BigBear AI army. It planned out exactly as we talked about, 650, 750, 850. So yeah, no surprise that this is happening right now. I'm not going to be buying anything anytime soon. I'm just going to trade this. If it comes back into the 50-period moving average, maybe we'll put some more money back into it down here at $6. But it's held. If I actually zoom this out a little bit, you'll see this 200-period moving average has really been the thing for BBAI. So yeah, we're long on this for a while, and it's been, we bought it here, we got out here, back down in, we got back out up there. So we're just riding this thing like it's your favorite roller coaster over there at Cedar Point. But yeah, BBAI, love the stock. All right. I run, you run, I ran, but we got to pay some bills here first.
In 14 years, they've had 0 hacks and 0 excuses. BTCC.com has been delivering when others are not. Trade Bitcoin up to 500 times. Even Tesla, gold, you can trade Forex. And with smart copy trading, don't just sit and watch the pros, you can trade like them. Regulated in the US, Canada, and Europe, and trusted by 6.8 million traders. And we got a Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box and grab a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where pros trade, and now so can you. Let's go check in on IREN.
Yeah, this is a great looking chart here on IREN, guys. Today up 14.7% after Arete Research initiated coverage on the name and announced a buy rating with the stock announced at $78 a share. That's a nice premium from where it's currently trading at $47.90. Just to give you a background on this stock, they're an Australian-based data center company. They mine Bitcoin as well as obviously hosting AI, guys. So good little look here for them. A fantastic September for IREN. Let's just see exactly how much we're up on the month. Since the 3rd of September to today, we are up 91% on IREN.
Yeah, I mean, double-digit short flow. Let me just
91% this month.
One second. Let me look. I need to pull up a higher time frame because I'm not Let me pull up a weekly on IREN.
That is right, 91%.
Wow. Okay, let me pull up a monthly on IREN. This is 91% this month. Sometimes you have to go really far back out. This is that oh my goodness, that's that U-shaped breakout. Remember the Robinhood? SoFi is doing this. Yeah, SoFi is actively doing this right now. You got to lock in. This is one of these like trading strategies that we've seen, and especially in a bull market. Obviously, it's gonna be really good in a bull market. It helps, but you blow out an IPO price that you've been running away from the entire time. And yeah, I get it. Buy the bottoms is great, but look at this on the monthly. Once this breaks out over that recent market high, because that'll be, or its all-time high, it just doesn't even look back. Like I said, double-digit short float in the right space. Does it feel toppish? Absolutely, it feels a little bit toppish. This is one where, like personally, like I'd be rigging the register here. You can talk about Bitcoin mining when that's doing nothing. And right now the AI play is kind of heading back in. Growth is sort of pulling back as we speak. This feels like an obvious sort of ring the register, but it was about $30. So you get what, 60, 70% from that IPO high breakout on IREN. That's about as good as it gets. And that setup's been gold. I mean, you've seen a little bit of an explosion in SoFi when it did a very similar setup, and it's in the beginning of a move like that. And Robinhood is, I want to say, the poster child for this recently. So if you're wondering like what I'm talking about when you look at Robinhood, that's what Robinhood looks like with that similar setup. Not to say IREN is Robinhood, but you start breaking out these types of historical prices, and momentum is your friend.
Yeah, till the end. All right, I just want to say to everybody, like this Marvell, this just bounced off of the 50-period moving average, so this could get ready to break. So we could go longer here. We just refused to crack there and held it. So maybe we could test it one more time before we get super, super confident. But this hold of 80.50, I know there's just a lot of you looking at this. I mean, again, a stock that's up 9% in a day with pretty decent market cap. So we'll wait to see if there's going to be more love for this name. But I was just thinking, like, we just bounced there off the 50-period moving average. So it's really been respecting it, since we started getting going here. VWAP was too far away right now, and we're underneath the 21. But we just got bounced off right there. So the next area to try to test is right here, 81.70. So watch out for Marvell trying to go back there as well. So I don't know, 2NY said, are you talking about BigBear AI? I'm not sure. You mentioned here, what if your average is $5? It's been trimming down since the 840 mark, 500 shares. I mean, that's basically what I'm doing. That's basically what I'm in at. I'm at 4 and change, but yeah, I like everything that you're throwing down right now. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do, is peace out if you're talking about BigBear. I'm not sure. So all right, let's go back over to the desk right there and talk about another meme stock with OpenDoor.
Yeah, OpenDoor having a good day, Sean, 16%, but it had a tough few days after double topping there at around 10.5, 11 bucks down. Closed out yesterday just north of $7 today. The high of the day is 838. It's moving up on this headline after the release of a robust new residential sales report from the U.S. Census Bureau and the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Guys, good look today for OpenDoor.
Yeah, 15% is, like, it's good. It's definitely good for OpenDoor, but it's done obviously way bigger than this recently. And look, I thought it was going to go a little further on this pullback. It made some sense to make it to like $6, but it doesn't really matter. Momentum is momentum. In the same way that we were just talking about, BBAI is blowing some steam off after going up for a while. My gut is telling me that OpenDoor is blowing some steam off after going down a little bit. Like, I'm not prepared to say that, oh, this is your new low, and every time this is done, it's made a fresh high. Like, you pull back into $2, and eventually it breaks out. It pulls back here into $6 and breaks out. You pull back here into $8.50 and doesn't break out. So the last pullback didn't take out the highs. So I kind of think you're still on the back end of this trade, but that's my 2 cents. I took one shot at it for being close to a flat trade. Got a little bit of a move, but it did not follow through, and it's been trending up. But I'm still of the mind here, and I could put this on a 15-minute, but I'm still of the mind that there's a breakdown off these highs from yesterday. It's having some trouble chewing through the top of yesterday's range. And as long as that's true, like that pullback into VWAP will be on my mind. So again, I'm not completely convinced that this thing has found its bottom. And one of the signs is that OpenDoor, the first time in this entire run, that when it found a consolidation level, it didn't bounce and eventually make a fresh high before reclaiming that support level. So that's a first. So I still think it's a little bit of a short opportunity, but I'll be particular about it for that trend break, not just going to sit in front and get run over. Congratulations to everyone that's part of the Open Army and it's done really well, but yeah, I feel like it's, at least temporarily, some of its best days might be gone.
Yeah, congratulations to our army here too. As we look at Nvidia, Trader TV army, always strong and growing. Nvidia just like, I cannot believe I got out right there when it broke the 50-period moving average. Again, on here, I mean, there's one place, obviously we have Sharif's notes, which are going to be great. You guys got to go look at that. That's going to be coming out very, very soon. But this is what we had today. Palantir, long, we've already talked about that. That's going to be the only red mark on the account today. Palantir, Nvidia, short right there, the TQ short, and then the Alibaba long. So today it's been another one of these kind of days. And I wish I had, I don't know, this never even went against me, you know, this short here at 179.50 on Nvidia. We took it real early. It didn't get up to our 180, but I was like, you know what, if I like it, I like it. So we tried it there, and it just didn't print where I was hoping it would. So it did right there. It was a monster move, man. That was 179.30s. We got filled at 177.80, so you're talking about $2+ right there. So that was good, but then whoops. You know, so should still be short this name. Glad that we're short the NASDAQ right here at least. So that's happening for me. But okay, let's go back over and talk about Intel.
Intel having a great day, guys. A little bit less than 5.5% on the day, green, and recovering somewhat from the selling that we had seen ever since the announcement of the Nvidia deal with Intel, kind of bottoming out there at around 27.78. Today they have an independent headline introducing TrustStamp, AI-powered privacy-first identity verification platform in a new partnership publication. It's going to use AI-optimized biometrics, guys, to ensure privacy using AI. So nice, 5.4%.
Yeah, it's nice for Intel, but that ADAI stock is a very deceptive 10% up. Like that stock ended up being a dump. Big time pump and dump. And sometimes you kind of have an idea what it might look like by the last time a stock like this goes up. Like this went 3 and abjectly failed 420, settled back at 3. Seems like it's doing the same thing again here. So it was a nothing burger for IDAI unless you happen to take it, you know, unless you happen to be long right at the open and covered almost like an IPO play and covered literally in the first couple of candles, then it was a disaster for you on IDAI. Intel, on the other hand, I think, look, I said I would short the 31 level, so 31, been shorting in front of 31. That's the only place. But I do think it's making a price discovery after this, you know, the Nvidia investment. We already know that the government has a stake, and the bottom seemingly is in on this stock, and it's trying to make a decision about what to do next. The last massive dump was, you go back to last year in the middle of the year, and this is where, right at the 30 to 30 and a half or 31 level, this is exactly where it was consolidating for a while and then dumped off. Big time flat bottom break. So it makes sense we get a little price discovery at this level. If 28 ever goes, then I think you're headed back in for ye old lows on Intel. But as long as the higher high or the prior high holds on in Intel, I think it's got a chance. So as long as it can hold on to the prior high, the structure of the long is okay off the bottoms, I would venture to say that if you get to like 36 or 38, that's like an auto ring the register, sticks out like an absolute sore thumb. So yeah, I mean, if it holds the 28 level, it's already done it for a couple of days here. I think that's a great place if you're long to put a bit of a stop, because I like those prior highs. So let's see if it can hold that and get you to the 35, 36. But for today, this afternoon, just looking to short the 31. And then you break out from that high and you get out.
All right. Yeah, for me, man, if it gets up to 35 or 36, oh boy, we'd be we'll be as happy as you know what. So we're gonna also wait for that. I think that's just once again an obvious area to get out. I mean, I've already got out of this first obvious area, and now I just think the next step is right into here. Remember, they're taking handouts because they can't make money. They're in a good space. I just. I don't know. I think if Intel works, a lot of these other names will work. But I mean, today it's up 5% and Nvidia is down, right? So, you know, there is some love for Intel. There's no doubt about that. You know, the U.S. government's in this name now, so it's got the juice to get even higher than where we are right now. Again, really like the stock, especially on that battle back. I mean, the reason why I got out at 30 the first time was because we were anticipating something like this happening. It's just thankfully it stopped. And we got that bounce up there over the last 2 days. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me why traders still like this name. And I think that it does have that opportunity to get back to 36, 37, at which point we'll get out of another 25 or 30% if it gets up there. And that would be another great one. So, yeah, let's go. Let's go Intel.
Before you go, one other thing. Like those highs that you see like all the way to like 50, like to me, Intel doesn't see those until they're actually they need the fab business to be able to compete on high-end chips. The day that they do that, like if they ever say, if they ever come out and say we're making our highest-end chips and they're being fabricated by us and they're not sending them out, that's going to be a monster day because that opens up the possibility that they get some real customers in the fab business. And I think there's going to be some pressure. I mean, the U.S. government owns a stake. There'll be some pressure for some of the big names. I'm looking at you, Nvidia, to look at them as a fab. And if that ever happens, it's a to the moon. But that's, again, they can't make their own high-end chips. They don't trust themselves to do that. I think that'll be a big deal. Speaking of the government taking stakes in things, LAC. That's the investment du jour, again, by the U.S. government.
Big day for LAC today. We're trading this to no end on the midday show, but there is a very important headline today. They're looking at getting some of the $2.26 billion loan guaranteed to them by the U.S. government and GM. We're talking about Lithium America, of course, and with respect to their Thacker plant in Nevada, mining lithium. The U.S. government does want to include some conditions on the release of the first of the money, so we'll have to see how this all works out. But good look enough here for 95%, guys.
We said there, this is not the same as Intel in terms of an actual stake being taken yet. They got that big loan that they're trying to restructure and leave politics out of it. Hey, you need a handout, and in this particular case, there already is a big federal loan, and it's, again, you want to look for restructuring. Like, why not get a piece of it for the shareholders? Like, that's, you know, I'm a free market kind of guy, so like I don't always want the government to be, you know, in the hands of everything. But if you're going to, it actually makes sense that the Treasury, the taxpayers, if they're helping out the company, get a bit of a stake. So we'll see how that one shakes out. Pure squeeze play. I had 11% of the short float. Adara had a source of like 15%. Either way, when you have news like this, knowing that you've seen what happens to the stocks that have this type of a headline, makes all the sense in the world that it's squeezing, although I'll admit that I didn't think it would squeeze this much. It's held VWAP a few times. I just want to point out, it is now cresting off of this high. Like in the aftermarket, it got to $6 and failed. It was a bit of a little local breakout and then a dip into the volume weighted average price, but it's now cresting underneath that $6 level, and on the 15-minute is starting to break trend. So it needs to reclaim this 6. Otherwise, I think we're in for a bit of a pullback here. As Randy is instead of coming up behind us, he's now trying to watch the show through. It's kind of fuzzy. It's a little fuzzy because you're staring at it through this little barrier that we got going on there. He's poking his head through. So we have like the stage. You guys can't see it, but we have the stage sort of cut off, or the former stage cut off by some plastic, so all the dust and stuff doesn't get to this side. Randy just peeking in to see how LAC was doing.
It's amazing that Donald Trump wants to invest all this money into a Lithium Americas Canadian-based company.
It's so weird.
I mean, I think that, what's his name here, Carney, should get involved and maybe deal with some tariff situation, maybe come up with something. Would be really nice. But if you do get concussions or have experienced a concussion yourself, you know that there is no reported FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenic, symbol OGEN, is changing that with its first intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. The concussion treatment market is projected to reach nearly $8.9 billion. Oh, that feels actually really good. Thank you for doing that. The problem is, Sharif, I'm doing the ad here, so it's like, and now I got it. All right, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way here. Learn more and schedule a meeting today by scanning that QR code below. Sharif just gave me a nice little massage. Oh, now he's gone. I was going to ask for another one. But there it goes right now. Intel has a little bit of size right there at 976. That's almost, it's not that big. It's 100,000 shares, right? Here's just a little bit of a lesson for everybody here. If you're looking at a level 2 for maybe the first time, as many people might be, I mean, a level 2 is something that doesn't get accessed by every broker or anything like that. It's actually quite awesome that we have level 2 access here, to be honest with you. So, but anyways, rant on that. Yeah, that size, each one of these levels is 100 shares. So, you got to watch out. Intel right now, boring stock of the day, it looks like right here. It's been great for the day, but not doing too much up here. So watch out. I know Neil's in it. He'll talk a little bit, obviously, about those levels. I just wanted to show you the size because I was still on it from our rundown, and I was like, oh, wait a minute, there's some decent size there. So it's not that matters in the long run, but for scalpers like us, there could be something there. We talked about the fact that Bitcoin might have that chance to go. We talked about it before we left you guys at 11 o'clock. It did go, and it did break out. And I want to say thank you to those of you that brought this area to my attention during the first show that we had. It did break it. It was a great long. It goes up to 64.80 right there, falling back in. So I think this is a good sort of protection level here, 64.50. So you don't want to be in iBit or Bitcoin if that winds up breaking, and we're not too far away from there. And then Ethereum also, unfortunately, is not doing anything really today either. I mean, the market right here has calmed down just a bit. Like I said, we have the short. Today? We've been hitting, the VIX is probably nice today as well. I have to look at the dollar. This is a little bit different because this is right out of spot right now. That I think if we lose this, it is whoops-a-daisy, and we really start to go back down into levels that people that are long don't really want to see, obviously, unless you're waiting to get a little bit more. That's the best thing about it. You got to just plan your trades. Like there's always, Goolsby's talking right now about interest rate cuts and stuff, seeing that there may not be, he doesn't feel too comfortable making some of these cuts moving forward. Is that a call for Adair? Okay.
Just quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just quickly before we go to Adair, the VIX is at some highs, but it's not. There's nothing crazy about it. But it's starting to get off the schneid a little bit, right? Like it's been basing out 14 and a half volatility index, and it is breaking a local high. Like the last time that we had a scare beginning of September, this got up to 19. So I think that's kind of like the next. If it makes that next push, that's when we know we're getting a little more serious about this pullback, right? Like we should see some extension here if this is going to end up turning into a more serious dip. But let's get over to Adair at the desk.
Yeah, I mean, Sean kind of mentioned it there, but just be aware Fed Goolsby is talking, and he is being a little bit more cautious, like we've had a lot of Fed members say. He's warning against a series of rate cuts. He doesn't want them to be too front-loaded, just based on this assumption that inflation will be transitory. And again, this continues this pattern we've seen with a lot of Fed speakers saying that the rate decrease that was voted for and went through in September was motivated more by employment than inflation. So inflation concerns very much still a thing, and Fed's Goolsby worried about it here. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And that's the thing. We had a lot more Fed talk when you get Powell talking, but certainly throwing a little bit of cold water on there. The percentages haven't changed all that much. We got a super chat. I want to thank you, Tasia. I'm assuming it's Tasia Kata. Thank you for all your advice. Made almost 2K today. Hey, let me know what you were trading in there. Your real reason and motivation to keep yourself in the market. Sean, you are an explosion. So appreciate you. Let us know. Hey, let us know what you were looking at, what you were watching, what you're trading today. Always fun. Because we have a wealth of traders, and that's what the best thing about this community is. They're looking at small caps, large caps. Heck, I've seen futures, Forex, crypto, like all over the place. One thing I have not seen much of in the chat, though, is a lot of talk about, say, gold. Like, we talk about gold. I haven't really seen people talk about intraday trading in gold or silver or anything like that.
Because we never do.
Well, I don't know, but I've seen a couple people say that they're Forex traders and will watch the show. I'm like, really? Because that's one thing we pretty much never
Forex
look at.
trading is almost bigger than equity trading.
Absolutely, and it's very technical-based Forex. But here's what I want to do now. I want to make sure we get a fresh start on the symbols here. Because we got, like, for the morning, we got Tesla and we got OpenDoor and stuff. So I'm going to hit the fresh start. Reminder, everybody, if you're typing a symbol into the chat, first, to do so, you have to be in the chat and hit the subscribe button. But make sure you hit the $ and then go $, and we were just talking about, so I'll just go GLD. And then someone else went GLD as well, so now that's going to be near the top. But there's GLD, Palantir, so we'll get an idea of what it is that you guys are interested in and what might be moving. We have scanners as well, but I love this as a feature to make sure we're on point. And we're always on point when we go to Adara.
Lots happening here. For one, we heard earlier a report via X from a Semaphore reporter that Trump was going to sign the TikTok deal tomorrow. Now we're seeing more sources report that the TikTok deal will be signed by U.S. President Donald Trump tomorrow. Speaking of Trump, Feds Goolsbee is now being a little bit critical of Trump's tariffs, saying that Trump's trade policies limited his willingness to cut borrowing costs more aggressively, and that specifically the policies were to blame for his reluctance to lower borrowing costs. So that's happening here right now. Feds Goolsbee speaking about the tariffs. Back to you.
Yeah, just to that point, I mean, I'm just sitting here on the TQQ, so I was thinking, like, with Goolsbee speaking and all this kind of stuff right now, let me get out another piece. We'll bid some 05s. We've done well to get out, but you could see that, okay, we missed that. I'll punch in some 9s. Well, I got some 8s there. All right, so we'll get a little bit out there. We're still bidding lower. I only have a quarter left, or sorry, 20% left of this position. And as Neil mentioned, man, you'll often see us trading everything. I think primarily Joe and I will be the ones maybe trading the futures and some of the crypto, like IBIT or ETHA. Neil will also look at those. But as far as the futures, Joe and I will pretty much always use the TQQs as something to look at. You can also, trade stuff like SMH and SOXL and things. So like that, right? So that's something to look out for. And you can always see our positions there at the bottom, as you can see here. The one-day move there, a couple back-to-back days negative there in the NASDAQ. And I think that, that goes to talk more about gold, right? So gold right now with a down push today, I mean, matching what the NASDAQ is doing, but gold recently takes an all-time high. I have no idea why these candles are red here. But yeah, so they shouldn't be, but there it goes to the downside, unless we had some bad wicks that were just turning those upside down. But anyways, gold is obviously seen as an inflation hedge, right? I mean, the purchasing power with fiat is just getting crushed like every single day. We have inflation hitting, and then we have, we just talked about the Fed just printing money continuously as well. This is a safe haven asset as traders flock over to gold. I mean, every country, I don't want to say every country, but most, apparently the U.S. has this all in Fort Knox and whatnot. So gold is one of the protected entities that you can't just mine for the same way as Bitcoin. You got to find a mine and go after gold. And gold's been one. Okay. Is that just correct? I thought there was 3.
One of them is
red candles there just 2 seconds ago. I think if you just rewind it, my chart literally just changed there on the daily.
So did mine.
As if my chart is listening.
No, but mine changed too. I swear to hand to hand.
I don't.
Mine also had the third red, but it did.
Yeah,
that said one of them is legitimate. Like today's legitimately.
Yeah,
red
today's a downside.
Today is legitimately a downside.
We also have
silver is
the thing. Yeah, the thing about gold here, I just want to tell everybody, it's like, as the NASDAQ and the market gets higher, and this is happening to me right now, and I talked about it earlier when we were just crushing all the trades, and Neil goes, what's the matter? And I'm just feeling like it's just things are getting a little bit too upside. And I just think that a lot of people will hedge their portfolios with gold. And I think that that's a lot of what's been happening. They're getting out of some of these huge winners that they've had, Nvidias of the world, Palantirs of the world, the Rigettis, the whatever, SMRs. You go on and on. I don't need to tell our audience all about these winners. And I just think that there could be also a flight over to gold because now that we've got all this cash, if you're selling these tops, where are you putting it? And then, a lot of that, I believe, goes into gold. And I mean, also a weak US dollar helps that gold bull case as well. But today, coming back in. So if you do believe in the bullish gold run that we've been having, wait for dip buys and whatnot. This is where I'm in, and I talk about it all the time, right there back in January. So it was making this huge move, got the FOMO, made the move down, and was like, oh, okay, no idea where to buy. Thought it could have maybe wait all the way back in. We didn't get near the 200 period. We might have at that time. That could have been where that 200 period was. But then I just waited for that past high to break, and then I got an embarrassing low amount as it continues to go to the high side. So I think that if you are a bull here on gold or want to get some exposure to it, I believe now it's justifiable to do that. It's outpacing the S&P 500 over the last 40 years now. So I was just going to say, if you do come back in and then hang around, and I don't know if 320 is the right spot or not, that's where the 50-period moving average is. But I'd like to see it come into here, bounce a little bit, then gap and go back through here and try to get long around 325 to enjoy this back to the upside. So if gold continues to have a little bit of a rundown, then I think that there is a chance here to get it back to the 50-period moving average and then add that back to your portfolio. So I can go over the bear cases for gold as well, but to me, those are the bull cases right there in a little point form about why gold's maybe been outperforming as of late. And I could see that as people get nervous about the whole market in general, you could see money now being pulled out of gold. Right, I still think cash is king, and it does give you that diversity, especially when you can get 4 or 5% in a high-yielding savings account. Yeah. So I think that's well worth it. A lot of people have made more money this year than they can even count.
That's the thing. The fact that you can get a pretty good yield does take a little bit out there, but silver is usually. It's like the forgotten stepchild when it comes to gold, and that's because most of the time it probably deserves to be. At least the price action will tell you that. And I understand, look, it's one of those, and I say this caveat every single time, anytime you bring up silver and how it's historically undervalued versus gold and should be going, then you hear about people talking about manipulation, this and that. I don't want to get into that stuff. But it's in a moment right now where it is going. So silver is playing some catch up, and it's doing so in a good way the last couple of months here. This is a legitimate breakout in silver for the last few months, and it hasn't really shown any signs of slowing down. It's actually still accelerating. You're going to have a month. Well, there's a week left, but it's looking like it's going to be bigger than the prior month. Now that I say that, it'll probably pull back, but still some room to go till next resistance on silver. And this was a nice breakout at 32. I feel like we had somebody on, but I don't remember whom it was. I know we had a guest on that liked this silver breakout on the monthly chart. And maybe if gold slows down a bit, this could give you a little bit of a catch-up trade. But as far as intraday trading it goes, similar chart to GLD. And of course, since we mentioned it, GLD is actually leading the board, which makes sense. It's like, no one ever talks about it, and now it's gonna be up there. Tesla and Amazon, almost perfect because going in absolutely opposite directions. Well, Tesla up 3%, Amazon's only down 0.2. That's a deceiving down 0.2. I feel like. Well, I guess it's because Amazon got hit yesterday. This is the thing about the percent up or down. To say Amazon's down 0.2% doesn't really do today justice because it gapped up overnight off of some of those lows. Amazon's right back at that 50-period moving average on the daily. Close to the 200-period moving average on the daily, I should mean. Under the 50-period, getting close to that 200-period moving average on the daily. Another stock that ran to the highs, rejected the high, and can it put in that higher low? I think this is a stock that I think is going to go into it doesn't go bear, I don't believe, until it breaks the 200-period moving average. So I think you're good until it breaks that. But if it goes bear, this could end up being more of a value play than anything else. Amazon taking it on the chin, while Tesla, there wasn't there was some kind of crazy catalyst with Tesla today.
Amazon has to go down a lot because bear territory is 20%.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It breaks the 200-period moving average. It's not even in bear territory.
No, it has to go to 190.
Yeah, it's a ways from bear territory. But I still think that 200-period moving average will be good. Tesla, this 440, for lack of a better, there's a seller at 440. There's a seller at 440 yesterday, but that only lasted a few seconds at the open. It's lasted all afternoon here, all day long. Forget about the afternoon, all day long. 440.60 is like the local high, and there's not a wick above it every single time it's rejected. If this takes 441, it's worth a breakout. Like, you can't see a flat, we can't talk about flat bottom breaks all the time, which we do, and not be willing to look at a flat top break. You've got relative strength in Tesla. You have it queuing up for this breakout. I don't see why it's not all systems go through 441 for a break. I mean, watch out for a fail. I mean, obviously there's sellers up here, so if it loses the prior high, then it's easy to sort of jump out of it. But oh my goodness, as I was talking, I didn't even get an order out. That was doing nothing and it just broke the level 2 seconds ago. It was just at 440.20 and it just broke 441 as we were talking about it. It was doing absolutely nothing, and now it's at 442 and still going. Sheesh. That stock is going absolutely nuts. Tesla's got it today. Like, I guess it's the passing of the baton. Track and Field World Championships just happened, so I'm thinking of that. They're getting the baton around and they're going from one meg to another meg, and this has been the most depressed one, so why wouldn't it go next? Next one after this to make a fresh high is going to be Apple breaking its all-time high.
Yeah,
well, I mean, that's
I'm
my
all
take.
about all of that. Yeah, Apple we called breaking all-time highs a couple months ago based on this new iPhone release. They don't even have too much AI news yet, but honestly, the new AI, the iPhone 17, and then what's been going on with Siri and the improvement. Even Marissa yesterday was talking to Siri and doing stuff, and she's like, wow, this is way better. And it was something about some basic kind of stuff, but at least it seemed to have been a bit improved. She has the 16 Pro there. Sharif just got 17 Pro. So,
you know, my dad was saying he really liked the, it was like the, shoot, they just lost our power again. Guys, you just tripped the break and we lost our power again. We'll continue going. Last time you guys could hear us, so... I
mean, I have positions.
Yeah, obviously. No, what he was saying is there's a call, like when you get like a spam call, it'll answer it for you, and it's like it's a call screening, I think.
Oh, no, yeah. They have it. Yeah, you can do it.
Is that new? Because he was saying he's loving that new feature.
Yeah, Marissa told me to put it on. You open it up, see it says screen unknown calls immediately.
We just have to restart
I'm going to push yes to that. There.
Yeah, and then it screens the call for, like it answers and it asks who are you calling from, like that kind of thing. So he said he loved it because
the wife there. I think we got to. Oh, great! Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
Fantastic news. Okay, so I guess we just have to reboot our own.
Yeah, let's throw to Adair for a second.
Rebooting our PCs.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Beta Pro by Global X Canada. Exciting news for sophisticated Canadian traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P and TSLA 60 semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more.
Actually, we were just talking about battery backup. Remember the first time it happened to us at our office?
Yeah, it's all good.
We got a battery backup.
This
like
is an
the next
unheard of
that
thing.
day.
Yeah.
I mean, we literally ordered one. I don't remember when it came.
That was our office. This is we just play the game over here.
Right.
Yeah, we're just gonna get logged back in here, and we talked about this yesterday. There's nothing, honestly. We're just playing around. Like this happens to everybody all the time. Like we're just having fun here. We're losing power because these guys behind us are doing work back there, and obviously sometimes I guess breakers get tripped, or I have no idea what's going on. But at the end of the day, I think it's very wise that all traders. You can see Neil's screens are white right now as we're trying to log back in. All traders should have, of course, unless you're hosting a show, a battery backup.
Yes.
So that if lightning or anything like that happens, your Wi-Fi goes down, that won't do anything with a battery backup. But if your computer happens to have some sort of a impactful event happen to it, power-wise, it's always nice to get that little boost back there. So it looks like we're slowly starting to get back here for me. I'm just going to, again, just sort everything out. I got to log back into certain things that we have here. The TQs did make another move down. We just got another fill rate there. So I was just saying to everybody that what I was going to say is that with, was it Goolsby or whatever? I still got, I don't even have the internet. I don't even have my charts or e-signal or anything loaded. So this is all going to, there we go. Now my Binance is loading up right here as well. That's to show you guys the crypto plays. So just move that down a little bit there and get going. I was going to say, make sure that you do have some kind of a battery backup, because you never do know. And I think that Neil and I will always sit here. That's why I'm not that worried when it goes down, because I have stop orders. And I was just going to say, my stop on this, we're just going to use VWAP 101.50. If this breaks underneath that, then we're going to get out and just work on it from there, right? So that's going to be something that I'm going to continue to do here every day, is to mention that, yeah, this battery backup thing can save you, and so can stop orders.
Stop orders are huge. And remember, your stop orders, like if you're trading at real time, I would imagine so just about everywhere. Like your stop orders should always be good. Like some of them are going to sit, and your broker's going to fire them. They might actually sit server side in New York if you're trading the U.S. markets, and then you know, some of them, even the ones that we use that will sit on our side, like they're still going to trigger whether you're logged in or not. So I am a firm believer in having stop orders out there just in case. I have to get back in the chat as well.
Oh yeah, I guess we got to load all that up.
I have to load that back up, and I have to log back into Unity so I can hear stuff in my ear. But yeah, mostly back. It doesn't take very long. It's just a matter of logging back in. So yeah, nothing crazy happened. Oh, that's right. It's on BBAI because it's going to default to the thing that I was on when I logged in this morning. So that'll be BBAI. But Intel was doing nothing. I had my stop order right here, just above 31. I actually still had an offer out to get in that did not fill. So I'm just going to go ahead and cancel that. We didn't get another reload there at 30.90. It doesn't really matter. But looking for the volume weighted average price, pretty much nothing changed there. Nvidia, as it'll load up, a little slower, but Nvidia's actually starting to bounce. This might have been an out at that $0.50. Yeah, this just bounced off the $0.50, heading right back into this top. Like my stop's right above this local high, 177.33. I believe I have my stop just above that. Yeah, just a couple of ticks above that one. Might look for a reload, but this might have been an out at that 176.5. If I get that again, I think I'm going to take it. Roadrunner, do you use stops? Good question. Do you use stops in your long-term account? No. In my swing account, yeah, like I've used, not always, but like I'll have stop orders on things that are in my TFSA, my tax-free savings account, where I'm looking for a more short-term play. But in like my retirement account, I hesitate to say like never. Like it's possible that I might have, but I can't recall. I don't think I have. Certainly I know in my TFSA I have for sure. Like I have one in right now on UNH. So like UNH is in my tax-free savings account. We took the long off 3 in this little consolidation here. I need this to load up. There you go. Now you get a better look at it. So we took this one off 3, took some out as it pushed back into that local high, and my stop, which is, well, my stop's underneath this 293, like wick bottom, which will be under the 50-period moving average. Now that I'm looking at it, I might actually move it now that the 50-period moving average is actually at $300. Yeah, see, I might move it up. I might move it up to the 50-period at essentially break even. It won't be break even, because like my long is between 300 and 301, and you could probably guess it exactly what. It's at like 69. But yeah, I'll probably move this stop up. I'll use that in my like a swing trade. But in a long term, like if I own like Apple in my long term account, I'm not setting a stop loss on Apple. And you want to know why I wouldn't do it? Because the last thing you want to have happen is, remember on Liberation Day when all of what was breaking loose? I would be so, like imagine you get stopped out and then have to just, it's not the end of the world because you probably just buy it back later on in the day, but you'd just be mad at yourself over it if it did happen. And sometimes you get those wipeout moments where I'd want to be doing the opposite. And the way I see it, if I set a stop on, say, Apple, like so far down that it's like, oh my goodness, but if it broke $100, I'd be freaking out. Yeah, but if Apple did a move that was so big that I'd want to stop on my long-term account, I'm pretty sure I'd be concerned about other things in the world if it got that bad. That's just my 2 cents. So I don't use it in the long-term account. But trading, day trading, swing trading, I firmly believe in them.
All right, yeah, I mean, I think that honestly makes obviously a lot of sense to use stop orders. I mean, for those of you guys that want to use them, just use them responsibly. And I think Neil's right. I mean, that little whoosh down gets you out. And sometimes you don't want that. That's where you want to be buying, not going short or getting out. You want to be
specifically
buying.
Apple on Liberation Day. I think for some you were off.
Every stock, yeah, I was. No, Liberation. I think I was.
No, it was a different. It was a different day.
Yeah, I was here for the Japan carry trade.
The Japan carry trade. There was anyway.
Me and Adam DeLuce were having some pints at that.
Yeah, like there was Apple specifically. I'll never forget it. The rush to buying at the open was so big. The stock was at 196 or 97 going into the open. And I set in our system like a stop breakout at $200.
Right.
And I'll tell you, when I missed it, I was like, oh, well, whatever. Maybe I used the wrong key or something. And then I remember talking to traders at other offices. Like if you were trying to break it out at the open, you weren't getting filled. Mm-hmm. You needed to go long in the pre-market when it was down. Because once the algo started buying that morning, you forget about chasing it. Stop limit orders were not getting you filled. You had to, which that's what I use. I don't use market orders. Stop limits were pretty much useless that morning. You just got to go in and buy. And oddly enough, in my personal account on that day, I bought some Meta, and like that. For that, I was just like, whatever. This is crazy. I'm just putting a market on open order.
Right.
And even though I was doing that in my PA, it didn't occur to me to use a market order. Like that you could have literally done the market on open order, which is another thing I was thinking about. If the market's ever like pressing limit down, people are freaking out, and you want to buy the open, why set a limit stop buy?
Right.
You can use a market on open order in that particular case. So I learned a lesson on that day, big time.
All right. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's what these days are for. And make sure you join us every day, and we'll be going over the market with you and trying to find out some good value when and if the market tanks. I mean, we had even just on. We had a $5 or $6 winner of the day or something like that on Apple with Fed Day, which is just last week, the 17th. We had a monster bottom pick there on Apple. So, yeah, lots of trades available to everybody. The trade today is Marvell, though. I mean, we've talked a little bit about that. The reason why Marvell is going crazy today, you see this buyback right here, 10% of their float. They're buying back. So that's the story, right? Marvell's board cleared a $5 billion buyback right there. They had $2 billion remaining under its prior. Now they're doing $5 more billion. So they've got cash and their operations are fully funded. So when they have a market cap before, I don't know if this is accurate or not, but let's just say it was before in the fives, right? 50 something. When you're doing 10 billion, that's 10% of your float coming back that is not available anymore to trade. So that is great. And you never really like to see companies do too much share buyback, but I mean, it's worked pretty well for all the Mag 7s and for a company called Apple, JP Morgan. There's lots of names that have had share buybacks. And whenever you come back in and basically reverse dilute your stock 10%, that's going to be great. I mean, we sit here and talk about common offerings and stock offerings where you're diluting them. The stock's coming out and traders are buying it. They're releasing more shares into the market. Marvell has, let's just say it's 10%. So there's 10 shares out there for Marvell. Now there's only 9, and that's creating, again, it's kind of like the whole thing about Bitcoin. As we continue to mine more, I mean, I don't need to talk to you about share scarcity or anything like that, but that's, for those of you that were asking about that, that's why. And this is why when it went down, I still believed in the company, the silicon. I believed in some of the parts for this AI play. There's been many other names in this AI space. Oracle, that doesn't make the chips, that continues to go higher. We've seen names like, I mean, whatever. It's all the Mag 7 names plus others in the space, right? That continue to get going. So it's just, for Marvell, it was just a matter of waiting for it. And yeah, man, good news comes to big companies, and Marvell right there, nice move up. We just need Donald to invest in it, and then this thing will absolutely rip higher. A stock like an SMCI is another name in the space as well, right? That's going to benefit. Dell's benefiting from the server side of things as well, right? Stocks like UiPath, QuantumScape, there's many different names out there that have different benefits and pushes and pulls in this market, right?
Energy names.
So yeah, the GE Vernovas of this world, yeah, good call out there.
Oklo.
anything. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we talked about sort of all that. So that's what it is, man. And it's been pretty good. So that's that. And I do like Marvell, and I do think it continues up just a little bit here. You know, we do have this live stock tracker here, and we are going to go over some notes of you guys in the chat and whatnot. I don't know if I didn't. Okay, there it is. So 209.
See, but that's the thing. When wait a minute.
Did you not restart it?
I did, and mine's back to Tesla too.
Yeah, so I don't know. But Tesla today, so OpenDoor up, wow. Okay, OpenDoor up 17%. Well, we're definitely sleeping on that one around here. So there goes OpenDoor up 17, impressive, man. Lithium Americas, of course, it's Canadian company, but you know, don't tell anybody that. Amazon, BBAI, Palantir, we'll talk a little bit about that one. That was a misstep by me trying to go long earlier today. Well, I can talk that. I'm not sure. Oh, Unicure, that was a name that I heard Sharif talking a little bit about it. I know nothing about it. IREN, we've already sort of discussed that. There's Micron down 3% on earnings day yesterday. Great report. I mean, I'd say it was pretty great, but the market was looking for better because of the way it was priced. Price for performance. Look at this. It's like catching dollars here as all these names come flying in. Robinhood up to all-time highs again, I believe, is something around here. So that's great. And don't call it a comeback, but Intel's making a comeback today, up 5%. So that's all what's happening right now. And then we don't have any crypto plays on here, but again, with 13.6, it has been a nice run today for some of the BTCs, for sort of the miners, including Mara, had a huge run up today. I don't know if it's held it, but I believe, no, it has not held it.
Psych.
All right, about Mara, yeah, I don't know, up to 19 and then all the way back in there for MARA, so we'll see if that can hold. And again, this looks like a breakout to me, just right there, whoosh, upside, so that would have been a great trade there from 16 up to 19. And you know, some traders will tell you they bought there and sold here, right? I mean, that's what traders do. So, you know, understand who you believe and who you don't. But I do like Mara. I think for the long run, I think it's going to be becoming harder and harder to mine Bitcoin. Yeah. And if you like the space, these guys are sitting on, I don't want to say how many Bitcoins because I don't know, but it's quite a nice number of Bitcoin.
Well, there's supposed to be the number two.
There was a point where I was going to buy some Mara and then didn't. So I'll have to relook at that. So when does the White House Discord open up? Are they doing that? That'd be awesome.
Where?
I don't know. No, someone
put in the chat.
Right there. But okay, so yeah, that's a little bit of a look there. It all started when you guys were asking me about Marvell, and I think that we just did pretty good for that. And just, I'm not reloading the queues. We could have just done it right there on the NASDAQ. I don't know. We talked about the market. There's an hour left. We'll see what it wants to do. Our bet has been made today on many of these trades, including the Alibaba long, which this was one where we could have reloaded as well. Right into this area, but we're still at that area, so coulda, woulda, shoulda, we could do it right now. The thing about Alibaba is I have enough experience here to tell you guys that in the middle of the day, it sometimes is a tough get for Alibaba to get going, because now the traders in China and whatnot, everyone's waiting for their markets to open up, and barring some kind of news, it probably does this. And we could check it out most afternoons. It's a lot of the play in Alibaba is early. So we already got our $3 or $4 long on that 176 dip buy up to 180 there. So now we'll sort of hover around and wait to see if Alibaba, I guess, breaks this level. And then that would be a short that I think would get people interested, right? Because then you got, you know, North American traders and whatnot that are going to cover some of the longs that they may have if you take out today's bottom, which is 175. So barring the market just absolutely tanking, which you'll hear me all about that because we're in the TQs, then I think Alibaba's a hold for right now, and maybe even a long if it drips back into 175.20, and then we use that O's as our out. So that's a little bit of a play decision there that we have to do. Tesla might be the one that's on fire. Yeah,
Tesla absolutely is on fire. I just wanted, can you go back to that BABA chart? I wanted to do this morning, but we were having an issue with my charting for Blue Ocean. Oh, you don't still have your BABA chart up, do you? Let's throw it back up for a second. So like that low, that 176. So see the, you have Sean's chart? See that 176? I wanted to show this morning, but my charts weren't really working for Blue Ocean. Now come to my chart and look at the overnight session at and what was going on when this broke out 176. So the biggest volume spike, I mean, obviously Blue Ocean's like anything else. Most of the volume happens at the open, but the biggest volume spike was through that breakout. Was through that 176 level on Alibaba. And if you don't have access to Blue Ocean, I mean, I don't know, we have it obviously. I know Robinhood has access. So there's plenty of places that you can look at sort of the overnight trading. It can be useful sometimes, and especially on something that's going to trade in Asia, just have a look to see where the big levels might be. I think it can be useful for sure. So now that that issue is resolved, I have to remember to close my ticket and let them know. But I think Nvidia is about to take out that local high. We're able to scalp some out as in the last pullback, but it looks like it wants to go. I'm not waiting for VWAP. I'm shorting this little pop area here in Nvidia. Just to go back over Intel, it's not at VWAP yet. It'll be 2 for 3 on Intel at this point because it did run the high on me once. Like I caught it each time's been on the back end, in my opinion. Let it make a high, then short. Let it make a high, then short. But this time it ran the high, so I jumped back in the third time. But if it doesn't get to VWAP, I don't want this getting all the way back to the high. I'm not stopping out at the high of the day because this strong stock didn't get to the volume weighted average price. Doesn't make any sense. Allow it to try to break this and get one more leg down to the volume weighted average price, which I thought I was bidding before the power went out. I guess I wasn't.
Oh,
but,
yeah, power.
Yeah, and there was there was someone else that had a good question. It was, it'll come back to me. There was a good question along the whole power thing that I wanted to get to, but it didn't. Off the top of my head, I don't remember. This was like probably 20 minutes ago. OpenDoor breaking the high of the day, 18% up. I'm not chasing this. I still feel like, in my opinion, I'm not really thinking it's like parabolic on OpenDoor. I'm thinking it could still be a trap. Like to structure-wise, the breakdown of the prior support, you're still underneath that. So when that's the case, I'm generally looking to kind of curl it the other way. But it's also something that it needs to be distinct. Let it go a little parabolic and then look for a level to short. Like that's what we waited for this morning. Let it go parabolic into this level and take a shot at it. So until it goes parabolic, and I'm going to go to a 15-minute, until it goes if it goes parabolic back into like $8.50 to $9, like a heavy up candle, then I would look for a reversion play. But I don't want to chase this long up here at all.
All right, so we got what's up to right into here. Chase, I hope you're good, man. Chase the Packs, right there. He was just saying that, we sometimes don't go over some of the names in the chat, and we have that leaderboard, of course. So, yeah, you wanted to look at Tesla. So, yeah, we can have a quick look there, and I do see Nikhil. I'll get to your thing about ACN there in a couple seconds, of course. All right, so ACN. Oh no, sorry. Let's do Tesla first. All right, so Tesla. Tesla was on my watch yesterday. That's ACN, of course, Accenture. We'll talk about what I think about that. But there goes Tesla right now up 4%. I mean, yeah, it's doing that play where we came back into the 50-period moving average, didn't break it. So whenever that happens, I seem to think, and again, I don't know, I haven't, put in work other than what I'm talking about, and we can see some of the success of some trades and others not. But breaking right there, that's been great support. 440, 440, 50, whatever that is right there. Sorry, it was resistance, and then eventually, as Neil mentioned there, we broke that and it popped higher, but then we came back in and kind of retested it and then bumped again. So when we zoom back in here, I think that this take, you never really like that top wick there, but those are always going to happen. Doesn't happen with a lot of volume there, so I'm not overly worried about what I'm seeing there right now. But that is a move for Tesla today, up 4% with better than expected news coming out of China. A lot of reports there. They're going to sell more cars. I think it's next week. Adaro said October 1st, 2nd, 3rd, when these deliveries come through. And traders are expecting better than expected deliveries. So when that's happening, you are getting a little bump up. I thought the bump up may have happened yesterday, but it doesn't seem like that is the case. So, all right. So on Accenture here again. When did you say they're reporting? Tomorrow, was it? So here's Nikhil right here. Thank you for the super chat. Tomorrow, yeah. So, all right. I just looked at, I want to see what the street was expecting, roughly 298 on Accenture per share, which is up from 266 the year prior for them. But, this downside move here, we have JP Morgan overweight. Stifel maintains a buy. Morgan Stanley is at equal weight right now. I'm going to have to find out what the problem is here. Now, they got hit for sure on government cuts and spending cuts. So Accenture used to be actually a great stock. I didn't even realize it was far down. But as companies are cutting and the government's cutting some of their budgets, this remains uncertainty for where people land with Accenture. I mean, a lot of companies now doing everything in-house. So it's this sort of discretionary money that's set aside there for Accenture. I don't know what their dividend is looking like, but if they can beat last year's numbers and they're a positive company, then I think it can go. I mean, their market cap must be beat up like really bad right now.
That's a stock I haven't looked at in a while.
ACN. It's not even, there it is. I'm just going to have a quick look at this because it doesn't really make too much sense here to me why they're so far down. Still a market cap of 146 billion, probably a decent short flow. No, only 2% right there. And I was just going to say Evercore. See, here we go. Maintains outperform on Accenture. UBS as well down here on the news. Some price targets have been lowered as well, but earnings are imminent. Yeah, despite the Trump-defying India jobs plan. Yeah, so there is some talk here about government cutbacks and whatnot. So I don't, Nikhil, you probably know more than me about that stock, but as far as the way it's looking to me, I'd say we always talk about get that garbage out of here. Well, that happens right here at 260. So if you can get above 260, then I think you can get a win because there's the bottom and here's a temporary bottom now heading into earnings. So I do think that there is a good opportunity for this to get back up to the upside. I don't actually think it's a great buy. I'm going to just go zoom in one more longer here because there's a UNH story behind everything, right? And I just don't know if at some point stocks like this are too beat up. And here's a monthly, gives us a little bit more of a look on Accenture. So the last time we were back in here was 2020. This to me looks like a buy, honestly, at some of these levels. I mean, this is what UNH did. And look, a lot of traders lost a lot of money on UNH because they tried to catch this bottom and a lot got out near the bottom. You know, but that also bounces off of 2020 lows.
I mean,
so I would say that there is some kind of value in that, but without doing more work, then yeah, I don't know. But there it goes right there. UNH bounces off 2020 lows. ACN right now at 2020 lows.
You know what I remember about that stock?
Oh, you tell me. Yeah.
Oh, I like, anytime you go to those old historical levels, like if a level like that hits on a stock that I like, it's an auto buy. If I don't like it, then you got to think about it. But if you like the company, it's an auto buy, I think. But I'm going to give Drew credit for bringing this story to my attention. We knew this was happening. Everybody knew this was happening. But FINRA is like this is pending approval by the SEC. Pattern day trading rule, that 25 million equity rule for pattern day trading, is looking to amend it and replace that rule. So we did hint at this a few months ago because remember, the markets are going 23.5, and when that happens, you can rest assured that that rule was going to get changed to some degree. And it looks like FINRA is doing it, and then it needs to the SEC obviously needs to approve it. But that pattern day trading rule, you know, it's eventually going away. That's it's part of this whole trend into what's changing in the markets. They want to allow you to invest in trade more securities without being, essentially without having your hand held and told what you can and can't buy and when you can and can't buy it. Now, to a certain extent, we already have 24-hour markets, but it's going to be official. It's one of the reasons we're doing all this, is to have a better show and be prepared for when it does happen. And the question that I was forgetting about was someone had asked me about Oklo. And we had started to talked about quantum, we talked about everything that was moving, we didn't mention Oklo. These names, or at least this name in particular, are pulling back a little bit today. And my thoughts on this, it's certainly due for a pullback. Unquestionably due for a little bit of a rest. Do I like the story? Do I believe that these data centers are going to require just a redonkulous amount of power? We keep talking about when they're talking about 10 times the amount of gigawatts that Doc Brown needed to run the damn DeLorean. Oh yeah. And it's a lot of power.
Not even needed that many gigawatts. It
was 1.21. And for these data center deals, they're like, it's like 10 gigawatts. And my frame of reference is, well, if 1.21 gigawatts is what you need to go back in time, shoot, that's got to be a lot. I'm glad
10 gigawatts too.
I'm glad they haven't remade that movie. It's held up so well that it doesn't need a remake.
No.
But
It
Oklo, I
doesn't
think
need
it's
like
due.
a TV series. Doesn't need anything.
No, it's perfect.
Baby, you never look so handsome.
You just go back and watch it. I can't wait to get. You said the kids loved it when they watched it recently.
You
So
should have her watch it.
I teased it. No, I teased it and showed her the trailer, and she was like,
course.
maybe. She was like, maybe.
Maybe.
Because the lead character is not a little
It's not
kid
K-pop
or
Demon
anything.
Hunter or anything, but it's good, man.
Watch that again. Oh, we watched Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Hunter.
She loves Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is a great movie. I just wish I wish she wanted me to read the book to her because I want to read that book again. Oklo, look, I think it's time off. This is a pullback for Oklo. How long it lasts is anybody's guess, but about 100 and looks like we're trending back into yesterday's lows. And if we lose that 133, I think the first place to look for a dip is in and around that 120, and then certainly at the 105. So Oklo needs some time off when you have moves like this. I wouldn't be surprised if this did, what did, it was SMR recently in New Scale. I haven't looked at New Scale today, so I can't really tell you. Yeah, I'm assuming it's down and it ends up being down too. So the pullback that happened on SMR, it just kind of gave up the big parabolic move that it had last week. And then sort of bouncing off of that area. So that's what you kind of want to look for. Like that last big launch up, can it hold that on the way back in? Still on a daily chart looks good, but these things have gotten a little frothy. And when valuations matter for the limited time that they do in markets, you have to pay attention to that. And right now, you sometimes are entering a zone where the valuations can matter for a bit. And if you ignore that truth, then you can get caught not taking profit on things. If I hadn't said this before, if I hadn't already taken profits on SMR, I would be doing so. If I hadn't already taken profits on GEV, then I probably would be doing so with the highs. Although I never got back into GEV on the latest dip, that's still one I want to get a dip buy on.
All right. Yeah. So about about Accenture, like. I almost think it's worth buying something here, but I mean, I already made the mistake. Wait a minute, when did we say it was reporting again? Hold on a second. Is it
tomorrow morning?
Oh, it's in the morning? No, yeah, Thursday morning. Okay.
No, when you asked, I was looking.
Yeah, I know, because it says it on here and I just wasn't sure. Okay, so, you just, my whole thing is you don't want to make a mistake of buying something too early like we did on my boy Marvell, because then we had to average into it. And on a stock that I'm not like 100% certain on, I think is risky buying some. But if you had $10,000 to invest and you're looking to play something, I put 2,500. I don't know, play money. That's not play money, but I mean, like if you have 10 grand and you're looking to do something, I think you can go in once and an instant again. I mean, these guys, there is going to be a need for all this IT infrastructure to have, consulting work for that. So I think Accenture can offer that there. But again, a lot of their contracts have been declining, and with the most recent move from the government and Doge cutting a lot of the government contracts, that's been definitely a headwind for them. But I think that's in the stock now. So, yeah, I think Accenture, that's what I wanted to do. Duh. I wanted to see what its dividend was. I never want to chase a dividend. I just don't want it to be too big, because if it's too big, that does signal a problem. Okay, so 2.51%. So I think that's fine. So I'm not worried about that. But anyways, so Accenture, giddy up. I think that's going to be, let's talk about it tomorrow. And I think that there is some reasons to bring that up today, and I want to thank whoever did that, Nikhil, because that's an interesting level. I didn't realize it was that beat up. So
for sure, I didn't realize that. You know what's on a run?
Wait a minute, what was their PE? Yeah, what?
16. Well,
16 PE?
Shoot, no, I looked it up, and I'm not looking at it right now. I'm going off of what I looked at. It was definitely under 20. That might be the forward, and it might be 19 the PE. It's one or the other. I glanced at it when I was looking for the. Oh,
you're not sure? I'll look it up.
For the date, but I don't have it up in front of me right now, so maybe double check that. It was under 20. I saw.
Yeah, it's 16 is what you saw. Yeah.
Okay. Well, but then something else was 19.
Well, the forward is 16.
And
the forward is 16. The current is 18 and change. They're both in change.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha. Right.
High 16s, high 18s.
But like an example of...
we'll see if that P is true, though. We'll see tomorrow if they actually have decent price earnings and if they can make that number.
That's the thing. The forward P only matters... It gives you an idea, but then you're just going to be looking for it again. Anyways, it's when the forward PE, to me, is like drastically different from like the current. Then it's like, okay, well, this is a really important report. Like if the company's supposed to go from like 100 to like 25, You know that report's going to matter a ton, and volatility. I mean, volatility is going to price all that stuff in. No, IBM recently, after they're done. That's like, this is an example of if you like a stock and it goes into some historical levels, like you gotta get in there. Like this pulled right back into. I mean, it didn't actually get to the April lows, but it came close enough. I mean, like how much are you asking for there? And now right back up. Of course, it's taking a day off today because. You know what? Today's the kind of day, like if a stock didn't take a day off from a rally today, just put an asterisk beside it if it was tech related at all. So that's Tesla, that's Marvell, that was the miners. Miners probably don't count in that regard, I don't think. Intel goes into that regard as well. But yeah, pretty much everything took a day off, which remains to be seen. Like, this could just be a blip. The last time this stock dipped, it dipped for 3 days and ripped again. So like the upward trend, sometimes you just take, like I said, a couple of days off, and then you go right back to square one. But this is a good one that I think is trending back into those highs. And everyone keeps talking about quantum, and the two quantum plays that you don't have to worry about how you sleep at night with, I think, are Alphabet and IBM. Like neither one of those, like I'm not worried about those two coming in and being down like 50% overnight. I feel like you have to worry about that with Rigetti, at least a little bit. I mean, it's in the back of your mind. Like, I don't think I could hold Rigetti without... Like, I'd probably... If I had this in my swing account, I'd have a stop on it at QBTS and no longer have a stop because we're playing with... I sold enough that we're playing with house money. Obviously, that ended up being a stupid decision, but I'd still do it again. But, yeah, like, these ones are a little bit crazy. Like, Rigetti's just screaming for some kind of a dip. And look what it did last time. And when it went from $1 to 20, it pulled all the way back to 5. So if you don't think Rigetti can't pull back from 35 to get cut in half, that's not even close to the percent move that it gave back the last time it ran. So you just know that in advance, and then you sort of trade it accordingly. It's absolutely fine there. And RB, how do you work out what stop you want to put on a long? Depends on the kind of long. If we're talking a breakout, if it's a playoff support and resistance, those are usually a little bit easier. Like I'll just give you an example. Like if I'm playing off of... So this is Nvidia. Yesterday's low was 177.27. And it comes back in after breaking that low, tags 177.33, and is a short. So if I'm shorting it because prior support turning into resistance, then I'm going to have a stop pretty close to that level. Maybe not exactly 1 penny above 33, but it'll be before 40. And then you're shorting in that way. You're taking a breakout, it's a little bit more subjective, you take a breakout. Like you could take, if a 180 break happened this morning, I was taking that, in this setup, I'd probably be giving it either to this level, which is like that prior high, or maybe that prior high. Some people like to use VWAP on a breakout trade. It's just as long as you predetermine it or have an idea of what it's supposed to be. But support and resistance makes it real easy. And if I'm doing a stop, on like a Rigetti, and it's a swing trade, I use trend lines, generally speaking, when it starts going ham, and then a close under the trend, and then I'm getting out of the stock. That I don't use Fibonacci's or anything like that. I know some people do. I just never had any luck with them. Tried, didn't work for me, so I don't use that kind of a thing. And when a stock goes parabolic, I try to use a trend line.
I just posted up here if you guys want to join this discussion about ACN on Twitter. So you guys can go here. The bull case is here, the bear case is here, and then there's that monthly chart. So I don't know. I'm excited. I'm interested in it now. So we'll. Thanks for bringing that up. I do want to talk more about that tomorrow when that does come in. Oh, that's right. I didn't load back the Stream Deck right now. So we'll let that load up in a second. And when it does, like right now, then we will do this. TQs are just falling back. Yeah, I just was trying to wake people up. It's not really doing anything. We talked about, maybe nothing happening here into the close. Not huge earnings. I don't think there's really anything tonight, is there? There's Stitch Fix.
Stitch Fix.
Okay, that's it. So yeah.
No, there's a couple of smaller ones, but
yeah, but that's yes.
I mean, not that Stitch Fix isn't exactly a big company either.
It's definitely not a big company, but so that's coming through there tonight. Yeah, so we'll see. I just bid
KB
there.
Home.
KB Homes. Oh, okay, that's not bad. I just bid 17s right there to see if anything was happening. The other one that had a interest in it was Alibaba. We said that could get a little sleepy, but at the same time, it is bouncing off that 176, which gave us $4 last time. So there could be a play there. What's up, Marquetas? Oh, there he is. There. What's up? What up, my guy? hey, Sean, these trades are literally saving my hide here. Well, then I would say, awesome.
Awesome.
And don't let that happen again, man. Just make sure that you are very, very, focused on your trades. And that OpenDoor, I hope this is one that you have there. You asked about it, and yeah, it's a lot of volume early. I think that when you see a lot of that volume, it's to the upside. Then there's buyers back in this name, right? And we talked about it bouncing off of a great, amazing level, $7. I think I even might have tweeted that out yesterday or 2 days ago about this OpenDoor level there coming into play at $7. We had Mitch on Tuesday, which was yesterday. It feels like. Yeah, it was yesterday morning, yeah. And then we looked at that $7 level, right? And it was like going to be a potential bounce zone. So there it is, man. Congratulations, up 18%. Just looking at the stock, it's already above. So this looks great to me. Like if this to me is a lot, like this was any other stock above, looking to go higher, starting to curve up. The 200 starting to base up. There's a 5-minute chart right now, definitely holding this 50-period moving average like a glove right there. That's 804, 805. Get it, Mr. Joseph, over there, whatever you're trading. 805, 806. Good hold, and then blast. So if you're still in it and you're trying to figure this out, I would say this $889 area right there. We didn't spend too much time underneath it until we did this. Right, and so I would say that back up into here is a great out, and everything, we love having diamond hands, we love having fun like that. Deontay Wilder. Yeah, Wilder, he's my cousin. We both have the diamond hands, so I should know his name. But thanks, Joe, for telling me that that's what his nickname was. But yeah, coming right back into here right now. I don't think you need to have too many diamond hands on this one, or you're going to get knocked out like Wilder always gets knocked out apparently as well. So right into here, 880 or so looks to be for me. Everybody that's trading this, Maximus, all this kind of stuff, whoever's in this name, I think this $9 area is something to sell. We nailed the sell spot in BBAI to the penny. We said 850, it went to 848. So I think for right into around here, something to talk about. So that would be a level for tomorrow or whenever you're looking to make those trades. And if it gets up to there, so you're only 40 cents away. I'd even take that out if it happened in the after hours. So I would just put my order there, put good till Friday. If you're going to put days out there, and you could say I want my order to stay pending for a certain amount of days. Do it till Friday or whatever and see what happens, because Friday's obviously an options expiration day as well, so there could be a lot of excitement for OpenDoor around that day. So I'd say if you don't get 880 today or tomorrow, potentially Friday, there could be a take there. But yeah, thanks for grabbing my attention on all of that.
And I know you were talking about Accenture, and someone asked a question specifically about not bottom picking, but how do you know the difference between when a stock is a dead cat bounce or an actual reversal? The answer is you don't know. If you did know on the day, so Lululemon's literally up.
Yeah, Lululemon.
Here, this is Lululemon. It's up 3% today.
Wata.
So the answer is you don't know. Because if we did know, then if there was an answer to that question that was easy, then I wouldn't be sitting here, man. I'd be on a beach somewhere. Or, maybe not a beach, but I'd be definitely chillax. But what you can do is, and I said a couple of things I look for. One, structure over the moving average. So to me, if it's breaking out over the 50 period, then I like it better. Does it mean it's going to go? Did it mean that the last time? No. But if I'm looking for a reversal of the trend, in here is where it's showing me that it's reversing the trend. And you got this move, it lost at first resistance, unfortunately. But I know that's a trade that if I took this one, I can't lose, because once it shows me a higher low and goes into there, I know my stop's in there somewhere. So if I get long on this day, I can be in a losing trade. It gives me structure to be able to play off of. Lulu, while bottoming out, hasn't done that at the 50 period. What it is doing, however, is go back to the monthly chart. And the last time we talked about Lululemon brought this up. On a monthly chart, the 200 period moving average is the bottoming wick on Lululemon right now. So it's a bottom wick as long as if it closes this month above this 2020 lower high, 170, it's about 178, let's call it 177 something, but I'll call it 178. If it closes this month above that, I think this is a great bottoming setup for next month. But it has to do it. We have a couple of days left. There's enough, actually, it's not a couple of days left. We actually have the rest of couple of days this week and a couple of days next week. So we have almost like a full trading week left for it to potentially break that low and then throw that out the water. But it does look like it's bottoming at that 200 period on Lulu. And this is, to me, what I was waiting for. I had a swing in this a couple of years ago. It was sometime during 2022. I'd have to go back and check. But it was holding the 50 period on the monthly. And so like Lulu was good for a little bit. I timed it like halfway okay. Like I think I ended up taking, I don't remember the exact time, but I remember taking somewhere near the top of one of these candles. So I didn't get the greatest price in the world, and then like kind of taking it out for only 20%. Ended up not being the best swing, but I think there's a much better potential swing if it can hold underneath this level or above that 178 level on this month, and then look for an entry in early next month on Lululemon. So yeah, if it's you don't know. But you take the entry because you like it, and it's showing you the signs, and make sure you have yourself an out, right? Like that's why you go over some of these things. And if it breaks your out, then just get out. Don't get caught holding it forever. Because when you do have something, I'm just gonna go to Baba because I know this did work off the 50 period multiple times. Like when you do have something that goes and it holds that structure, there is pullback in Baba, there is it breaking once, there's pullback in Baba, there is it holding above the 50 period again. When it does work, it can work fantastically. And if you have a reasonable stop, you'll be thankful you did, but the risk to reward can be fantastic when you have a stock that trends down for a while. So, I mean, Baba's different because, I mean, its chart never looked like Lululemon's. But the whole point is that you don't know, you just have to come up with an entry strategy and then stick to it. Don't let it break the low and then you're like, yeah, but I think this is the bottom. I think this is the bottom. If it breaks you out, get out. You can always try again.
Yes, for sure. Always stop orders and risk management. Whenever my name is highlighted, I tend to see it here. So Joseph and Stevenson, shout out to Joseph, man. I actually think it's a big step to stay back and trade like he's doing right now instead of just jamming out. So I think that's a good move there, Joseph. But he says having a second, so here you go, Joseph, having a second income coming in really helps out a lot. Like I don't have to make money for bills to be paid. Shout out to Sean for that advice. That is the advice that I'll give to absolutely all of you. Do not try to trade for a living. I've said this over and over and over again. Neil and I have seen thousands of traders try to do that, and I would say 99% of them no longer trade. So I would just say, just please, please, please do it. And this is just advice that you can heed or not. I think trading, and especially the way we're showing you here, is very unique to being on a prop floor and things like that. But there is definitely money to be made, and that's why we keep on talking about risk management, looking at different names every day, chasing the watch lists that we have, looking at the sticky note, trying to follow out, and then simply just by asking us if we're green or red on the day. I know, like Joseph just told me that he was red, now he busted it out into the green and is having a great day today. Like that kind of stuff should give you guys motivation to know that like, hey, if you sit down in your grind, you can do it. So it's definitely possible, but I think the minute you start to think about it as a full-time job and you get a little carried away with how much money you see some people making as opposed to others, we don't tell you our nets. Okay, so that's why I say the best thing to do would be to judge everybody by greens or reds. And then that way you at least know that, okay, if traders are red on a day, hopefully they're not red as much as they're green on days when they're green, you know. And I just wanted to say to Stevenson, great job there, dude. I think you're maturing as a trader if you start to get that mindset. So I tip my caps to you guys as well. Okay, we do get a super chat right here.
Oh, it's not the same thing.
No. I just want to say, it's not the super chat of the,
It's not the silly trade.
Okay, looked at the smallest account last night for the first time in 7 months, 7 positions. He bought March 21st. Boom. I don't know if BBAI should be a boom. These should all be, there it is. You already did it as well there. So, yeah. So that just goes to show you there, when you're in names that are hot fire, yeah, you could do that. So, and again, David, remember, this is the other thing, we talked about trading, right? If you traded in and out of these positions, there's no way in hell you would have made 98%. Okay, but you said it and you forget it and you left it there. Now that's luck because you didn't realize you did that. But that's where investing versus trading has its benefits, right? And we talk about that all the time. So, stay in here with us. Let us know if there's any questions, and please keep giving those tickers and keep letting us know if I'm just blowing smoke or if you, believe in that. And I can try to give you examples of both sides of it, right? So that's what it is. And I think a lot of people in the chat,
I gotta correct Maximus here,
probably do feel that what I'm saying is the holy grail, and I appreciate that.
Almost 50 years of experience combined, Maximus. We're not quite that old. Almost. Actually, wait a minute. Oh, shoot, it is now.
I started here in 2002.
No, we cracked it. It was 03 for me. So we're getting there. It's getting very, very close. It's getting very, very close. But I just want to, before we go over, I want to say there's one point in the addendum that I make, which I think I always find hammers a point home. The trader on our floor, that lasted on our floor and with real trading the longest, that Sean and I had when we first started out. We had guys that lasted long, but they went from firm to firm. So I can't speak to what they did at those other firms.
Right.
I can speak to this trader.
I know where you're going. Remember, the only thing is, I just want you to remember that you're saying only one trader. So I think
this specific trader, the one guy who had the longest career while on a floor that we managed, and I will tell you this as a fact, in his first year of trading, so he's made it, he's making money, he's getting checks. At the 1 year marker, in and around it, I remember he's like, man, I'm going to go and I'm going to work nights. Because he's like, I want to supplement that income. He's just like, it wasn't making enough, the pressure was too much. And that act literally broke him out of the slump that he was in because he wasn't putting the same kind of pressure on himself. Now, ultimately, even now himself, I know he moved, he moved literally halfway across the world. So I think he only swing trades now. And even the most successful guy, I think, I'm trying to remember, it might have been 15 or 16 years at best. At least 13, less than 16, something along those lines. But it just goes to show, even someone like that, I remember when he made that decision, I'm like, that's a pretty smart move, man. Because I'll tell you, I stayed at home as long as possible so that I could save up and not be freaked out if I got into a slump because I'd have a bit of a bankroll. If I had been worried about bills and that stuff, I don't know what would have happened when I took my first hit. I couldn't honestly tell you because it didn't. Because at that time, I'd just been saving, and I didn't have a cell phone for a while because I was just being as cheap as you know what. Because in the back of my mind, when I started trading, in the back of my mind, I'm like, this ain't gonna last. So, anyways, that was just my 2 cents. I wanted to throw that in there. He did not move to Dubai. He moved to, this trader on top of moved to Japan.
I do appreciate you, pro day trader, and I know you've been saying this for years. If you follow, forget about, you can just put insert most people's names here. You just got to create your own style and learn how to do it, right? And that's what it is. And so it's tough, right? And so I wish I could divulge more information, but we have privacy here and everything like that. So we're just going to continue to show you guys what we're doing on there, and I hope that you take the words to heart, what we're saying, because if you buy me a beer, I could be more honest. No, just joking. We're being very honest. All right, so there goes nice downside play here for the TQs. Coming back in again. I mean, you've seen me in the last couple of days just put on lots of different trades. And, here's another one today. We had the same trade. I mean, you can go through my Twitter to see if you guys want to know more about some of these ideas that I've been putting on, right? So today has been great. We've only traded a few names. There's Alibaba. That's a W, right? Nvidia, could have been a huge W, so that's that. Right here's Palantir. This is an L today. Look, right? So that's fine. And then here's the TQ. So we have 4 trades, 3 and 1, with Palantir being a little bit of, I thought we could have done better there, but I think the risk associated with where we took it makes sense. So, just not going short on that break when I already had the bias short in my mind, that was probably the mistake. So, okay, so that's that. All right, so that's that. Let's go. Yeah, please, Rivian Millionaire, you're 100% right. I don't want anybody to compare their trading to anybody on the show. You got to do your own thing right there. So VHC at 238, I don't even know what that is. I can help you by looking that up. Tree Bully Service, VHC. So I'll pass it to Neil, and I don't know if I can look at that. And
ooh, they did the patented, I know, I just looked.
Oh, okay,
No, a couple of weeks ago, it looks like they went from the NYSE to the I looked up a story for it, and all I could see was they moved from the NYSE to the NASDAQ.
Okay.
Which is, again, I haven't looked at the stock. but that's usually been a bit of a good play. Usually you do that because you want to eventually get in the NASDAQ index. But who knows? Again, I haven't looked at it. Just very quickly, I'm going to get out of Nvidia this time. The market's not really moving. There was a buyer that emerged here when it broke 177 the last time. And I'm going to look to see if they don't do that again. It's also 340, by the way. Early look on the imbalances. Usually I'll get to this by about 330, but there's nothing there. Kenvue seems to have an imbalance every single day, one way or the other, for whatever reason. UiPath at 2 million shares, that would be pretty significant for them. And nothing else stands out on the early look. So I would say UiPath, that's a Cathie Wood name. I don't know if it has any stories recently, but that's the one I'd be looking at for an early look imbalance play. As I said, Kenvue seems to always be there. Typically does not move when it has an imbalance. Rigetti in free fall, Harpreet Singh says. The buyer is stepping in a little bit sooner than I thought, so I might jump in. Yeah, I'm going to jump out. If it's buying up here instead of down here, someone asked me earlier if I thought there was an ascending wedge happening in Nvidia. I mean, it kind of looks like one, right? Like the same high with higher lows. So I'll respect that. And maybe it goes lower. We'll see. So I'm going to respect that. Break even stop on Intel, and we'll jump out of Nvidia. Just support the resistance. And then, what was I about to look at? Because like 2 seconds ago, Rigetti.
Oh, Rigetti, yeah. Someone asked.
Falling like a rock? It's almost red on the day. It's giving a lot of this move back, but it's still up 1 point. I don't know if you could say falling like a rock, certainly falling very heavily. And then in the chat, someone said this is a $5 stock. I'm not I couldn't put a valuation on this. I'm sure if you did any type of fundamental analysis on the quantum stocks, you'd probably gasp at what people would say it's worth. Do I think it's worth? I think Shkreli said this one was a 0. I think IonQ was the only one that wasn't a 0. I'm pretty sure. You can go back. He tweeted about it last year. But in terms of valuing these things, you can't really. They just announced a couple of weeks ago a 3-year deal that gave them $15 million. The market cap's in the billions. So what it's worth, who knows? Right now, a lot of these stocks look very toppish, and you're going to put a big reversal off of this recent high here today. Still ends up green. I think until you take out a prior day close, it's still holding structure. But if the day that it loses on earnest, like one of the prior closes and is red, then you start thinking about the back end of this trade for sure. Like how many up days in a row? Certainly people got to take some profit on this thing. It's nuts.
Yeah, that I looked up that VHC Vernet Holdings. Yeah, this is what nothing. This is what it looks like on the daily right here. It's it's okay. They don't have earnings or anything like that. So just because you super chatted, I'll bring it up and people can have a look at it. I'm not even really sure what they do, but no earnings, 3 million float, 3% short. So that's what it is. But thanks for the super chat. And this is what it looks like on the daily. It looks like it's trying to hold. I mean, I would say 12 to 14, but without knowing what they do right there. Well, here it is right here on Benzinga. It is company and industry. What are some of its peers? Maps. There's phone listing to NASDAQ. They just switched over. Here it is. Vertex Holdings engaged in the business of commercial portfolio. Oh, patents. Oh, they hold a bunch of patents. Commercial patents for what? Software and technology solutions, domain name registry and stuff. Okay, so I don't know much about it. Can't say I love the space, and it's only done 5,000 shares today. So not one to day trade, but thank you so much for everything. The news stories today are pretty plentiful, man. I mean, LAC here with Lithium, Canada, of course, it's Lithium America. But that was an interesting story to talk about because LAC there, and I think it's pretty much only rumored, right? This buy that the United States are looking to do here, in active talks with the U.S. Department of Energy, the DOE there, to get involved with this company as they look to, again, secure more minerals and the first there, and General Motors about accessing the first draw in this federal loan. So discussions now about this. We'll see. There's some sort of a Thacker project there. It's called Loan Proceeds will support the Thacker project.
Because they spun off the company a few years back, and then this Thacker it's like the only new Lithium Americas is only that. So that's the big deal.
This is to help them, I guess, get that out of the ground there. So
the way I see it, though, is there any $2.2 billion loan? Is there any way that the government's going to that this administration is going to restructure that loan for them and not get the stake that they want? like Trump's going to get the terms that he wants out of this. So I think that's why it's being so confidently bought. So yeah, they're not for sure taking the stake, but we've seen a history of if he wants to get a piece for helping out the company, he's been getting a piece for it. I think that's why it's up so much and the shorts are probably covering. And Ethan's asking, you bought it at the low, will it continue to go up? I mean, if I knew that, I'd be long it myself in my personal account for LAC.
Here come the futures, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, sorry. All you can do is, to me, all you can do is make your best guess. To me, it held that 460 level, so it was a long today. It's done a ton of volume holding VWAP, which is usually a very, very good sign to do hundreds of millions of dollars holding the volume weighted average price. That's a great sign, but look at all this topping tail at 620. If it's underneath, like VWAP sits at 580, but that's not what I'm concerned about. It's kind of this level here where it broke out 525. I'd be worried if that level goes, because I think it's a straight 10% down to 460 if it loses this in tomorrow, but so far so good. Like if I had taken profit on a long and was kind of comfortable with the amount I was holding with, I might hold on to some of it, but I don't necessarily believe in this play until you get a firm answer on this. Like you got to move today. You got a consolidation, a continuation. You ring the register, you hold a little bit. As long as you've taken some profit, that would make sense to me. But again, we don't really know if there's going to be a deal. If it comes out tomorrow that there is, you know what, we're not going to get a stake in this. This could easily just gap down overnight and give up half of this move. And then, depending on your situation with stops, you might be what out of luck. So just keep that in mind. You are news pending with this. It's not a done deal.
Yep, good look on that 100% there. Be careful. I think you should ring the register if you've been able to take some profit. But we've seen MP materials just continue to rip higher off of those kind of deals as well. So we just talked about this, and if you guys are copy trading again, I mean, the futures, we've been short now for 2 straight days on these, right? Yesterday we were short up here, 104.50, downside. Today we're short here, downside. So we're trying to get that same kind of love back in. That's 102.80 there. Yesterday's short, we were short right into here, right? Today's short, we were short up into 102.80, which is up into here, and then the fall down right up there. So there's the move down today. So, what comes tomorrow? And I was just saying that maybe this is getting close to exhaustion right here. I mean, I was hoping that we could get $100. I wasn't hoping for it because I don't necessarily want to be too negative on this market. I don't need the market absolutely collapsing here, but this is something to look at tomorrow. So tomorrow's trade today, 100 on the TQs. Man, I really am enjoying the more calm down, kind of looking for these trades and talking to you guys like this. Much better. All right, so that's what we're doing right now. Okay, we can take a quick little look at crypto. We haven't done too much of that here today, so just look. And I know not every trader here is into crypto, so I get it. But right now, Bitcoin 113.6. In the last 24 hours, up 1.5% there. Ethereum. We do have this all on the bottom, by the way, the bottom right, I think, of your screen. Anyways, it's there right now. Ripple's had a nice bounce, man. We've been holding that. I mean, if you're looking at XRP here, it's been really. Okay, there's breaking news. It's really held this 280 level there on Ripple. We'll go back and talk about XRP. We got breaking news with Adara.
Intel here on watch. INTC reportedly asking Apple to invest in the company as part of their comeback bid. Again, apparently these talks are really early, but I am seeing it. Intel reportedly asking Apple to invest in it as part of their comeback bid. Early talks. Intel's also reaching out to other companies as well. Back to you.
Apple, what Intel's doing? Let me see what Intel's doing.
Make sure you have a stop.
Oh, yeah. But
flying high.
might be able to get out of this soon.
So look, this is why you have stop orders out, everybody. To make sure you protect yourself. This is why you have Andreas
to let us know that, Andre, that we're muted.
It happens, man, like last night.
Why
here's Apple, you want Apple to invest in you, but why would Apple care? That's what I don't get. Why would Apple care?
Well, I mean, I have Apple Care. You have Apple Care on your phones. I mean,
no. You know what I mean.
Of course, I'm just joking.
Like,
Apple Care is a product. And
that doesn't. I don't know. I don't know if this one adds up.
Yeah. So Apple's not doing anything, but Intel is. So barring more news about this story, I mean, Adara's here, but I don't really understand. Say that again. Can we go back to Adara? Can we hear that story one more? Oh yeah, the imbalances.
Oh, imbalances are coming out
now. So yeah, good call. I'm like, let's go back to Adair. She's
Nvidia
like,
buy 2.2.
There's imbalances coming out.
Apple buy 1.7 million. Nvidia buy 2.2 million. Their Kenvue we already knew about. That's a nothing burger. Amazon is a small buy, 900,000 shares on Amazon. So
I just got out.
3 Mag 7 names are buys. That's just about it. It's not huge, but Nvidia is not something. It's going to be an overall buy for sure. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that headline. 1.6 billion to buy is the overall market. Mag 7 967. I only caught just a tail end of what Adara was hearing, so I want to hear it again. Adara, let's get that headline.
This is honestly all the details we have, guys. I will read them again. So Reuters reporting that Intel is going to be asking Apple to invest in the company as part of its comeback bid. They're also going to be asking other companies as well. So Intel, we know, got the Nvidia investment. Now it looks like it's actively seeking out companies to invest in it. Interesting strategy, but either way, the stock seems to like it here. Again, Reuters reporting that Intel is going to be talking to Apple here, or has already talked to Apple to invest in the company. I want to mention as well, NBC reporting that China has agreed to the terms of the TikTok deal. All parties of the deal have agreed to all the terms. Trump is set to sign that deal tomorrow. That was reported earlier today. Back to you.
Huh. So
I just realized I wasn't connected to anything, so that's fun.
Yeah, you know what? I get it, and everyone in the chat, it absolutely makes sense to a certain degree. Like of course, the U.S. government wants Intel to work. You want there to be, from a security standpoint, you want their fab business to get there. No questions asked. That makes a heck of a lot of sense. It's not a protectionist thing. I mean, COVID taught people a lot about supply chain, and we know that chip fabrication is just insanely important. You can, do you really want a situation where all the fabrication of high-end chips are being done, 90% of it by a couple of companies halfway across the world? I know that. Look, I understand that Samsung and TSM building out some factories here, but it's not the same thing. Not the same thing. It's just the Apple side of it. It's the Apple side of it that I don't get. Like, remember when it was like Qualcomm or like Broadcom, and you heard about them? I could wrap my head more around it than Apple. And Apple, as Sean said, Apple's really not moving on this headline. Oh, no, it is. Now it is. But that could also have just been, it was probably the buy imbalances.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. This did not move on the headline. This moved when it was a buy imbalance of 1 million shares. So that's the big mover for sure. Yeah, I'm not, whatever. I wouldn't be buying Intel up here anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But if I'd been, I just wouldn't consider buying it on this headline. Because I can't wrap my head around that. It's
not even up that much. I mean, that headline was $30.90. It's $31.20.
Yeah.
This is just like it sneezed and went there. So I'll hold off on that to wait to see what happens tomorrow. I don't want to call anything a nothing burger in this situation because it's news in the space. I mean, does this mean anything for Nvidia? No, they don't seem to care about it. AMD today. Again, just looking at some of the competitors here for Intel, just to see if they're having inverse reactions to it. I mean, come on, Apple, you should get some investments in Marvell right here. But yeah, Marvell, what a story that was today, taking away 10% of their shares. So that's good, and we like to hear those kind of stories, obviously, as those continue to pass through and give us some more information on Marvell there today. They just announced right here a $5 billion share buyback authorization. Got enough cash to do that, so I like that as a catalyst moving forward, and it's great for the Marvell long and great for the space. Micron came out with a report that, if you report two good numbers, then you go down 3%. And yesterday, Micron beat their expectation there. They had a great report. And Andre, I don't have anything in my ear right now, so if there's anything to do, we have to do it. So, all right, bless you, my guy, whoever that is back there. And we'll go over to Neil.
I think that was Fabian.
Was it Fabian? You good, Fabian?
Sounded like it was.
What's up, Russell, whoever that was?
We'll give a shout out to Mitch as well. Why? Because Trade the Pool says, instead of risking your own money, how about you trade with somebody else's capital? No more fear of losing. No more moving your stop loss too soon. And you could actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for bigger profits and not just a couple $100 a month. This is a revolution called limited risk trading, and it's being powered by Trade the Pool. So how it works is you join Trade the Pool, you hit the profit goal, and you keep 70% of the profits. You can check out tradethepool.com or scan the QR code you see on screen for 10% off and get more information. We had Mitch on this morning, and we'll see Mitch in like 3 weeks or so on Canadian Thanksgiving. We're going to see Mitch. So 355 just hit. I'm going to guess some of these paired off a little bit. Small move down. I just noticed like a slight tick down there in Apple. So it probably paired off that imbalance. Yeah, none of those over $1 million anymore. Like you're not going to see Apple, Nvidia, and Amazon were the three big ones. None of them are there, so they must have paired off their buying balances. Small buying balances. It's not like they were gigantic or anything like that. So after the bell, like Adair and I are gonna go over everything. It's not very heavy in terms of earnings. There's KB Homes and there's Stitch Fix as well. And now, of course, we'll be looking at Accenture for tomorrow morning because they report before the bell tomorrow. So nothing burger on the imbalances. Afterstar says I missed the Oklo short. Well, I wasn't planning on going on the short, so I can't say I missed it. I mean, that's like saying you missed every single stock that moved. I was never planning on going short the stock. But it is down 8%. A little bit of a pullback day here for OKLO. You can't go up, you can't double up in price from in 2 weeks or so like this stock is done without expecting this kind of a day at some point. Right, like it is going to happen. It pretty much always happens. It's predicting when that day is going to be is hard. But once it starts happening, usually you want to get out of its way and not try to buy the dip when it gets a little ham, like it is. Not SSR. If it got 10% down, that would make it pretty interesting tomorrow. But it didn't actually do that. So I'm not sure if any of these names did go more than 10% down. We know that was a good catalyst for OpenDoor because that was SSR day 2 and had a good rally. But Oklo didn't. I'm just going to check a quantum name. Rigetti is actually still flat on the day. That's just kind of weird. SMRs in the nuclear space. It's only down 0.5%. And going
half of 8.
Sorry, 5%.
Yeah,
0.5%. 5%. So yeah, nothing big is down 10% like OpenDoor did. But just to recap, that Intel looking for people to invest in them, and that now includes them asking Apple. And it's up 6%, but it was already up on the day. From the time that the story hit, it's actually only up about 30 pennies. So it's up 1% on the top on that story. Kind of makes you wonder if somebody wasn't expecting this headline to come in the last couple of days and was buy program at the open on Intel.
Yeah, that actually makes sense
because now
we're wondering why Intel was up.
It makes a little more sense. You know what's kind of funny? When you see something that doesn't make sense, just keep your ear to the ground over the next couple of days, and usually it's going to make a ton of sense when the news story hits. Because buy program on Intel for 2 days in a row, and neither time did it actually have a catalyst that we thought was worthy of it. But it is what it is.
It's but I don't getting richer in this market, guys. This is a rigged thing.
I also still don't make sense of the Apple thing. If it had been another company, I think it would make more sense to me. I'd love to hear more about the logic behind Apple specifically. But I'm going to get on up to the desk. We got the market recap coming.
Good luck with that. A couple of earnings plays coming through, so that should be exciting. Join Neil and Darren in just a minute and a half to get over all that. And apparently, I mean, out of everything that Adair just reported here, I think the fact that we maybe have a deal with TikTok and China, that to me is the much bigger story than anything's happening with Intel. But I don't know, because as Donald Trump has said, we got to take care of the youth and everything. And right now they are all over TikTok and all over Reels and all over that stuff. And I think there's a big business involved here with this data and the algorithm. So Oracle, again, if they can keep the data, they're the ones running everything in the background. That data is only going to grow. It's going to require more power, more infrastructure. So, yeah, Oracle says, we here for that. And a nice move there. Was red there today. Still is, but was pretty good, bouncing off 3 bills again. Nice little movement there for ORCL. So again, a big shout and a big thanks to everybody. Let's just go over and quickly look at Intel here, just because again, the volume is really starting to pick up on this name now. 144 million shares. So definitely something to look out for there with with Intel and Oracle tomorrow. CoreWeave, we didn't even look at this today, and we should have. 25 million shares. They're starting to break higher as well. Right now, CoreWeave's had a nice move, and they're trying to take out their day high. Now, with only 10 seconds left, right now, we will put that on and tell you that this show And this closing bell is brought to you by VinFast. So check them out, ticker VFS, the Global Intelligent Mobility Company. 3, 2, 1, we are now closed. ES down 0.31 right now. NASDAQ down 0.33. Not bad. I think we can handle all of that. Some sectors upside. We had energy with a decent day today as well. Some of the banking stocks were upside. Some SoFi and Robinhood. Robinhood had a good move. SoFi went back down to 29. There's so much to talk about stock related, and we do have a few earnings coming through. So again, thanks so much for watching. Again, every day seems to be so busy with the trades, and it just keeps on going through and through and through. There's always opportunity, and we're going to be here to help you find it. All right, check your inbox. There's a new note going out that we're calling Sharif's Morning Note or something like that. Make sure you go have a look at that, subscribe to it. Click the link in description to get going on that immediately, okay? So everybody do that. It's a lot of information and a lot of hard work put into that. So, all right, Andre, we're good to go. I don't have it in my ear. Yes, we got a thumbs up over there. All right. Joe, thanks for staying late, man, and great work in the chat. We really appreciate that. Thank you to all the guys working behind this mystery wall in front of us. We want to thank all of them for all their hard work as we get closer and closer to Studio 8 finally opening up. You're going to see Neil and Adair very soon. Thanks, Andre, Ramin, Fabian, and Brendo over there as well, and Sharif, of course, for his work on the Open and the Midday show. So, all right, I'm done talking, and you're done hearing from me. So this is Sean. Ciao for now.
Thank you very much. Buckle up, everybody, because today we got a lot to cover in Market Recap Show brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. We got Alibaba rocketing 8.25% to the upside on a $53 billion AI bet. We had Micron. Hey, they smashed their earnings, Adara. They got a big beat. We also had J-Pow, oh no, talking about sky-high valuations, a lot to go over. We're going to break it on down for you. We do have some earnings names, but nothing too crazy with Stitch Fix in there. So the first one...
KB Homes might be the biggest.
KB Homes probably the biggest one there, Adair. I would think so as well. And obviously, some people are concerned about where rates are going or where they might not be going in terms of some cuts. But the first one, top of the list, Alibaba, that 8.25% was actually higher. It was as high as $180 today. So it did top out trying to get to that 10% move on AI cloud expansion. This is a biggie. They weren't alone. They dragged another couple of names up there with them. We saw Baidu looking to hold some strength. Obviously, Kweb, JD, all going with Alibaba. Intraday gave back a lot of the move, but a strong day there for Alibaba surging on that AI cloud expansion.
Yeah, lots to talk about here with Alibaba. I do have some infographics and that we'll talk about after. But I want to mention to you guys, Synopsys announced that they've just expanded their TSM collaboration. So that's going to be on watch, a little bit of a move post-market for SNPS. But I want to talk here about the next story as well, Lithium Americas and the U.S. government. There was a deal involving, of course, Intel, right? We also had the Department of Defense, now referred to as the Department of War. They took a 15% stake in MP Materials. What's next? Reportedly, Lithium Americas, it already has to do with the fact that Lithium's trying to negotiate this, I guess, deal for their Thacker pass. So that's $2.2 billion deal is going to come into play when it comes to their negotiations with the Trump admin. Interesting note here, Neil, and there's something else we have to talk about too, more Stargate. Speaking of deals.
No questions asked. More Stargate, more Oracle, and this is the reality here. Like, this has been a pretty big catalyst for Oracle. OpenAI, SoftBank rolling out $400 billion in a U.S. data plan in Texas, plant in Texas. Of course, actually, just hitting the news as well. If we're talking about Oracle, we're going to throw in there that we're going to get the signing of that TikTok bill. That's also another positive there, specifically for Oracle. So Stargate rollout, $400 billion in Texas. These data centers are gigantic and they need a ton of power and they move markets.
Yeah, really interesting look there. And something else that didn't really move markets today, though, Amazon getting upgraded by Wells Fargo. That was generally a pretty bullish note. AMZN, not necessarily bullish, though, like a lot of the market, pushing a bit lower. So we're going to have to wait and see. Tons of upgrades on a lot of stocks lately and price target increases. I can't believe we're like a month away from earnings season, Neil. And one name that's gotten a lot of love from analysts is the next one we're going to talk about.
Ooh, Tesla, wherefore art thou, Tesla? Running higher when the market was pulling back. We're going to get deliveries from them. September deliveries in China hit 72,000 units. In just a couple of weeks, we'll get some more delivery numbers out of them. But Tesla, that was a ramp job. On days where the market is weak, you'll want to find where the relative strength was, and 100% it was with Tesla on that delivery number.
Yeah, great look there, sir, guys. I'm just seeing some news pop up here against SNPS on watch. There's also IMRX. I'm going to pull up that story for you guys in a second, but in the meantime, we do have Palantir and Boeing. Kelly Wartburg with another win, in my opinion. We already have BA with some deals in Turkey and Uzbekistan. Now their defense side of things teaming up with PLTR. And again, I think this type of deal with this powerhouse level of company is a great look for Boeing's defense play. We'll have to see if it impacts the company overall, but maybe not so good of a look for some of these more traditional defense names like LMT, Lockheed Martin, or RTX.
Yeah, and look, I mean, when you're going to have Powell talk about the market being a little bit frothy, it's not going to be good. If he talks about the valuations being a bit high and the stock market riding a little too high, you're going to get some selling come in. He is the Fed chair after all, and unfortunately in this particular case, it was his comments yesterday during his talk that brought all the major indexes under a little bit of pressure for the last couple of sessions. No questions asked. So big pop a pump. Wasn't pumping things too much in here today. Overall, whether you're looking at the Nasdaq, IWM, SPY, it was more or less red. Not disastrous, but now a couple of days in a row of pullback here. Specifically the Qs you're going to see a little bit off the bottom, no questions asked, but we're certainly in a bit of a pullback. And it's not that you're blaming Powell for this. But certainly you cannot ignore his comments and the effect that it did have. But if we jump right back to that first story and think about what I said about relative strength. When we're pulling back and the markets are generally across the board red, you want to look at what was strong and the reason why. Okay, now BABA up 8 1/4 in this particular situation. You have a 50. And this is the interesting thing. They got bought up because they're spending more, right? So you're still in the place where, hey, you're having a $53 billion spend and you're not getting punished for spending. The stock is actually going up because you think that's going to fuel the growth. That's the idea that you want here for new data centers here in Brazil, France as well. Now, there's still obviously some geopolitical risk here, but I'll throw you a bone for your geopolitical risk here with Alibaba. If we get a TikTok deal done, that's one of these things that needs to happen. Now, an Nvidia chip deal needs to happen to get a US-China deal done, but you're starting to see the dominoes fall, and that takes a little of the geopolitical pressure risk off of an Alibaba. Already strong here. Certainly, if you pull up a weekly chart or a monthly chart, lots of room to be able to go. But I like the fact that you're going to get a signing of a TikTok deal. I think that helps out BABA in the short term.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and find out exactly the terms of this deal because we know China, like it was really funny reading the comments from Xi versus the comments from Trump immediately after their talk because they had two very different takes on how it went, specifically with regards to TikTok. Either way, I think Alibaba in a good place. Eddie Wu is the CEO of the company. He's been CEO for just around 2 years now, and they already promised the $53 billion. The fact that they're promising even more shows much like what we're seeing with Nvidia massively ramping up its spend and its investments. I think these companies are getting comfortable with CapEx again. Now, that didn't help Micron, which did have CapEx, and the market hated it, but Alibaba's got its fingers in a lot of different pies. I dislike how I worded that analogy. And I want to say as well, I learned this while I was doing some research on Costco, which we'll talk about in a second, for my infographic. Did you know that Costco and Alibaba were at one point in talks for a Chinese e-commerce?
I did not know that.
I'm not sure how far that went, but the companies were in talks. So Alibaba is certainly something to watch. Guys, Stitch Fix earnings did just come out. They beat on EPS. They beat on sales. Guidance here, I don't know if is how this compares to estimates. Okay, so this was corrected. So guidance better than expected for the quarter and the fiscal year. I'll drop all of that in the chat. I already put FUL earnings in the chat. They had an EPS beat and a sales miss. And we're waiting on KBH. We should get KBH at any time. If I can't say it out loud, it will be in the chat. Check the chat. I'm going to put Stitch Fix earnings in there right now. Also, sorry, Neil, one last thing quickly. IMRX, it's a small cap. This one popped because they had positive pancreatic cancer treatment results, and they dropped a minute after because then they announced an offering. So massive move there, IMRX, in case you're wondering why did it pop and why did it drop, those are the reasons.
Yeah, and Stitch Fix, by the way, up 18% here, and actually was as high as $7. So this actually is pulling back a little bit. So Stitch Fix on the move for sure. Before we jump and talk a little bit about Micron, Dara, I just wanted to quickly remind everybody of what caused this Intel move. Like, you're seeing Intel back to the highs again here, up 8%. Is Intel, and right back into the highs. This was on the back of a story that just hit in the afternoon, maybe 20 minutes ago, just over 20 minutes ago, where they're looking for investors. They've reached out to Apple specifically for a potential investment. That doesn't necessarily make sense to me, but it is back at the highs. That is the story. That is why it's going. You can't ignore it. So Intel, depressed company, the US government's invested in it. Nvidia is now invested in it, and they want more investors. Meanwhile, at Dara, Micron beats on the top and the bottom. Micron has strong guidance. 12.5 billion revenue versus 11.9 billion expected, and it's down 3%. That being said, if the stock is double on the year, sometimes that's just how it goes. When you go that far, you're priced a little bit to perfection, and I think Micron took one on the chin. It's on a monthly chart. Like, look at the monthly chart on this sucker. This has been fantastic. Even just a daily chart, which will show you what the stock has done. Micron, unbelievable rally in this year. Just going, even like in April, it was at $80, and you've more than doubled up since then. So yeah, price to perfection is kind of a lazy way to say it was due for a pullback. But top and bottom beats, the guidance good. Usually you're punishing names in this earnings season, because they don't guide well at Dara. In this case, there wasn't much to point to that you couldn't like out of Micron's report.
I think the biggest issue, we were talking about this in the midday, their data center revenue year over year is down about 22%. And like, if you're a company like Micron,
that's their core.
Is that where you want to be losing? Probably not. I think the other thing, the CapEx might be a bit concerning, because like they got at $4.5 billion of CapEx for the current quarter, which for a company like Micron, again, bit higher than you might expect. I was kind of shocked by it, but again, I'm not super familiar, I guess, as much with the business. I will say too, and again, this thing I said during the midday, Oracle kind of smashed it with regards to their forward guidance. And I mean, I've looked into this. I do not know if their past filings support this at all. This wasn't a metric they even cared about until this quarter, and that is a fact. But regardless, Oracle comes out there with massive off-the-wall guidance, and Micron's guidance is fantastic. They also beat their already increased guidance, but I just don't think it's enough. I think the market was so like shell-shocked after what happened with Oracle, in my opinion anyway, that Micron is
It's meh. And it probably, look, there's certainly an aspect to this where they had the unfortunate situation where you just happened to report those earnings after Powell talked down the market. If he's going to talk about valuations, it could just be a timing issue. Like, maybe if Micron had reported 2 days earlier, before Powell made those comments about the market and valuations, there's a decent chance Micron could have been up and then tumbled after, and then we could be talking a different story. I have to, because Why Not said this in the chat. So I'm going to throw to it. I love the chat's undefeated, everybody. Why not? Remember when Neil used to dunk on Intel? Well, Intel made a bottom. I think we all saw it. At the end of the day, like, even, anything, and there's lots of stock which have made temporary bottoms, but Intel for the longest time just held, and maybe I got to show you a weekly chart or a monthly chart, because I'll show a monthly chart, I'll show it much, much better. This stock, look at that bottom at $20. You're talking about June when you tagged under 20 for the first time, and you were still holding that low in August. That is a heck of an accumulation pattern down there, and then you get the US government investing in it. You can't, that's it. That's the move. It's held the low. It's in a different swing. And now all of a sudden you're talking about other big companies wanting to put some stock in it. There's a lot of people that don't want this company to fail. They want them to succeed, and they want them to succeed because they want chips made and fabricated by an American company. Let's just be real about that. It's been true since COVID. It's still true now, and Intel's the only one in the game that can pull it off relative to Samsung and relative to TSM, who make 90% of the chips in the world. That's just sort of how it is with these names. So yeah, you can't dunk on them forever. And call it whatever it is. You can call it a bailout, but at the end of the day, if they're going to do whatever it takes to make it survive, they're going to do whatever it takes here at Dara. So that headline with Intel causing an absolute storm in the afternoon is still holding these highs.
Yeah, I'm shocked, honestly. It was a weird story. It was a weird announcement. But I think one thing, too, that we've really seen is Lip-Bu-Tan as a deal maker.
Yes.
This is a guy that got dissed by Trump, who honestly didn't even name him by name in the post. I'm not sure Trump knew his name. Got really, like, just beat up there. And then a week later, he's like, hey, you know, I'll come to the White House and I'll get money out of you. Like, I honestly respect the hustle of Lip-Bu-Tan. He was out there in a weird hot mic moment with Jensen Huang last week during their conference talking about, I guess, the drink and the food, I think it was caviar or whatever that they were eating. It was really weird. But the point I'm trying to make is Lip-Bu-Tan has got savvy. I think he certainly has the background and the experience to make Intel move. And I always want to remind people, he left the board in August 2024, specifically, or at least this was reported, because he had issues with what Pat Gelsinger was doing to the company. So now he's in doing the exact opposite. I respect it.
I tend to agree with you. I can't even argue with that too much there. And look, I see this comment in the chat, and I just want to. Here's what I'll say, because I made a comment about this before. The so-called free market. Yeah, in a general sense, you know, there's a big difference between what we saw today with Lithium Americas, where you have a company which has a federal loan. It's like, look, if we're already doing this, then we should be getting something for restructuring your loan. It's happening. If we're going to do it, we're going to get a piece of the pie. Or simply just, you know, we're going to bail you out because we want you to work and you're an important industry. Like, you're not nationalizing this at the end of the day. In a perfect world, in my opinion, you wouldn't need to do this, but that doesn't prevent you from looking at the reality on the ground. So I'm looking at what's next for Intel, and something we want to do is always look at, you know, tomorrow's trade. 100%, you can look at what's going on here and just simply say the price action is clear. Even in the last few days, big ramp, there is your rounded bottom here on Intel. Like it or not, as long as we hold out $30.50 in here, like this little resistance, here's your rounded bottom, you hold on to this resistance, I think your next move is to 33. That's purely technical, but the thing you've got to keep in mind with Intel in this news is what happens if Apple comes out and like, what the heck are you talking about? We don't want any piece of you. Get out of here with that nonsense. And then technicals might not matter, but the structure of it, that 30.5 is going to have to hold for Intel. And I think you look at all news in that way to a certain extent. And especially that Alibaba. Like, Alibaba gapped up. Great gap up, 8%. What are we doing next with the stock? It barely held on to that high. It's a consolidative day for Alibaba. And when you get a gap that's near that 10% marker, it's a long on the monthly chart for me. No questions asked. You've got clear resistance at above the 180 level as well into that 182. That was resistance on this monthly going all the way back to 2022. So I think you're in a consolidative phase with BABA. And the first look is to simply hold today's low, that 175. If you lose that, I think you're dipping easily back into the high 160s on BABA. So it's a consolidative play because you've got some long-standing resistance from 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago, at that 182 level that you need to break out. Maybe it breaks out tomorrow and we're taking a breakout trade, but I think I'm looking for that dip buy first at Arrow.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I'm just putting all the KBH earnings here in the chat for people. I'll go over the numbers. So their actual report on its face is not bad, but the details are worth getting into. Q3 earnings, $1.61 per share versus $1.50 expected. Sales, $1.62 billion versus $1.588 billion expected. They're guiding housing revenue yield for the fiscal year between 6.1 and 6.2 billion. That is below estimates of 6.26 billion. But it gets more questionable. So their net orders were down 4% year over year. Their monthly net orders per community are lower on a year-over-year basis. Cancellation rate is up, which is never good. It's up by 200 basis points year over year. Their ending backlog in terms of their homes is down 24% year over year, and their ending backlog value is down 32% year over year. So sure, we have a top line and a bottom line beat, but like the details here, not great.
No, it
really
doesn't.
Bad.
No, that doesn't sound very good at all, Adara, to be honest with you. But I want to switch gears if I can for a little bit here, because I think there's we talk about some of these crazy, high-flying, moving names, momentum plays a lot, and sometimes there's more simple strategies out there that we can take a look at, and they can often happen in the places that you're not always looking as a day trader, and that's something like a Costco. How many times do you hear us talking about Costco? You know, this is one of those boring names that's just incredibly successful. And it's a kind of strategy that can work, especially around earnings season, that I want to get into with you guys today. Because this is a company that just had a great business strategy. Like at the end of the day, we all know how they print money, right? There's an old history with them that comes from the very beginning of trying to have the best deal, and that has given them such consistent profitability, consistent earnings performance. And if you want to trade the stock, there's something you can do around its earnings specifically, which has been a really good pattern that I wanted to share with you that we're looking at. And so here's the thing. It all began with a pretty good idea, a fantastic, a great idea. What am I saying pretty good? From Saul Price. Create a membership-based warehouse club. Membership's a recurring revenue. So back 50 years ago, almost 50 years ago, we launched Price Club. Move forward to a couple of years after I was born, and then you had Jim Senegal co-found Costco. They come together and they created a huge bulk buying empire, massive. They changed it so much to the fact that you've got Walmart copying it with Sam's Club. And all they wanted was high quality product, rock bottom prices. Sounds like something that works to me. But it's the earnings that are so consistent. When you look at the financial reports on Costco, it's relentless growth. They got thin margins, fair enough, but it's all about the membership fee. We all know this, man. How many memberships that you pay for, you know you're not even checking to see what's in your credit card balance. You're just paying it and you're keeping it because the value is good. 90% of their members, over 90% of their members renew their subscriptions. That gives them a stable and predictable stream of cash, and that funds the company and boosts that big old bottom line that we like. Recurring revenue is what everybody wants as an investor. You like it as a trader, and it makes it a pretty stable stock even in volatile markets. So if we're talking about how you trade this, because that's what we care about, brass tacks here, right? Yeah, you can long-term hold it, buy the dips, dollar cost average, what we always talk about. But on earnings day, here's a bit of a playbook you can look for. And you got to look at the expectations. It's pretty easy to always find that EPS and revenue. Just go to any, you can Google it. You can AI it if you want. Perplexity, OpenAI, it doesn't really matter. But hone in specifically on EPS first. Because while sometimes they miss on revenue, they tend to beat pretty consistently. But if you miss on that revenue, you can get that short-term dip back. Now for myself, I like a 50-period moving average. If you get a dip into the 50 or 200 period moving average on any kind of a revenue miss, I'm looking for a bounce at the first one. Let there be one thing wrong with it, and then I want the stock to go back up. Get that nice little pop if they beat both. Look, if they beat both, then you're talking about breakout trades. You're looking for any kind of consolidation break, but it's about that miss on revenue. I'm buying dip into the major moving average, whether it's the 50 or the 200. Get that quick dip and rip, and you're off to the races. It's the volatility around that miss that gives you an opportunity as people are trying to get out of the stock, which just gets dip bought up because that's what, you know the big boys are going to buy the dip on a stock like this. So remember, on pullbacks of companies like this with a steady revenue stream and good fundamentals, you're going to get investors trying to buy the dip. So if you're anticipating that, you get yourself a nice bounce play. And at the end of the day, it makes it a very resilient stock, not just for long-term investors, but also for traders. We're not talking some silly pump and dump play. If you swing trade the stock, you're not going to go broke overnight. That's the reality. So if you're looking for something to add to your portfolio, maybe you just want an earnings trade, this is the kind of model that can give you some success. Not going to be as heavy risk, and it's pretty consistent in terms of its success there. So there's lots out there to look for. I think Costco is something that gets missed a heck of a lot. You can throw in Walmart sometime, but Costco certainly gives it to you there, Dara. I say all that, and I won't lie, like I have a smaller family. I only have one kid, so we don't have a Costco membership. But everyone I know that has a larger family literally swears by it. I know for sure, like we used Sam's Club when I was, and my dad was at used Sam's Club, and it's a very similar model there with Walmart. But it's one of those boringly amazing stocks is one of the best ways to put it. Boringly amazing.
I like that. Yeah, I don't have a Costco membership. My family hasn't had one for over a decade. It may be going on like close to 15 years. But I will talk about these earnings here, Neil, because you mentioned the revenue miss could be a good dip buy opportunity. Now, they didn't miss revenue last quarter, Neil, but they squeaked by. As you can see in the corner of this image, not even posted yet on X. This is a preview for you guys. Revenue was $63.2 billion versus estimates of $63.19 billion. So they beat by a hair. Even just near misses like that can always be potential opportunities for a bounce. Their comparable sales growth, Neil, is an area I would say to watch tomorrow, because look at that. Comparable sales in the U.S. up 6.6% year over year. Canada 2.9% year over year. Other international revenue also up on a year-over-year basis. E-commerce revenue, a stunning increase of 14.8% year-over-year. So watch those comp sales, see if those continue to the upside. This is a metric that's also really been on watch since the COVID pandemic, since the tariff issues, not the pandemic. The tariffs have really, I guess, caused some concerns with regards to comparable sales. So if Costco can pull this out last quarter, I really want to see what they do this quarter.
And I actually want to say this to by Grace. We're always straight up. Trade TV Live, we give you the goods no matter what. Neil, looking for liquidity to get out of your position. I don't and have never owned Costco. And if you watch the show, I own Walmart in my long-term portfolio. I've been a dip buyer in Walmart pretty consistently. And it's the horse that I've backed. But I'm simply talking about a pattern here and an opportunity in trading that I've seen. And you know what? Like sometimes I'll be willing to admit it's like, oh, this is a good trading setup. And I've been staring at it. I've never actually taken a shot at it. For whatever reason. But yeah, look, I own Walmart in my long-term account. I kind of feel like it's one, like I would, in the long term, I probably wouldn't own both, but the trading opportunity is what we're getting at here. Before we only have a couple, it's already like 4:26 here at Dara. I know we had a couple of earnings names, but I wanted to go back first, if I could, just go back first because obviously we didn't know that the Intel news this afternoon was going to be the biggest, I don't want to call it the biggest story, but the biggest mover in the aftermarket. Intel's starting to pull back a little bit, and if you're just tuning in now, just before the close, and maybe potentially the reason for a couple of days worth of bounce in Intel, especially at the open and program buying, is that they are looking for more investors. It's not enough the US government. It's not enough Nvidia, $5 billion. They're also asking around for Apple to invest. Now that's caused a spike. It's up 7%. It was already up 5%, now up 7%. But it's the other side of this coin where a couple of days in a row now you've had just crazy buying at the open on Intel. Crazy buying at the open on Intel. And now we get this headline. So it feels like somebody was in the know here that this headline could be dropped, and maybe there is something to it. We'll definitely keep our ear to the ground. Intel, one of the bigger movers and a lot of volume here, seems to have found a bit of a bottom. I'm a little skeptical of this. Apple doesn't necessarily make sense to me, but it doesn't matter whether it makes sense to me or not. It's whether or not it can actually happen, because getting more investment, and it's basically you have all of the, you've got the government, you've got Nvidia. If you had another Mag 7 name saying these guys cannot fail and we're going to make sure it doesn't happen, then you got to pay attention and watch this rally on Intel continue.
Yeah, and I think speaking of rallies continuing, OpenDoor, we have news. Ooh. So Jane Street just disclosed a 5.9% stake in the company. I am sure Eric Jackson is very happy. I'm sure there are lots of memes being posted on X. But no, in all seriousness, yeah, Jane Street disclosing 5.9% stake in OPEN. That's going to be on watch. Also, it looks like more probes are going to be opened here for tariffs, Neil. The U.S. opening a Section 232 probe into robotics, machinery, and medical devices. So any non-U.S. names in those spaces could be of note tomorrow. Trump is also very active on Truth. He's posted 2 truths, it looks like, during the last half of this recap. None of them are market related, but it's always worth noting when he's active because there's always a chance he can post something that is related to the market. He tends to get in these like posting jags where you get like 3 or 4 posts an hour, and then you usually get at least one thing that is pretty significant, so be aware.
Jane Street was, there was a couple of months ago, Jane Street was in the news. And if you really follow like finance, they were in the news because they had a litigation that opened up into discovery some of their books. And everybody was piling into that to try to figure out what the magic sauce was, why their trade desk was crushing everybody else on the street. So, because they were just crushing everybody. It's like, how could they make so much money with in their trading desk? And so when there was that release, they're like, oh my goodness, let's try to figure it out. But oh my, like if there was a firm that you kind of wanted to have an investment to get this to go higher, OpenDoor, it might actually be Jane Street. So this puts it on watch. I said before we left the show in the afternoon that I would be more thinking, hey, if you can't break away, I'd be looking for a fade under 8. Like it was early on today, but not with that headline. It's exactly the kind of thing that could have it squeeze even further. So, yeah, Jane Street and OpenDoor, this thing just won't die. What is dead may never die, and OpenDoor just continues to go higher. It's already 4:30. We do a little something around here if you're tuning in for the first time, and it's called Roll Call. Ooh. So first, I want to thank DJ Neurotoxin, good name, welcome to Trader TV Live. Good to see you in the chat. New member in there, so I want to appreciate you. And if you're in the chat, great. If you're not in the chat, then you need to hit the subscribe button. It's a subs only chat, everybody. Hit that like, hit that subscribe button if you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the show, if you enjoy the news, if you enjoy the trading, if you just enjoy the fun atmosphere and community that we have here. And give a big shout out to the entire team. And I have to. Tyler Smith, you just said go Bills. So how about this? At least for my sake, and a few people type in that chat and just say go Bills or get it Adara, get it to our entire team, whether it's Fabian, Ramin, or Andre, to my man Sean over there on the desk, to Sharif, to Joe as well, to Obi who fills in for us, to Brendo as well. So I'm going to say go Bills, and let's get this roll call started.
Yeah, go Bills. Thank you so much to all the people in the chat for the kind words. Thank you, Computer Team. Thank you, Lasmel Melendez. Rivian Millionaire, Andrew Chow, Two Wheel Crypto, others saying Lone Sophos, Save Man, Woman, Peace, Steven Etienne, Alexa Bliss. We've got Andrew Chow again here, Explorer 12, Lone Sophos. We've got Derek Thompson, LSTD, Steve M, Trees, D. Westermeyer, Joe Schmo, House Money, Big 40 Nephew, William Knight, TH, Yummy Thai Foods, Brown Lightning, CJ, David Lewis, Junk Food Kids Never Always Ever, Ellis Funded Scalp, RB, High Vibrations, Trees, Ari Pages, Roger Noonan, Seth, Douglas Carlson, Carl Gruen, NYC Renista, Brown Lightning, Wicked Chunky Traders, TX Badger, Volky, King Clutch, and thank you to Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe, Brendo, Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Mark, Rob, Juan, everyone you see, everyone you don't see, this awesome team. Shout out to Randy as well, and shout out to all of you in the chat. Because guess what? We're here tomorrow. And OpenDoor might be open.
Oh, I hope.
More upside.
I hope so, because it'll be fun to trade it. Before we get you guys out of here, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. But I saw Douglas Carlson in the chat specifically said, say hi to my wife, Charlene. So there you go, Douglas. If you're watching Charlene, Douglas wanted to shout you out. That's what it's all about. Family first, trading second, everything else second after family. Let's be real about it. But our trading family is the absolute best. You guys make it so much fun to do what we're going to do tomorrow at 8:30. We just get right back on the horse, look at some Intel, look at some Baba, look at some OpenDoor, and hopefully trade all of them, and hopefully they all go to the upside, because that's what we love to see. So we'll see you bright and early. We're Trader TV Live. This has been the Market Recap brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. See you in the morning.